We begin today's broadcast by acknowledging the Whadjuk Noongar people as the traditional custodians of the lands and waters where we gather today. We pay our respects to their elders, past and present. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 of the 2023 Australian Rowing Championships. We've got the best of the best for Rowing Australia here this week, the Australian Open Rowing Championships, the Australian Open Schools Rowing Championships and the Kings and Queens Cup Interstate Regatta. We're delighted to welcome so many of the rowing community to Perth for this week's event. A big thank you to everyone who has made this event possible. I'm joined in the commentary box by Lizzie Chapman. Lizzie, what are you looking forward to today?
Morning, Razor. Well, I'm looking forward to the para rowing, Sorry, let me put my mic on. I'm looking forward to the para rowing, which kicks off today, with a number of events throughout the morning, and also to seeing all of these reportages of the young people who raced yesterday.
Yeah, it's going to be cutthroat today because, reportages at first and second, you're into the semi-final. The rest, you can put the boat on the trailer for the trip back.
And looking at the size of the trailers that are on their way here to Perth with the school boats, that would be great because it'll create some room in the boat park. and people who don't get through in the small boats hopefully will then have another crack in the bigger boats and get through to later in the week.
Yeah, so there's under 17s, under 19s, 21s, 23s and opens. And we saw yesterday even an Olympic bronze medalist is having to go through the repechage today when 3 of the 4 from the women's quad raced in one heat. So the random draw is doing its job, I suppose. That's
right. And another thing was just for some of our elite athletes, the tricky weather conditions and rowing in club combinations. So things that they're not doing day to day. So same thing, bit of a challenge for them. So yes, there will be some big names going through the repechages.
So ladies and gentlemen, we'll bring racing to you when it begins at 8 o'clock with the PR3 Mixed Double Scull Heat 1.
Rowing Australia would like to thank all partners, supporters and suppliers of the 2023 Australian Rowing Championships. Rowing WA, Tourism WA, the City of Armidale, the Department of Local Government, Sport and Cultural Industries and Lottery West, Hancock Prospecting, the Australian Sports Commission, Coles Supermarkets, 776 BC, Bont Rowing, Ticketmaster, Konica Minolta, Croker Oars, Ambulance Response Services, The Regatta Shop, Sykes Rowing, Tempur, with support from Rowing ACT, Rowing New South Wales, Rowing Queensland, Rowing South Australia, Rowing Tasmania, and Rowing Victoria.
it's fantastic to be able to bring our 3 underage teams together, so under 23, under 21 and under 19, so our future stars.
So after the trials, we got the amazing news that we got selected to represent Australia in the under-19 quad scull, which is an amazing honour. So then we got given a training program, 14 sessions a week, which is difficult, but it's an amazing experience to go through and be like, wow, I just did that.
So I'm actually meant to be in the under-23 men's 8, and we had 3 Victorians in it. Then the outbreak happened, so we lost half our crew.
Been able to have a regatta this weekend at Carrum where they get to race each other, their uniforms presented, and we just think that's incredibly important for those people.
The toughest things for this season have just been basically like finding the motivation. I think the big thing that's been pushing us, when you're in a crew boat like a pair, you can push off each other, really make some good gains that way. I also think like the lead up regattas in Queensland States, New South Wales States, Nationals, and then we got to come here.
Really cool experience to race against the Olympic crews, particularly since we're not getting that overseas experience.
These guys are the best of the best, so to get anywhere near them within a margin that they set for us, that to us is like a gold medal. Obviously everyone wants to become one of those athletes, so being able to be a part of their preparation is the best part.
As a really nice reward for the hard work that everyone's put in.
Thank you to all our states, our partners, our coaches, our clubs, our Pathway Network have been incredible in supporting our young people and keeping them in the sport for the future.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're joined this morning in the commentary box by Jaime Fernandez with your OLY there. Jaime Fernandez, Olympian more than once, Deputy Performance Director for Rowing Australia. So welcome, Hammer.
Thanks, Razor. Great to be here.
Good to see you.
Yeah, likewise.
So your role is looking after the pathways for Rowing Australia, the under-19s, 21s, 23s, and I understand there's a new initiative that's come out, the Windermere Cup in the USA.
Yeah, look, we've been really fortunate, Razor, to be invited to compete in the Windermere Cup by the University of Washington, supported by the Seattle Yacht Club and the Windermere Group, which is a property group, an all expenses paid trip for 26 people. We have a men's and women's 8 plus reserves and coaches, etc.
You need a team manager?
Well, you might have to fight with Wags for that one. No, look, what a great opportunity, particularly if we're looking to keep engaged those athletes that are sitting in that space in between senior and 23s.
Yep.
And developing that team behind the team. So we're ready for 24 obviously, but 25 and onwards.
Yeah, there's often that little hiatus there, isn't there, between your last under 23 team and whether you actually make that senior A team and then on to the Olympic team. There's not too many who are the Bo Hansons who rode juniors one year and then in the Olympic team the next year.
Yeah, and having rode in that boat with him on the opposite side to what he normally rode, so obviously a pretty talented individual. You're absolutely right. It can be a challenging period, and how you keep young people motivated, engaged, giving them opportunities, because like in any Olympic cycle, there'll be a turnover that occurs, and so if people can be resilient, stay in it, then the opportunities present. But having these types of activities, I think, is critical to try and do that.
Well, there's an encouragement there that if you haven't quite made it just yet, that there's an incentive to keep going, because that's a wonderful opportunity to go and race in the Windermere Cup.
It's fantastic, and we've only been invited 2 other times, so this is third time in approximately about a 40-50 year period. So they invite an international country, typically every year, to come and compete, or a crew from a particular country, and so it is important. And I think keeping in mind too, with our centralised model, with our women in Penrith, our men in Canberra, they're essentially full-time athletes, so the challenge of breaking into that is a very real one.
Yep.
So we do need to keep investing in those people who sit in that space just outside of it, and make sure, because they're still very young, and as you know in our sport, you can compete for a very long time.
Long time.
So we need to do what we can to help support that group.
So it's interesting, but do you think the presence we have in the United States in the university system, and the fact that John Bowes is over there quite often, working with our university students who are still rowing, is that something that may have been noticed by the Americans and a reward almost for the commitment to that?
Yeah, look, I don't think it hurts. And look, it's an interesting space because, we have approximately 150, 160 young people who are collegiate athletes, scholars who are over there at the moment. Obviously, there's a percentage of those are the ones that we probably would think fit our profile and at the same time interested in continuing their rowing. But I think our results, the under-23s, winning the women's Cox 4 and world's best time was fabulous, with obviously Annabelle Eaton coaching that, and with Bosie coaching the men's 8, winning a bronze medal. It certainly didn't help, puts us on that radar, but look, we've had that US program running now since approximately 2011.
Yeah.
So it's finding the right balance between supporting our young people who stay and commit to our local environment here, and at the same time always looking how we can actually increase that talent pool, I guess through other strategies like the US.
So the under-21s this year, they'll be selected from this regatta?
Absolutely. So exciting racing out there, and just watching the heats yesterday, I think it's going to be quite difficult and tough to make that team, which is fabulous. Some really good depth across the board, women and men, sculling and sweep. So we're excited by what we saw yesterday. Looking forward to the finals.
That's against the Kiwis?
Yeah, in New Zealand this year. So for the first time for a very long time with COVID and everything else.
And Karapiro?
Yeah, Karapiro. So on their course and out of their training centre. So it should be good fun.
Okay, and the under-19s?
Under-19s are heading to Paris, so it's the
test event.
Test event.
Yeah.
For the Olympics, which is always really exciting. So having been to the last couple of those events, it is something quite unique and special to go and row on an Olympic course. And sometimes I think we get probably a little bit blasé and forget just how fortunate we can be when you have somewhere like Cirque as an Olympic course in your own country.
Yeah, certainly I've said to people talking about rowing in the 2032 Olympics that Cirque is still the benchmark.
Absolutely. Look, having had, like you, the privilege of travelling to many venues, either racing or coaching or as part of team management, it's a fabulous facility, not dissimilar to the one that we're here at Champions Lakes. Purpose-built, it's well set up, the infrastructure is there, and who doesn't want to race at a sort of world-class course?
Exactly. So the under-23 selections are done and dusted?
Yeah, look, for the first time for a long time, I mean, as you would probably remember from back in the day, we used to do all our selections together. This year we brought the 23s in with the seniors and that Windermere group that we spoke about previously. It just gives them some understanding of what the senior intensity, the way they go about their business, the professionalism. It helps us from a selection perspective to match up standards against what are absolutely world-class athletes and crews. So we've done a number of things this year in terms of looking at that integration. So we've had a number of camps at the NTCs, which have just been fabulous, I believe, and the feedback we've received from the athletes and coaches who attended those have been really positive. So we hope to continue that. And then we thought by bringing the trials together, it just enhances that. And from what we saw, it really did, and it was quite a positive event.
Yeah, and all of the schools have had their boys' heads of the river. Some girls' heads of the river have been on as well. So have you seen any talent in that under-17 and school area yet, or was it too early to give an assessment of what we're going to see here with the schools racing?
Oh, look, schools racing at Nationals is always pretty exciting. It's great fun going down particularly here or at Cirque on the bike path, to watch just the noise, the colour, the intensity of our schools racing. I think for young people, the main thing is just really enjoying what they do. Hopefully we can retain as many young women and men in our sport post-school. I think that's critical. I appreciate that school has a fairly pointed focus on the head of the river, which is a major event, understandably. But we hope that they can look beyond that, and their coaches and their programs help encourage young people to stay in this fabulous sport of ours.
I certainly noted this year in Queensland for the boys' head of the river, the quality of coaches that were there. The St Joseph's College Gregory Terrace, Year 11 first aid coached by Jack Price, the seconds by Eamon Stokes, and the thirds by Ivan Hooper. So
who's who of Queensland rowing?
Well, Hoops has been to so many events, internationally.
Look, and we are very blessed. Our school programs are well run, well resourced, very professional. They turn out wonderful athletes, which is probably why We see US recruiters see them as a great sort of hunting ground, so to speak, but also our clubs and our states, we're fortunate to benefit of what our school programs do.
Yeah.
And with 2032 on the horizon,
Yep.
it's an exciting time to be in the sport, and young people at school now, that's their Olympics. So.
Yeah, it is. That's certainly. Hammer, thanks very much for joining us.
My
We've got
pleasure,
to get
Rose.
ready for some racing. Thank
Good
you.
luck to everyone.
Thank you.
I'm incredibly proud to be a female in the mining industry, led by a great role model for mining, for the Australian economy.
This is the best mining company to work for.
Everyone kind of takes you under their wing.
Being an older person in mining as well, I find that people can come to me for advice.
I did hairdressing for a year before coming to mining. It's the best thing I've ever done.
It offers a level of financial security that women outside of the industry don't necessarily have, and it's just awesome.
We would like women to be safer here than they are anywhere else.
Every day is exciting, there's something happening. Just get out there, try something new.
This is the engine room of our Australian economy, and we get to be a part of what keeps this country afloat and helps with infrastructure and all the other projects that makes Australia such a fantastic country to live in.
To join us in building an exceptional future, go to buildinganexceptionalfuture.com.au.
I love exploring and getting off the beaten track, especially in Armidale. There's so many hidden gems and great trails to discover. You've got hiking, mountain biking, trail running. You can go to Champion Lakes and explore some beautiful waterways there and do some rowing or kayaking. It is really a great place to go to explore the outdoors. It's only half an hour from the city and you've got a world of adventures right at your feet. I love discovering the hidden gems in Bungendore Park and Wollongong Regional Park. They have to be two of my favourite places in the whole of the Darling Range. One of my favourite family-friendly places in Armidale is Wollongong Dam. There are loads of picnic areas and fantastic views, and it's really great for people of all ages. The City of Armidale have done a fantastic job in building a trail network which is inclusive for families and animals, with lots of dog-friendly trails available in the area. The great thing is they've put a lot of thought and effort into the environmental impact, with lots of dieback cleaning stations throughout the whole regional network. There are so many awesome things to do in the outdoors right here in the City of Armidale.
Rowing Australia would like to thank all event volunteers who have generously provided their time to become one of the Coles Supermarkets volunteer team. The dedication and commitment of those volunteers have ensured that we can provide a successful and enjoyable event for all. So when you're around the regatta this week, please be sure to thank our great volunteers and volunteer boat race officials for all the support they're giving us and you this week. Hancock Prospecting are the proud principal partners of Rowing Australia and the Australian rowing team, and they wish all competitors and athletes a successful regatta. Rowing Australia's National Integrity Framework has been adopted to mitigate integrity threats to rowing in Australia in relation to member protection, child safeguarding, competition manipulation and improper drug use. Rowing Australia is committed to ensuring a safe, fair and trustworthy environment for all participants at all levels and disciplines of rowing. Rowing Australia is broadcasting live via livestream.com and also linked via our website all week until the final race on Sunday. Hello to our interstate viewers. When posting socials, tag in @Western Australia and use the hashtag #ThisIsWA. Follow the Tourism WA Facebook page or follow them on Instagram by searching Western Australia. Don't forget to check out our traders and boat builders to service your boats and provide spare parts whilst you're here this week. We have Sykes, Croker Oars, Wintec, Rowfit and Perfect Balance Rowing. In the event of an emergency or evacuation, please follow the direction of event and venue staff. All cyclists must wear a helmet throughout the venue. Dogs must be kept on a leash and kept under control at all times. Please avoid leaving bags or personal belongings unattended. And keep Champion Lakes clean. Please make sure you put your rubbish in the bins and bin liners provided. Make sure to stay sun smart and slip, slop, slap and sip. Slip on a long sleeve t-shirt after racing, slop on some sunscreen, slap on a hat and sip on some water to keep you hydrated. For the latest results and the daily draws, visit our website arc.rowingaustralia.com.au. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for racing. Kicking off with race number 100. In this race will progress through to the final and the remainder will go to a repechage tomorrow. In lane 2, Hunter Valley Grammar and Lake Macquarie composite of Lisa Greisel and Harrison Nichols. In lane 3 from Community Rowing Club, Bronte Marshall and Sam Shalhoub, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjan. In lane 4 from the Southport School and Banks Rowing Club, Susanna Lutz and Toby Goffsassen. And in lane 5, a composite of Nikki Ayres from Capital Lakes and the ACT High Performance Programme and Jed Altschwager from Torrens Rowing Club and the South Australian Sports Institute.
Now, Lizzie, Community Rowing Club. This is a new one to me.
It was Balmain Para Rowing, and they now have their own shed and have set themselves up as a completely separate club to Balmain Rowing Club.
Okay.
Yeah.
And conditions are a bit tricky at the start. So
they are, so I'm a little concerned. So he's in a double scull, so he'll be fine. But Sam Shalhoub in the stroke seat of the Community double scull is vision impaired. In fact, I think he's completely blind. So I'm glad his first race here is in the double scull. Bronte Marshall, she and I train at the same gym. So hello, Vision in Drummoyne, if you're listening in. They usually are. She will definitely be directing him. She's very good, Bronte. Like that. She'll definitely be making sure he knows what's going on.
Would Alan Bennett say that you're a bit the same?
He might do. He might do. We did once do a double scull. We will never do that one again. So yes, he might say the same thing. It's an interesting group here. So in lane 5, we have the newly selected PR3 double scull for Australia, Nikki Ayres and Jed Altschwager. Jed in the stroke seat, Nikki in the bow seat.
And Paul Thompson's particularly excited about this combination.
Well, I think any combination with Jed is actually a good one. He trains so hard and he's a really, really good sculler. This is a new event at the Paralympic Games. So previously in the PR3 category, which is where you can use all 3 muscle groups, arms, trunk and legs. Yeah. We've only had the PR3 Coxed 4, and Nikki was in the PR3 Coxed 4 for the Tokyo Paralympics, so she's a Paralympian. But there hasn't been, although there's a double scull at the World Championships for the PR3s, there hasn't been an event at the Paralympics, but it's there now from Paris, and it's for those who have slightly greater impairments. Both Nikki and Jed qualify for that.
So the combination from the Southport School and Banks.
Now that's an interesting one. Yes, so
well,
both of them have been
1,700 kilometres apart.
Yes, and I'm sure they haven't trained in this double, but they are both part of the squad for the PR3 mixed Coxed 4. So it's a very, very new squad, and these athletes are young, both school age. Well,
so is this a Chad King initiative?
Yes, it is. Yes, so Chad has come in, and we have been working on a para-talent pipeline, but there have been limited opportunities if you're a real development athlete to actually do squad rowing, and this is Chad's vision that we get these groups together. So they're doing constant camps. Lisa Greisel is also in that camp, and she qualifies for the double, so she would be reserved for the double, I'd imagine, and Harrison Nichols at Hunter Valley Grammar School is also in that squad.
Yeah, so it's a great opportunity for these athletes, and Gordon Marks did a terrific job running the program before.
Absolutely.
He's moved on. Is he at Radford now?
He's at Radford now, doing a great job there, yes.
And now Chad King has taken over that role.
Matt's taken over along with James Loveday, who's come across from Great Britain. Fantastic coach and very experienced at para-talent development.
Would Chad have worked with James?
Yes, in Great Britain. Yes, yeah.
Okay. So,
we're very pleased to have James here.
Yeah. So we're getting close, and then all of a sudden we lose one. So we might have to chat a bit longer. But I did notice on my Facebook page that there is a couple of very important happy birthdays today. Men's NTC head coach, Rhett Aliff.
Congratulations and happy birthday to you, Rhett Aliff.
25 and some months. And a much younger man, Cormac Kennedy Leverett, is also having a birthday today. So happy birthday to Cormac. He may not be here yet, but yes, happy birthday to Cormac and Rhett Aliff, and former Australian team member Scotty Laidler. His wife Olivia Carnegie Brown is also, she rode in the Olympic 8 for Great Britain.
Yep.
Olivia also celebrating a birthday today, so happy.
All right, there we go.
And Scotty coached the BBC 8 along with Randall Martin, that won 2 years in a row, and this year when they won, John Pettigrew coached them. So you know Paul Pettigrew and John, his younger brother. John rode juniors for Australia back when I was a younger man. So the Pettigrew family have been very heavily involved in BBC over the years, but Scotty Laidler helped out with coaching of that crew. So there's the birthday calls for the day. So if you're not friends with me on Facebook, we're not going to announce you, not going to announce your birthdays. Don't just give us a random call it's your birthday. But yes, happy birthday to Big Rhett Aliff. He's a bit crook. I rang him earlier today. He's got a cold and he's a bit chesty, but he's come back where he lived for a few years. Of course, his dear wife is from Western Australia.
Yeah, and he did a great job here at the West Australian Institute of Sport, and working with him was Jamie Hewlett, who now heads up the WACE program. But yeah, he did a great job here at WACE, and I think his involvement in the pathway, so we were talking to Hammer about the performance pathway that's available here in Australia for youngsters. Rhett did a fantastic job, and I think being involved in the pathway for that first Olympiad from Rio through to Tokyo has really set him up well to be the head coach of the men's NTC program. He knows so many of the younger athletes that are starting to come through. Very exciting.
Yeah.
So just in case you can't see the screen, we're still having problems getting our athletes attached to the start line, so to the starting blocks, and so just a little delay there. So the wind a bit gusty this morning, and as a result of that, we may well see some lanes redrawn. The Fairness Committee might well have had a look at how the heats how these repechages are going to progress and make adjustments. So this is why, for those who are new to rowing, this is why it's really important in the race to do the very best you can and not try and game the system, because if we come to conditions which are windy and the lanes have to be redrawn, they will seed those who placed highest in the better lanes. So if you don't bother to row your race out or don't bother to try hard and you just come in last, you'll get the worst lane in the wind.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's something that you see happening often where youngsters just coast over the line, and I always talk about maximising your performance, so that if something like the wind does come up, and it happened last year at the World Under-23 and Under-19 Championships, and
it happens more often than people realise.
The president of the jury was Nick Hunter. And he acted swiftly, and they went for a preferred lane draw, and I congratulated him on the decisiveness he showed.
Yes,
for that.
No, it really does. It happens very often, and there's no excuse to be surprised by it. So when you go to an international standard competition like this one, it's quite important to read the rules and know what's happening and why things are being redrawn or being changed around, and it's not the progression that you would normally anticipate.
So we've got three of them are okay. It's just the one closest to, so it's the Hunter Valley Grammar Lake Macquarie crew by the looks of it, Lizzie.
Yeah, and they're a new combination. So that's Lisa in the bow seat and Harrison in the stroke seat. So they're just coming forward to the catch position now and are really trying to tap it on the right and back it down on the left and try and swing their boat around I'm not quite sure what's happening with the person in the rib. They don't seem to be able to hang on.
No, I thought they were going to be very helpful, but
I think
not proven to be
might have been
so.
better without them. Mind you, when it's gusty like that, it's so difficult because look, here's another gust and it's just blowing them off course again.
Yeah, so hang on to your bow side oar.
We need one of those grumpy coaches to go up there and start yelling at people.
Well, Rhett's
You're not allowed to do that anymore, are you?
Rhett's busy eating birthday cake, so we can't do that.
AB's busy sorting out the New South Wales team kit.
I think we're getting close.
Yeah, I think so too. And guys, this is the first of 2 heats in the PR3 mixed double scull. So as we said, it's the first of our para events here at the regatta. We'll see these guys in single sculls later on, and today, and then later on in the regatta in the. Looks to me like Hong Kong have got a PR2 double out there, and we'll also see the PR3 mixed coxed fours.
And another good piece of advice is to keep your bow into the wind here.
Very definitely.
If we can get the rubber duck out of the way, I reckon the starter's going to say go, don't you, Lizzie?
I would if I was them. I'd do a really quick start.
Yeah.
I think these athletes are going to be exhausted by the time the race actually starts. They're tapping on so hard on the start line. So another point that we've noticed with this course, you're quite exposed at the start. Oh yeah, they're off and running. We've done a quick start. Well done, umpire. Don't blame you. So just to recap then, in lane 2, we have Lisa Greisel and Harrison Nichols. In lane 3, Bronte Marshall and Sam Shalhoub. In lane 4, Susanna Lutz and Toby Goffsassen. And in lane 5, Nikki Ayres and Jed Olschwager. And everybody taking it very cautiously indeed, rather choppy water.
Yeah, that's going to be... It's going to be difficult for Jed because he normally goes very hard, doesn't he? And some of the best performances we've seen in PR3 have been coming from Jed Olschwager. I think it was in Tasmania 2 years ago. He absolutely bolted in one. Did he win the interstate single, I think?
That's right, in the interstate single. Yeah, he's trains at the South Australian Sports Institute and he doesn't have a partner there. I do believe now that the crew has been selected, Nikki Ayres will relocate from Canberra to Adelaide and start training with him. She undertook some training last year. She's a nurse and was a trauma services nurse. She's done a course in midwifery, I believe, and I think she's going to Adelaide to take a job there. So that she'll be able to train with Jed, which will be fantastic. And certainly just making their way very safely and cautiously through the bumpy water now. So they seem to be straight and okay. Susanna Lutz and Toby Goffsassen, I can't see them. Definitely the Bronte Marshall and Sam Shalhoub double seem to be okay. Oh no, there we go. You can see Susanna and Toby now. And not yet in view, Lisa Greisel and Harrison Nichols, who are really copping the wind there.
Yeah. So.
And had difficulties getting straight off the start. So, and now one of the things also to notice in para rowing is what is the impairment. So with both Lisa and Harrison, they have foot impairments. And that means often that they can't feel their feet. So, is this them now? Yeah, they seem to have settled into it and they're moving quite smoothly now.
Yeah, that's good. That's good rowing, isn't it?
But it does mean that, you know, for example, Lisa, I know, can't feel most of her right foot. So that proprioception that a fully able-bodied person would have in the boat is sometimes you have to make compensation for that in para rowing.
Well,
so we have Nikki.
That would be very difficult because, you know, you need to get up and on the balls of your feet and, and feel the drive. And, okay.
Yeah, so with Lisa we've been working on, okay, what can you feel? She can feel her big toe on her right foot, and so then working the big right toe and the thumb on the left hand to get that balance and make sure she's level as she comes into the catch.
Oh, I'm so pleased that you're up here for this segment, Lizzie.
It's quite. And so then here we, I think, have Bronte and Sam. So I have such admiration for people like Sam and Kate Murdoch, who used to row in the PR3 double for Australia and then the PR3-4. If you have absolutely no vision at all, to row in water like this must be terrifying.
Absolutely.
So I'm so impressed that they do it. We are so lucky if we have full vision.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So progressing through the course, on lane 2, Lisa Greisel and Harrison Nichols. On lane 5, Nikki Ayres and Jed Altschwager. Can't yet see the difference, but you would expect Nikki and Jed to be just ahead. Susanna Lutz and Toby Goffsassen making steady progress, and then Bronte Marshall and Sam Shalhoub.
So the first 2 will go through to the final, and the other 2 will go to a repechage. So certainly Jed in the stroke seat there. You can see the Torrens Rowing Club colours, the red and white, similar to Mossman but different.
Yes, and as I said, he trains so hard, so through rowing he's also got into doing quite a bit of cycling, and I would imagine he's quite good. Jed has a prosthetic leg as a result of an accident, a work accident, and Nikki has quite a severe leg impairment as a result of a rugby injury.
Oh, right, okay. So you said she's doing nursing?
She is, yeah.
So
yes.
She's done trauma nursing, now she's doing midwifery.
She would be the most amazing person. I've always thought if I was ever in a life and death situation, I'd want Nikki Ayres there, because she's very cut and dried about things. No compromise, just gets on with it.
Well, ironically enough, my daughter is a intensive care unit nurse, and my daughter-in-law is a midwife.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
So we've got my daughter and my daughter-in-law all wrapped up in Nikki Ayres. So there you get one person doing 2 jobs.
And the other person who does nursing in a trauma situation, emergency situation, is Kat Ross, who's not here at the regatta. She's had an operation to remove a ganglion and is still recovering from that. And so she's chosen not to do this regatta, and looking at the water, she's probably make the right decision. But we will see other members of our international squad. We'll see Eric Horry later on in the PR1 single and Simon Olbury in the PR2 single. They are both Olympians. And we'll see Jess Gallagher racing later, I believe. Tom Birtwistle has had to withdraw. He's from the PR3-4 last year. He's had to withdraw due to illness. But so we have Jed and Nikki, who are very experienced, and the rest of our para rowers here, apart from Eric and Simon, but certainly in the PR3s, are all fairly new to this. So this will be their probably second national championships and first actually in the national squad. But going really well. A great squad there under the guidance of Chad King and James Loveday.
Now Heat 2, Nikki, our co-commentator Stuart John is in, and in these rough conditions.
Beck Jones, yep.
Yeah, so Stuart with his hand impairments, this is going to be very difficult, because it's a natural thing to try and grip the handle harder when you're in these sort of conditions.
Yeah.
And Stuart's impairment there will certainly make that impossible.
Yeah, so he has what they call an active hand, so like a grip that goes over the oar handle, a bit like a pogie, and a pogue, and he'll use that. We just hope that those guys who have limb impairments in the upper body, it's be tough for them, but hopefully they'll do it. I've got to say, making great progress after a horrible start, Lisa Greisel and Harrison Nichols. Up there challenging Jed and Nikki, which is great. Lisa did go through the trial procedure for the PR3 double scull and just missed out. Harrison was setting his cap at the rowing, but we saw him race yesterday in the under-19 men's single, and he'll be racing again later today in the repechage of that. He rows for his school, Hunter Valley Grammar School.
So is Rowan Hislop encouraging para rowing?
And Odin McIntosh, absolutely. I think all school coaches should. There are plenty of people with impairments that would qualify them for para rowing in school programs.
Well, obviously John Smythe at the Southport School with Toby Goffsassen there.
Yes, yep. Susanna did school rowing and then went to Banks Rowing Club. There've been a couple we've got Sam Fennessy at Mercantile, so he's spotted a few people who've come to Mercantile from school rowing, and of course Hannah Every Hall, who was really active in school rowing in Victoria, who spotted a few people there. So our spies are out finding good talent. So they're coming down towards the past the spectators area now. In the lead, Jed Altschwager in the stroke seat, Nikki Ayres in the bow seat, and we wish them the best of luck for the international season. This is our selected PR3 double. On the far side, completely scratched combination. I doubt they've even had a training row together. Harrison Nichols in the stroke seat and Lisa Greisel in the bow seat. Some
doing
real
a great
talent
job
coming through there from the Central Coast area of New South Wales and doing a fabulous job.
And then the next combination would have, I doubt, would have had a training row either.
Agreed. So this will be Susanna Lutz in the bow seat and Toby Goffsassen from
the Southport
School in the stroke seat.
And then back to the Community Rowing Club crew of Bronte Marshall and Sam Shalhoub. So the coaches are Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjam. She's been coaching para rowing for quite some time, hasn't she?
She certainly has, yes. And I think they are so delighted they've taken over the Macquarie University boat shed just next to Riverview College on the Lane Cove River in New South Wales. And they are completely para. They have no able-bodied people rowing at that shed. So you'll see that there is an umpire's launch sticking very tightly to that crew because Sam can't see anything. And we have a couple of safety launches out as well. So across the finish line now, our third crew, Susanna Lutz and Toby Goffsassen from the Southport School.
So they're moving in for the next race as well, Lizzie, and expected a similar difficulty to get this one underway, I would imagine.
I would think so too. In this race, we have a composite of Lauren Webber from Community Rowing with Kevin Wall of Shellharbour. Kevin Wall was at Community Rowing, but or Balmain Para as it was, but he went away, came back, and he's got moved to Shellharbour, and he's the captain of the club. He's doing a great job at Shellharbour. So
where is Shellharbour?
Down near Wollongong.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Yeah. On the coast there in New South Wales. So again, the crew coaches are Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjam. In lane 3 from Bundaberg Rowing Club, Rebecca Markwell in the stroke seat, very experienced para rower there. She's represented New South Wales for a number of years, and her partner is Christian Lane Krebs, who represented Queensland last year. They're coached by Alan Goff. In lane 4 from ANU in the Capital Territory, Stuart John, our co-commentator with Rebecca Jones, coached by Dion Grant, Edward Bien and William Hatcher. So Stuart, who came to para rowing through sport, really, by being executive officer of ACT Rowing, and then realised how
much fun it was.
Well, yeah, and how much rowing there is in the para category, and that he qualified for it. So he's paired with Rebecca Jones, who rowed at Pymble Ladies College in the bow seat of the first date, and then had a medical incident that has left her with a leg impairment, and she has taken to para rowing like a duck to water. So she's loving university there at ANU and rowing for the shed there. And those two have a lot of fun in their double.
Right.
It's good rowing as well. And our final crew in lane 5 is a composite between Mac Russell of the University of Queensland and Julia Story of Drummoyne Rowing Club. These two seasoned campaigners in PR3 intellectual impairment category. They're coached by Michael Russell, that's Mac Russell's dad, and coach at UQ, who had lots of success yesterday with his athletes, and Kathleen Hextall, who is the president and para rowing coach at Drummoyne Rowing Club. Julia has represented Australia for a number of years. So whilst these athletes are trying to get onto the starting line, So they are off, and off a lot quicker than the previous race, and still quite lumpy water, difficult conditions there. So we can see that they are picking their way carefully, but they seem to be a lot more confident than the previous race, and it's a lot more evenly contested as well. So Lauren Webber and Kevin Wall, they've raced together a number of times now. They're across there in the far side, right up with Christian Lane Krebs and Rebecca. Sorry, that's Mac Russell and Julia Story I'm looking at. I keep forgetting the camera's on the other side.
Yeah.
So Mac Russell and Julia Story, very experienced at rowing together, rowed together at the Virtus Global Games.
And Mac has been selected to go to the next edition of that, is that right?
And Julia has too, yes, and that's in France. So they'll be going across there in June. I'm pretty sure Bronte Marshall's going as well from the previous race.
Right.
Yep. So there are a number of events that Virtus run. It was called the INEAS Global Games. For specialising in intellectual impairment, and often there's a physical impairment there
I
too.
did the commentary for it when it was held on the Gold Coast.
Oh, did you? A couple of years ago, yes, yes.
So it's more than 2020 ago, because Steve Hinchy was the judge, and Steve passed in 2020.
But they had it there. They had the Asia Pacific version, I think, last year or the year before.
Okay.
Yeah. So, progressing quite well there in lane 5, Mac Russell and Julia Story, and next to them, Stuart Jones, John and Rebecca Jones.
Yep, doing a great job. But as we mentioned, Stuart's hand impairment may have been quite a problem here with trying to grip the handle harder, but you did describe that there is a device that he puts his hand in.
Yeah, it's called an active hand, and a number of people use it, including, I'm pretty sure, Al Viney, who was in the Paralympic 4 last year, who's not racing here, but she uses it as well for her sweep rowing. There we see, is that lane 2? So Lauren Webber and Kevin Wall. Yes, that's right. That will be the yellow of Shell Harbour in the stroke seat. So you can see it's rather exposed in this first bit. This is where the rowers come out from the training lake around the island, and I think then once you get down to the island there's a little bit more shelter. And here we've got Christian Lane Krebs and Rebecca Markwell from Bundaberg. So Rebecca has a vision impairment as well. Christian hasn't been rowing as long as Rebecca, but he has made remarkable progress under the steady guidance of Alan Goff, doing a great job there with Rebecca for years now, and now taking Christian Lane Krebs under his wing as well.
And Alan standing down below the commentary tower here, watching the race on the big screen, so a big shout out to Alan Goff. He and I raced against each other last century. Back when Bundaberg singlet was gold and black stripes straight up and down, as opposed to the colour of it currently. But yeah, very rich rowing history in Bundaberg in the Wide Bay region of Queensland. So it's a good race developing now, Lizzie, between the Mac Russell, Julia Story crew and the Stuart John Rebecca Jones crew.
It certainly is, especially given how lumpy the water is. I think they're both doing really well. I'm just trying to remember, this is really terrible of me, we'll get him to talk about it later, but Stuart is president of a charity for that assists people with hand impairments, but I can't remember what it's called.
Yeah, he posted a thing on Facebook only a couple of days ago about that very issue. Yeah.
What would we do without social media?
Probably have more time to ourselves.
Well, here we go. Another birthday today. Bill Tate's son, Luca.
There you go.
Happy birthday, Bill Tate's son, Luca.
That charity is called Aussie Hands. So Stuart is the president of Aussie Hands. And there's an Aussie Hands Foundation as well. So He's a busy man, is young Stuart.
He is, but I know that if you are a rower and you do have a hand impairment, if you wanted to talk to Stuart, I'm sure he would welcome you to, especially if you think that you might need some sort of device to help you with your grip around the oar handle. And also we've mentioned Chad King and James Loveday, so for athletes who are rowing at a fairly high level that think that they might qualify for para rowing, by all means you can contact them via the Rowing Australia website, or they're around here in the boat park today.
Yep. So Mac Russell and Julia Story. I ran into Kathleen Hextall down in the boat park yesterday, and she continues to coach Julia at Drummoyne Rowing Club.
She certainly does. In fact, she's built up a group of athletes there at Drummoyne that include Kai Sakakibara, who was the BMX rider who had a horrible face plant.
Oh, yes.
So he's taken up rowing as well, and he's absolutely loving it. So it's a small squad, but a very happy one. In fact, Kai rows with the able-bodied most of the time to really try and accelerate his learning. Yeah.
Sister who was a...
Saya, she's still cycling, yes.
Yep, okay.
Very brave of her. She too had a, I think she was, it happened just before the Olympics, and yeah, it was really quite concerning. So Kai enjoying being involved in another sport, and I think if you have been involved in sport to a very high level and then you have an impairment, rowing is a very controlled, logical, organised sport with a lot of support. It's a pretty good sport to move across to. So yeah, and you see somebody like Jess Gallagher, of course, who's been an elite athlete, a Paralympian in other sports, moving across to rowing as well, and fingers crossed she'll make her first Paralympics in rowing soon.
Is there a sport she hasn't tried?
And she's good at all of them. And she's a chiropractor, I believe, or an osteopath, and she's good at that too, and a terrific public speaker. And we'll see her later on in this regatta in the PR3-4s.
I would suggest that Stuart John and Rebecca Jones are doing a fantastic job here, because Mac Russell and Julia Story, very experienced, and a very experienced combination. I know Stuart and Rebecca are from the same club, but you know, and they would have had opportunities to train, but they're not that far away from the leading crew.
So on the screen there, we see Kevin Wall from Shell Harbour and Lauren Webber from Community Rowing, who are coached again by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjan. Steadily making their way down the course now. Coming into the tent area now, our leading crew from Drummoyne and the University of Queensland Boat Club. Mac Russell from UQ, Julia Story from Drummoyne. Just behind them, representing ANU, so the Australian National Uni, Stuart John and Rebecca Jones.
Don, we've got a couple of sort of general messages. So this race drawing to its conclusion, still a dozen or so strokes to go for Matt Russell and Julia Story. Matt in the stroke seat, Julia in the bow seat. And an all-the-way win. Matt, how many world records did Matt set during COVID on the Ergo? It was an astronomical amount.
So well done, Mac Russell, Julia Story. We hope you don't get weather like that when you do your double scull in France later on in the year. We wish you good luck for the season. And coming across the line now, Stuart John in the bow seat, Rebecca Jones in the stroke seat.
Yep, well done to them in second place. And in third place will be Lauren Webber and Kevin Wall of Shell Harbour and Community Rowing, and fourth will be Bundaberg Rowing Club, Christian Lane Krebs and Rebecca Markwell. So join us at the Rowing Australia tent to take on our three exciting ERG challenges. Test your limits and push your fitness with our fastest 50 calories, peak watts and consistency challenges. Each day, some lucky participants who complete a challenge will receive a free t-shirt. The overall winners will take home some Australian Rowing Team kit Join our community of like-minded individuals and challenge yourself to new heights. Don't wait any longer. Come along to the RA Indoor Rowing Coastal Tent for 1, 2 or all 3 challenges today.
Oh, I'm curious now. I haven't seen that tent. I've seen a bay that's got coastal rowing around the back there, but I haven't seen the tent. So
it may be in that bay. We'll get a clarification on that.
That'd be better. Yeah. So, tricky conditions, as we can see, for our contestants in the para rowing. I think it'd be tricky conditions for anybody. So we'll see. We're moving next to the under-17 women's single scull race, so I don't think it'll be that easy for them either. Here they come, completing now our field of 4 double sculls. Christian Lane Krebs and Rebecca Markwell. They will progress through to the repechage, and I am sure they are hoping that it'll be different water to this. They'll be tired.
That's for sure.
So just repeating then, through to the final, Mac Russell and Julia Story, joined by Stuart John and Rebecca Jones, and going to the repechage, Christian Lane Krebs and Rebecca Markwell from Bundaberg, Lauren Webber and Kevin Wall from Community and Shell Harbour. So the first of our under-17 women's single scull repechages is now in progress, with Commercial in lane 3 represented by Poppy Yarsky, Hunter Valley Grammar School in lane 4 represented by Zoe Armstrong, Buckingham in lane 5 Matilda Cocker, Swan River in lane 6, that's Elsie Griffith, and Sydney University Boat Club in lane 7 Addison Rolls.
And difficult to see, but I would suggest Addison Rolls is our leader, possibly over the buck sculler Matilda Cocker. Hamish Johnson coaching Matilda at Buckingham Rowing Club, and Addison Rolls coached by Kieran Glynn and Ray Boyle out of Sydney University Boat Club.
Indeed, and she also rows for Queenwood, so we'll be seeing her there. And she had a good race yesterday against Lucy Yabsley from Glebe Rowing Club and Ascombe School. Lucy did the most, when I had a look at the data afterwards, she had the most amazing third 500. I think she was very cautious. She's also in a Philippi here, and she usually rows an Empacker. So I think a lot of people were quite cautious yesterday, and certainly Lucy had an amazing race and overtook Addison. And it's the first time these two, who are both well-respected scullers in the schoolgirl category in New South Wales, first time they'd actually met each other, I think, to race.
Oh, so right.
Yeah. So Addison, very handy. It was only 2 seconds at the end, and as I say, it was that third 500 for Lucy that saw her come through. So I would favour Addison in this as well, but obviously we've got people that you've not raced before, because we're racing people from across the entire country.
So, as you said, Addison rows at Queenwood?
She does. She's stroke of their under-17-8 racing later on, and she's in their first 8 as well.
So who coaches
that's, now you're asking me.
Sorry.
Pretty sure it's Kieran Glynn and Ray Boyle for the first 8, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So she's got a handsome lead here over the sculler in Station 5, Buckingham, Matilda Cocker, and then in the middle of those two and tailed off is the Swan River sculler, Elsie Griffith. And then further across the far side, I can't count them all, Lizzie. I can only see 4 of them, to be honest with you.
So Matilda, she came 4th in her heat yesterday, but it was a fairly close heat. So the racing was a lot closer than it was in Addison's race. She did a time of 9:10, but as I say, racing right to the line. Yeah, I can't either.
You can only see 4 also?
Uh-huh. I'm just going to...
Poppy Yarsky in 3rd place, Commercial Rowing Club on the far side of the course there, coached by David Vandas, Gary Townsend and Ross Bartho. David Vandas, of course, began his rowing in his native Czech Republic and has been with Commercial Rowing Club for a few years now and doing a terrific job and recruiting very, very well. Commercial went through a period where it was predominantly a master. A lot of youngsters rowing there, particularly young females, and they're benefiting from David's experience, having rowed for the Czech Republic.
So I'm wondering if that's who's missing. Is it Poppy Yarsky missing from lane 3, or is that Scully?
No, that is Poppy Yarsky who's...
So we've definitely got Addison, and she is coming towards the finish line now.
I'd suggest it's Hunter Valley Grammar, Zoe Armstrong, who's missing, because we've got Sydney University, we've got Buckingham, we've got Commercial, and Swan River is in between Buckingham and Sydney Uni.
Right.
So I would suggest it's Hunter Valley Grammar who's missing. And time's well into the 9 minutes again today. These tricky crosswind conditions, but Addison rolls, Sydney University, sculling beautifully on this side of the course. As Lizzie said, quite within the rules that the lanes have been redrawn. The crews that finished highest, the highest losers, let's say, from yesterday's heats, get the best lanes today in the repecharges when the jury has determined that we needed to go to the preferred lane draw. I was often critical, Lizzie, in years gone by of FISA taking too long to make the decision to go to the preferred lane draw, but as I said earlier, last year at the World Under-19 and Under-23s under the leadership of Nick Hunter, they acted and acted swiftly, and I'm sure every competitor appreciated it.
So our final competitors crossing the line now in the first repechage of the under-17 women's single scull. So the results, a win there for Addison Rolls of Sydney University Boat Club. Second, Matilda Cocker of Buckingham. Third, Poppy Yarsky of Commercial. And fourth, Elsie Griffith of Swan River. So the first two progress through to the semi-final and the remainder are eliminated. So that's Addison Rolls and Matilda Cocker through to the semi-final. In the scull, we have Brianna Dale from Marcella Paget of Rockhampton Fitzroy in lane 4, Annabelle Mackenzie of Newcastle Grammar in lane 5, Mackenzie Kopke Veldhuis of Wendouree Ballarat in lane 6, and Danielle Watt of Brisbane and GPS in lane 7.
So Mackenzie Kopke Veldhuis would be used to these sort of conditions, racing at Lake Wendouree. Yes. Being a member of Wendouree Ballarat, and I'm sure Richard Dorstein told us yesterday she rows there. There's about 7 boat sheds on Lake Wendouree.
Yes, yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? And was it Wendouree Ballarat that, was it Clarendon? The
Ballarat
school,
and Clarendon College, yeah.
The very strong junior women's program.
I think I said once that a couple of years ago that if Ballarat and Clarendon didn't attend the Nationals Championships, that wasn't a real Nationals. They tend to be here every year, rowing Coxed Fours usually, because that is the preferred boat in Ballarat, and usually at a very high level and very successful. And 2 of the Ballarat and Clarendon girls, I think, made the Australian Under-19 8 last year.
So we can see they're progressing through the course now. They're at the bit now that's quite open and quite windy. We can see the wind today blowing some of the dust off that building site behind.
Yeah, and it is Danielle Watt of Brisbane and GPS who's leading from the Wendouree Ballarat sculler, Mackenzie Kopke Veldhuis.
She's doing pretty well, Mackenzie Kopke Veldhuis. It was 5 seconds, but I think that she is, she's rowing really consistently. Back to, by the looks of things, lane 5, Annabelle Mackenzie from Newcastle Grammar School. No, it's Tamara Bates. I was going to say,
Bates.
It's hard to tell. So lane 3 is red and lane 6 is orange, but
yeah,
maybe I'm colourblind. I find it hard to tell the difference between the two. So Tamara Bates from Unley High in South Australia, coached by Daniel Ralph, sitting in 3rd. Marcella Paget, who's come a long way. She's come from Rockhampton Fitzroy. She's doing well in 4th.
Well, she's coached by Kim and Bonnie Byrne. So Kim and her 2 daughters, Sarah and Bonnie, a coaching team there at Rockhampton Fitzroy.
So
So Danielle Watt leads by 5 seconds over Mackenzie Kopke-Veldhuis, then Tamara Bates, Marcella Paget and Brianna Dale. So Annabelle Mackenzie not starting, I would suggest.
Yeah, so that's interesting. All the people from the Middle Coast of New South Wales.
But Danielle Watt of Brisbane and GPS Rowing Club. Used to be Brisbane and GPS Old Boys Rowing Club. I imagine they've dropped the Old Boys, I'm not sure. Coached by Nigel Stubbs, and it's great to see Nigel coaching at national level, and Maddie Pakila. So quite a squad they've got going there, along with the evergreen Peter Howard, who coaches there, and Alan and Kate Borgia.
So, according to the website, none of these people have officially withdrawn, so that's a bit of a worry. So, if you are about to go out and race, just a reminder to get out there early. Conditions are tricky, so...
I reckon the Wendouree Ballarat sculler is drawing closer to Danielle Watt here, Lizzie.
Yes, as we said, quite dogged and determined, and there's a place for that.
Yes, there is.
And you certainly don't get much success in rowing without working hard.
No,
I think
that's for sure.
Pretty much what we were talking to Hammer about earlier.
Was it golfer Jack Nicklaus said the harder he worked, the luckier he got, I think he said.
I like it.
She's cut about 2 seconds off that lead. It was over 5 seconds at the halfway mark, and at the 1500 it's 3.75, so still a bit of work to do to catch Danielle Watt.
So in these repêchages, only 2 of the scullers go through, so this is a second chance at getting into the semi-final, but once the results of these races are known, that's it. Time to de-rig and put the boat back on the trailer.
Yep. Although a lot of these could be rowing in the schoolgirl single later in the program.
Yes, they could. They could indeed.
So Tamara Bates is a student at Unley High, where she's coached by Daniel Ralph. Daniel's dad, Brett, is the technical director for Rowing Australia. So for this regatta,
he'll have a sore head this morning with all of this wind. Tamara Bates still sitting in 3rd position, but far too far behind to really make a difference to the chances of Mackenzie Kopke-Veldhuis getting into the semi-final. Still, it's good training. It's always good to race with intent and rehearse it.
She's coming. The Wendouree Ballarat sculler is pegging that lead back. She's got the beat right up. Have a look at the rating there, Lizzie.
Excellent race. Excellent race.
Danielle Watt now is responding to that challenge. She too has lifted her rating. As you Brits would say, their rate of striking.
Indeed, and we've seen today why it's important to get the best possible result in your race, because you want a better lane if the lanes are seeded because of weather conditions. So
exactly.
I think Mackenzie Kopke-Veldhuis, very smart move indeed. She's waited, playing cat and mouse really, and now she is pouncing inside the last 100 metres.
Danielle Watt lifting beside her, but I think the Wendouree Ballarat sculler has got her bow in front, although it's very close, Lizzie, as they draw to the line. Oh, we're going to have to leave this one to the judge, I reckon. Oh, dear.
Excellent race from both of those scullers.
Cracking race from Mackenzie Kopke-Veldhuis and Danielle Watt of Wendouree Ballarat and Brisbane and GPS respectively in race number 104. So we are running a little bit late, ladies and gentlemen, but athletes, consider that the regatta is on time and be there at the scheduled time. We have called for a photo, Lizzie. I'm not surprised at that.
How exciting.
Unley High in 3rd place.
4th race of the day, and we're already on to photo finishes.
Tamara Bates from Unley High has finished 3rd. The old school of former Prime Minister, wasn't it? I think one of the Prime Ministers went there. Julia Gillard, I think she was an Unley High student.
Oh, right you are.
I think so.
Yeah, well done, Tamara. She might not be through to the semi-final, but she certainly acquitted herself well by getting down the course.
Marcella Paget, I would suggest.
Marcella coming across the line there in 4th position, and Brianna Dale from Bundaberg in lane 2, completing her 2,000 metre adventure for this morning. Coached by Rodney Dick, she'll draw across the line in 5th position, and we believe the Newcastle Grammar sculler did not start.
And race 105, the start list is up. In lane 2, Gippsland Grammar, Ruby Lindray. Lane 3, Gippsland Grammar, Lucy Hodges. Lane 4, Commercial Rowing Club, Rose Ricks. Lane 5, Swan River, Izzy Bolton. Lane 6, Brisbane and GPS, Eva Hosking. And lane 7, Gippsland Grammar, Scarlett Tavaski.
Scarlett Tavaski in the lead at the moment, with Eva Hosking just behind her, and then it's back to Rose Ricks of Commercial, and then to Izzy Bolton of Swan River. And then back to Lucy Hodges of Gippsland Grammar, and again oh no, I just think we do have a full field. Yes, we do. And then back to Ruby Lindray of Gippsland Grammar in lane 2.
So Tavaski's got a handsome lead here, 11.5 seconds over Eva Hosking, and Rose Ricks a further 13.46 back. So they're spread out over some territory, Lizzie, that's for sure. And of course, with the length of the race, you know, we're getting well into the 9.5 minutes here. It's not surprising that those margins blow out like that. Yet the previous race is a photo finish, which is still yet to be determined, I believe. Izzy Bolton is in 4th place here, behind Tavaski, Hosking, Ricks. Bolton is 4th. Scarlett Tavaski goes past the tents on the judges' side of the course with a handsome lead, in no danger. First 2 to advance directly to the semi-finals, which will be races 210 and 212. So first thing tomorrow morning, and the remainder will be eliminated.
So Scarlett raced Mackenzie Kopke-Veldhuis, who we saw race so well in that previous repechage. She raced her yesterday and actually beat her yesterday. So here we see her progressing really well.
Eva Hosking from Brisbane and GPS in 2nd place in that distinctively coloured boat there.
Slower than Scarlett, so things are making any difference to people's overall speed, really. It's more how you handle the race. So coming across the line in 1st position from Gippsland Grammar, Scarlett Tavaski.
Handsome margin there. And in 2nd place, again coached by Nigel Stubbs and Maddie Pakila.
Of Commercial Rowing Club, a good finish for her there. She won't progress through to the semi-final, but she's rowed a good steady race. She'll place 3rd in this repechage.
She draws to the line now.
And then it'll be Izzy Bolton from
Morich Jack Hutchinson when he was a lightweight rower. Izzy Bolton and Grammar Scullers. Lucy Hodges will be 5th and Ruby Lindray will be 6th. And repechage 4 of the under-17 women's single scull.
Yeah, I was just having a look there to see if they were all there, and hopefully Spalding in lane 2. We have Sarah Wake from Bundaberg in lane 3 and Jada Critchlow from Bundaberg in lane 4. Maddie Higgins from Tasmania in lane 5. Lila Meredith from Commercial in lane 6 and Juliet Kelly from Fremantle in lane 7.
Juliet's coached by Keely Atchison. Lila Meredith coached by David Vanders, Gary Townsend and Ross Bartho. No coach listed for Maddie Higgins. I'll try and contact Lloyd Luck and find out who's coaching all of these. Tasmanian University. Bundaberg, Jada Critchlow coached by Rod Dick. Matilda Spalding, not surprisingly, coached by Mervyn David Tippett. Sculler. This course, she would have rode on it on a number of times, a number of occasions, even though she's under 17. Fremantle, only just down the road, really. Not sure where they train down there.
She had a good race yesterday, been in a fairly spread out field. Coming in second behind Sophia Cross of Bunbury Rowing Club. A local extravaganza. A lot of these scullers, it was across the under 17 age category, really. And if you've just arrived at the course, justify a reseeding in the preliminary round yesterday, the better lane you get according to the wind conditions today. So we were just saying earlier how important it is in rowing that you do your best every single race and don't assume that you're going to have good race conditions for every. That will give you an advantage. See here making great progress now in lane 7. Juliet Kelly from Fremantle, who finished second in her race yesterday. In lane 6, Lila Meredith of Commercial, who finished third in hers. And so it goes on. And Maddie Higgins from Tasmania University having a good row there. And as she comes through on, and she's maintained that drive to work her way through Lila Meredith. The importance of that, or relevance of that, is that only 2 people from this repechage will go through to the semi-final.
Exactly, that was a great push from Maddie Higgins to get her into second place. I'm well aware of the progression, obviously, and it's up to Lila Meredith, but I think there's not enough water left for her to come back from that move that Maddie Higgins has put on.
Then also doing really well, Jada Critchlow from Bundaberg. She's rowing remarkably consistently, keeping it long and looking quite confident despite the choppy conditions. Of course, the conditions do get better as you progress down the course and get a bit more shelter from this wind. But it's an outdoor sport. You can't pretend wind doesn't affect you. Juliet Kelly across the line. Tasmania University to progress through to the semi-final in the under-17 women's single scull. A great row from Lila Meredith, but she'll just miss out. But I always say lose the race, but don't lose the learning. So a good learning there for her. And now our lane 4 sculler, Jada Critchlow from Bundaberg, crossing in 4th position. Sarah Wake from Bundaberg will finish in 5th. And then it'll be our Tasmanian sculler, Matilda Spalding from Mersey, who will cross the line in 6th.
So, Lizzie, that's a call that the Brisbane Lions coach Chris Fagan makes. We're either winning or we're learning.
I like that. I like that very much.
Yeah, they're not winning or losing, they're winning or they're learning.
Absolutely right.
I think he's an old chalky, Chris Fagan, an old school teacher. So, So under 17 women's single scull repechage 5. After repechage 6, Richard will come in and give Lizzie a rest. It's been a hard morning, Lizzie, those first couple of starts. But in repechage 5, in lane 3 from Mantle, Charlotte Hanson Nahoy. In lane 4, Wendouree Ballarat, Mia Woodburn. Lane 5, Canberra Grammar, Jade Wilson. Lane 6, Brisbane and GPS, Astrid Thomas. And lane 7, Commercial Rowing Club, Sienna Becker.
So Sienna Becker, again, was second in her heat yesterday behind Ella Gerand of Gippsland Grammar, who was quite impressive. There was quite a fast heat. Ella did 8:48 and Sienna, who we see racing here today did 8:56, so no slouch at all, and off to a good start now. She's being challenged by the sculler beside her in lane 6, Astrid Thomas from Brisbane and GPS. Who was in a heat of that was slightly slower, and she did about 9:04 yesterday. But it really doesn't matter. It's more about how you cope with the conditions. Quite lane 5 and
doing some
she's doing a fantastic job at the...
Where does she find time?
I don't know, but at the New South Wales State Championships, was it New South Wales State? The Head of the River, sorry. Her girls came first and better.
So Commercial Sienna Becker, coached by David Vandas, is our leader over Brisbane and GPS. Astrid Thomas, coached by Nigel Stubbs and Maddie Pakila. I think I saw Nigel Stubbs down on the bank here earlier in the day. Looks like him with his hand in his pockets down there. And then back to Canberra Grammar, Jade Wilson. Fremantle, Charlotte Hanson Nahoy, and Wendouree Ballarat's Mia Woodburn. And unlikely to be any change in that order, I would suggest, Lizzie.
I agree. So let's call it then. Sienna Becker will be first across the line representing Commercial, and second will be Astrid Thomas from Brisbane and GPS, and they will progress through to the semi-final in the women's under-17 single scull.
A nice run on the boat there, Sienna Becker. She's picking it up before it dies, and even in the headwind conditions, she's keeping it nice and sharp. Astrid Thomas will finish in second place, and those two scullers will advance to the semi-finals. Races 210 and 211 and 12 tomorrow morning. Third will be Canberra Grammar's Jade Wilson. Fourth, Charlotte Hanson Nahoy of Fremantle. And fifth will be the Wendouree Ballarat sculler Mia Woodburn. She's coached by Paul Blanchfield and Colin Purvis. And the next one's underway, Lizzie.
It is indeed already on the course. Repechage number 6 in the under-17 women's single scull, and this is the final repechage of this event. In lane 3 from Brisbane and GPS, Abby Wex, coached by Charles Green. In lane 4 from Trinity Lutheran, Isabel Clifford, coached by Eric Rowan. In lane 5 from Guildford Grammar WA, Elizabeth Moss, coached by James Stevenson. In lane 6 from Rockhampton Fitzroy of Queensland, Callie McRae, coached by Kim and Sarah Byrne. And in lane 7 from Adelaide University Boat Club, Bianca Kohlberg, coached by Tom Doornbos. I remember Callie McRae. She had a good start, didn't she, yesterday?
Yeah, and have we got one missing? Oh no, there's one on the far side there. The Trinity Lutheran sculler is bucking the system and is going beautifully in lane 4, I would suggest.
Oh.
Whether she can get up to get into the semi-finals or not, she's still got that job in front of her to try and peg back Callie McRae, but it's Bianca Kohlberg who leads over Callie McRae of Rockhampton Fitzroy, and then the Trinity Lutheran sculler on the far side of the course trying to peg her back. I have to... I don't think it's a conflict of interest that I'm a chairman of a Lutheran school, so I should let that out now and chase. I seem to be biased towards a young lady from Trinity Lutheran College.
So yeah, I'm just looking back through my notes. So Callie McRae, who's in lane 2, she was the fastest sculler off the start in all of the under-17s yesterday. She had a very fast start, but I would imagine that in conditions like it is today, nobody's going to be going particularly fast off the start. You're more going to be careful and cautious in case you end up in the drink.
But she's got a couple of lengths up her sleeve over the Trinity Lutheran sculler Isabel Clifford. Isabel coached by Eric Rowan, who is running the program at Trinity Lutheran, former Tasmanian Eric, but he's doing a great job at Trinity Lutheran College. At Callie McRae's coached by Kim Byrne and Sarah Byrne. The other sculler was coached by Kim and Bonnie. And Bianca Kohlberg coached by Tom Dornbos. And you said he's gone to Adelaide Uni from, where was it?
Loreto Marryatville.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. This battle for second's getting a bit closer than I thought it might do.
Yes.
Certainly Bianca Kohlberg's got the win within her keeping. No doubt about that. The battle for second and third. No, the Trinity Lutheran scullers got too much work to do, I would suggest. So Callie McRae of Rockhampton Fitzroy hanging on to second place. Isabel Clifford of Trinity Lutheran in third place. Then back a really good contest for fourth and fifth as well, between Abby Wex of Brisbane and GPS and Elizabeth Moss of Caulfield Grammar School. But an all the way win to Bianca Kohlberg of Adelaide University. Oh, this is getting closer. No, it will be the Rockhampton Fitzroy sculler Callie McRae will finish second and go through to the semi-finals, about a half a length clear of Trinity Lutheran Isabel Clifford. And a great race for fourth and fifth as well, between Guildford Grammar Elizabeth Moss and Brisbane and GPS Abby Wex.
Well, I was going to say well done to all of them for progressing down this course and not capsizing. We can see we've got the safety guys in the rib there, just making absolutely sure everybody's okay. So far there's been no need for it, and lovely opportunity. One of the things I have noticed about this course, it seems to be a lovely opportunity for everybody to have a bit of a chat as they come across the finish line.
Well, it's a very social sport, Lizzie, isn't it? Yes. How could they be having a chat? They should be breathing so hard.
I know. Interesting, isn't it? So Elizabeth Moss, a really great race there. Elizabeth Moss versus Abby Wex, with Elizabeth just crossing the line for Guildford Grammar ahead of Abby for Brisbane and GPS. So just reaffirming then, repechage 6, the win for Bianca Kohlberg of Adelaide University, second Callie McRae of Rockhampton Fitzroy, and they'll progress through to the semi-final.
Thanks, Lizzie. She's going to have a spell at the moment. Richard Dorstein joining me as race number 109 under 17 men's single repechage 1 is on the course. Wendouree Ballarat in lane 3, James Clark. Wendouree Ballarat in lane 4, Joachim Henderson. Lane 5, Radford College, Marcus Ward. Scratch, lane 6. And lane 7, Adelaide High, Finn Redmond. He's coached by Joe Malcolm and Harrison Lindner. And he is the leader at this point.
Thanks, Lizzie. We'll have to have a few chats of our own, I suspect, around the regatta venue for the next hour or so. But this race nearing its conclusion here is this first repechage in the under-17 men's single scull. And as we've seen a few times today with this redrawn lane allocation, it is the closest side to our side of the course who leads the race here into the closing strokes. And that is the Adelaide High sculler, Finn Redmond. With a 2-length lead, it looks like, over Glebe in second place, Carter Clifton.
Radford College.
Radford College of the ACT, there we go, yes.
Yeah.
There we go. Two scullers from Wendouree Ballarat, both coached by Paul Blanchfield, who's the live streaming guru in that part of the world in Ballarat, looking after us at many of our regattas on. They'll be third and fourth in this race. It will be Finn Redmond who takes the win for Adelaide High. Second place is indeed the colours of Radford College of the ACT. Semi-finals. The red and white of the Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club will be Joachim Clark in 4th position for those two. Unfortunately, their journey to field.
Richard, and the Isaac Boston. Lane 4, the Southport School, John Adelaide, Patrick Park. From Townsville, Thomas Bartels.
Big gap across the field here too. All 5 scullers are there, but there is one off on his own on the far side, which must be the local sculler from Trinity College, Isaac Boston.
But certainly Thomas Bartels of Ignatius Park is our leader.
Yes, very much so.
And then Kinross Wallaroy be in 2nd place, but it looks like the Southport School sculler reasonably prominent, but it is quite difficult to make your way into the lead from those outside lanes. As Lizzie has said, always maximise your result, finish as high as you can. If you can't win, finish 2nd. If you can't finish 2nd, finish 3rd, because if the weather turns the way it has, perfectly safe for racing, there's no doubt about that. Perfectly safe for racing, but the rules allow for the lane draw to be changed, and that has been exercised today.
And to benefit those who've done the best in their previous racing. So
excellent.
It all makes sense. Certainly the flags down at the finish are flying a little bit more vigorously than they were at this time yesterday, but still nothing to be too troubled. But it's a long race for these under-17 men's single scullers as they make their way into the final few hundred metres now. Certainly Thomas Bartels and Nicholas Tancred look to be in the 2 qualifying spots. And the Southport School, the always distinctive high-vis cap, there in 3rd place, but he had over 10 seconds to make up with 500 to go, and I think it's still a fair gap back to John Anetto and then Patrick Keenan of Scotch Adelaide, and that Trinity sculler from Western Australia, Isaac Bolton, there still right over on the far side of the course. Not sure if he had some steering issues mid-race or some reason did commence in that lane.
I think it's safe to assume that John Anetto would be the son of Christian Anetto, who used to be at Gregory Terrace, and then at Nudgee College.
Sometime, yes.
Now I think he's the head of boarding or something like that at the Southport School. So, yes, he certainly had a long stint at Gregory Terrace, and then went to Nudgee College for a couple of years.
Yeah, he was involved in the fairly early days of, I think, of the Nudgee program, as they rapidly went from having no program at all to suddenly winning first eights in the space of 3 or 4 years. It was a remarkable rise.
Well, Rowing Australia employee John Bowes takes full responsibility.
Had a bit to do with that, yes, indeed.
7 out of the 8 years, I think they won. But it's Ignatius Park from Townsville, Thomas Bartels, coached by Harrison Parks and Zachary Judge, who breaks the 9-minute mark, 8:47.92 for that race. 2nd is the Kinross Wallaroy sculler Nicholas Tancred, coached by Benjamin Watt. 3rd will be the Southport School's John Anetto, coached by Ian Hawley and John Smythe. 4th then will be Scotch College Adelaide, Patrick Keenan, is coached by James Seppel, Tim Belcher and Thomas Merrigan. And 5th will be Trinity College Isaac Boston, who's coached by Thomas Tranter. And the next one's well down the course too, Richard.
Yeah, repechage 3 of, I think, 6 in total in this event. So this has, again, a field of 5. Trinity College, lane 3, Thomas Coles. Guildford Grammar in lane 4, Patrick Meiklejohn. So a couple of West Australians there. Tasmania University in lane 5 is Henry Manning. Lane 6, Radford College, Joshua Miller. And lane 7, again from the Southport School, is Harrison Howard. And certainly it does look to be the Southport School. It's a bit closer in this particular repechage. In fact, only be a matter of a few lengths between the whole field, really, over the first 1,000 metres.
Guildford Grammar sculler's having a bit of a crack here.
He certainly is from lane 4.
Yeah, so he'd know the water here in this facility. Patrick Meiklejohn in lane 4, coached by Ethan Aird. And certainly challenging for the lead over the Southport School sculler Harrison Howard, coached by Ian Hawley and John Smythe.
And in fact, in the lead by about 2 lengths as he goes through the 3-quarter-way mark of the race now. So 500 a race, and Patrick Meiklejohn of Guildford Grammar does lead this race. So yes, maybe quite comfortable with these conditions here at Champion Lakes. Ahead of the Southport School's Harrison Howard in 2nd place. They are the 2 in the qualifying spots. 7.5 seconds then back to Henry Manning of Tasmania University. Joshua Miller is 4th for the Radford College of the ACT, and Thomas Coles from Trinity College over on the far side of the course, sits back in 5th place at this stage.
So check out the Rowing Australia online shop for a host of items that are useful for rowers and coaches. There's a great selection of books, all at less than retail price, as well as rowing stickers and Euca tape to protect your hands. All goods can now be paid for by credit card, allowing a quicker delivery to you. Please check it out on the RA website.
Scala continues out in front here from the Guildford Grammar School. Although I reckon Southport's come at them suddenly, yes, as we get a clear look out the window, and it's pretty tight between these two.
The Guildford Grammar Scholar, though, is proving that just because you're on the wrong side of the course, you shouldn't just drop your bundle. He's still in the lead, but the Southport Scullers trying to peg him back, Richard.
Yeah, and they both look likely to go through, although that red boat stalking them behind is the Tasmania University Boat Club sculler there, Henry Manning, who is in 3rd place. The top 2 only through to the semis, the other 3 eliminated from the event, so it's all or nothing for Henry Manning and also Joshua Miller in the closing strokes now of this race. But Guildford Grammar's Patrick Meiklejohn, I think, has withstood the challenges coming at him. Still some work to do for Harrison Howard at the Southport School, but he's inside the final 100 metres now, so those two likely to be safe. 2 bright red boats in this race too, standing out distinctively. It will be
Radford College colours. There's a lot of red out there, isn't there?
The Guildford
a good win for the Guildford Grammar Sculler.
Is indeed. Looks like he's come across the lane or two. All these 4 scullers very close together, sharing a couple of lanes, but it is Guildford Grammar first. Patrick Meiklejohn takes the win and Harrison Howard second for the Southport School. Those two go through. A messy stroke there just on the line for the 3rd place sculler from Radford College, but he holds on. Joshua Manning ahead. Joshua Miller ahead of Henry Manning, and 5th then goes to Thomas Coles of Trinity College, who's about to cross in that second of the red boats on the far side of the course. So Patrick Meiklejohn and Harrison Howard go through from repechage 3 of the under-17 men's singles scull. So 3 down, 3 to go, and repechage 4 is on its way down the course. Again, it's a field of 5, as it is for all of these under-17 men's single repechages. Lane 1 again from the Southport School with plenty of representation in the event is Trent Vincent. Can in fact scratch the Glebe sculler there in lane 2, so it's a field of 4 after all that. Hagan Cook from Gippsland Grammar in Victoria is in lane 5. Bundaberg's Logan Cavill racing in lane 6, and Eckhart Bosman from the Bunbury Rowing Club of Western Australia is in lane 7.
So a couple of Glebe scullers been scratched this morning, so I'm not sure. But the boat race officials doing an outstanding job trying to catch up time, and they can only do that with the cooperation of the athletes. And single sculls are pretty good to get into when it's a bit windy like this. It comes down to the skill level, of course, of the athletes. But they're obviously presenting themselves early and doing a good job. Now, we could have another upset here, Richard. May well be the Bundaberg sculler who's leading, Logan Cavill, along with the Gippsland Grammar scullers right in the mix, and then back to Eckhart Bosman of Bunbury.
Yeah, certainly tight once again. Our leading 3 scullers spread out right across the course here.
It's the Southport sculler just a little off the mark, but it looks to me like it's the sculler from Bundaberg. Logan Cavill is coached by Rod Dick, who is the leader.
Yeah, he is, and then very tight behind him for 2nd and 3rd it would be 2 as they do head up and about to go through the 1500 metre mark. It looks like Bundaberg will lead, possibly Bunbury. Eckhart Bosman there just in 2nd, but Hagan Cook of Gippsland Grammar in this too. So 3 different states represented, and it will indeed be a narrow lead through 1500 metres to Logan Cavill of Bundaberg. Just half a second, in fact, 0.51 over then Eckhart Bosman of Bunbury in 2nd place, who's coached by Cameron Fowler, just basically down the road at the Bunbury Rowing Club. And then Gippsland Grammar's Hagan Cook sits in 3rd. So 3 chances for 2 spots here. They're well clear of the Southport School's Trent Vincent in 4th place.
Yeah, the Gippsland Grammar sculler under pressure now, I'd suggest. It's, I believe it's Bundaberg leading Bunbury and Gippsland Grammar, with the Bunbury sculler starting to stretch out now and has challenged the Bundaberg sculler for the lead. Logan, yes, just 0.51 when they went through the 1500 metre mark. So that push continuing from Eckhart Bosman of Bunbury Rowing Club.
Yeah, certainly coming through strongly at the end of the race here, and appear, well, certainly in our top 2, but Bundaberg's still leading here, Logan Cavill.
He's looking at the window. He certainly looks as though he's responded to that challenge, doesn't it?
So it's the yellow there, the yellow with the black stripe of the Bundaberg Rowing Club. Our race leader, Eckhart Bosman from Bunbury, in that battle for second with the Gippsland Grammar Sculler. But it still looks to be the 2 scullers on the preferred side of the course under today's draw, which is the eastern side of Champion Lakes, where most of the spectators and the tents and the boat park are all located. And there doesn't seem to have been a great change in...
He's responded. That's much more than 0.51.
I think he's extended his lead, in fact, a little, Logan Cavill.
Well, he'll be fit. You can bet on that if he's being coached by Rodney Deck. He will be fit.
And he'll have a semi-final to prepare for tomorrow too, it looks like, in the under-17 men's single scull, because he's clear about 2 lengths now, so he's gone from half a second to 5 or 6 seconds it'll be on the line, I suspect. So a substantial win coming up, and also a pretty clear margin in second place to our West Australian sculler from Bunbury, Eckhart Bosman, who'll finish second.
Well done. They're handling the conditions well, these under-17 scullers.
First 2 across.
All out of school programs, one would imagine. Number of schools rowing in Bundaberg, and I'm not sure about Bunbury, but a number of schools.
No, I can't speak for that, but Gippsland Grammar is certainly a strong rowing school in regional Victoria, who come to race in the various regattas in Geelong and Ballarat and the Gambie and those many regatta centres in that part of the world.
Hagan Cook of Gippsland Grammar was third, and Trent Vincent of the Southport School, coached by Amelia Connolly and John Smythe, will finish in 4th place. So repechage 5, the under-17 men's single. We'll wait till this race concludes, and then we'll have the graphic for you of repechage 5. There we have it. Lane 3, Pulteney Grammar, William Thompson. Lane 4, Pulteney Grammar, Sam Williams. Lane 5, Caulfield Grammar, Matthew English. Lane 6, Bunbury, Alexander Clements. And Lane 7, Kinross Wallaroy, Harry Dimmick. And it is Harry Dimmick. No, it's not. It's Alexander Clements.
Yes, of Bunbury, again, who had a good second place in the previous repechage, the Bunbury Rowing Club, leading this one. Still trying to spot the 5th sculler in the race, so I'm not sure that both of the Pulteney Grammar scullers are in fact there, but certainly the now familiar colours of the Bunbury Rowing Club, after learning them quickly in the last race, are out in front here. And then probably Kinross's Harry Dimmick on the inside lane.
Cameron Fowler coaching at Bunbury, Benjamin Watt at Kinross Wallaroy. Caulfield Grammar in 3rd, Richard, or it's close between them and Pulteney Grammar's Sam Williams. So Sam Williams coached by Kyle and Nicole Shunby, and Caulfield Grammar Matthew English coached by Emily Shaw and Mia Antonopoulos.
We have to go through 1,500 and we'll get confirmation here of the lead for Bunbury's Alexander Clements. It's about 2 boat lengths, in fact, as he comes through with 500 metres to row. So pretty comfortably in a qualifying spot, as indeed is the blue boat, the always distinctive light blue boats there of the Kinross Wallaroy School from Orange in central west of New South Wales. And they are certainly our clear top 2. Tight-ish for 3rd, but they're along my back as see if you're watching on screen there, between our top 2 boats and our next 2 boats. Caulfield Grammar's Matthew English would be 3rd, and he's got about 2 lengths ahead of, I'm assuming, is Sam Williams, the only Pulteney Grammar sculler in this race from that Adelaide school. There were 2 listed on the start list, but it does look as if William Thompson is not in the race. So 4 in the field, 2 will go through. And no, you're not a betting man, Ray, but I think we'd favour these top 2 pretty strongly to qualify here.
I think I'd favour the top 2, and I think lane 6 from lane 7 is reasonably comfortable.
Our race leaders into the final couple of 100 metres now, and it certainly is the Bunbury Rowing Club out in front. So a good couple of races for that club. Eckhart Bosman 2nd in the previous repechage, going through to the semis. And in this race, it will be Alexander Clements Joining in there in those semi-finals that we race tomorrow, races 213 to 215, which suggests we'll have 3 semi-finals.
Correct.
Once again, the 7-lane course here does bring up some interesting progressions from time to time. 3 semis needed for the under-17 men's single sculler field, a big field of rowers who started yesterday in the heats.
So will we have 6 in the final with the first 2 from each, or will we have the fastest third to make a 7-boat final?
Well, yes, I have to consult the official prediction. I imagine it'll be 6, but because times can be messy. But in any case, Bunbury will have 2 chances in those semi-finals as Alexander Clements takes the win on lane 6, and he wins it by about 3 lengths in the end from Harry Dimmock of Kinross Walleroy. So those 2 will progress to the semis. And by then we'll work out what the actual progression system is through to the final as well.
And race 114 is well down the course as well. It's Repechage 6, so the same progression, the first 2 to go through to the semi-final of the under-17 men's single scull.
Once again, 2 scullers from Pulteney Grammar listed in the next Repechage. As our 3rd and 4th place getters are about to cross the line here. That's Matthew English and Sam Williams to conclude race 113. But there's race 114 as we go back down the course. Pulteney Grammar lane 3, Lockie Miller. Pulteney Grammar lane 4, Cy O'Hanlon. Unley High in lane 5, Thomas Osborne. UTS Haberfield lane 6, Zachary Hyde. And the Southport School lane 7, Matthew Coleman. The field of 5. And this time around it does seem we have all 5 scullers present.
And the preferred lane leading, Matthew Coleman from the Southport School.
He's leading, not by a huge
margin. Not by much, no. The Haberfield sculler, Zachary Hyde, right there, coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bertonetti. And Matthew Coleman, coached by Ian Hawley and John Smythe.
Plenty of South Australians in this race from Pulteney Grammar and also Unley High, but probably sitting 3rd, 4th and 5th. Thomas Osborne from Unley High. It's not too far away from the pace being set by our top 2, but with just 2 qualifying spots left for the semis of the under-17 men's singles scull. The final 2 qualifying spots, with this being the last of our 6 repechages. It's looking good for Matthew Coleman of the Southport School and Zachary Hyde of UTS Haberfield. As they have still about a third or so, in fact, a bit more than that as they pass the construction site. They're about 750 or so remaining from that part of the course.
There's little to choose between these first 2, Richard.
Yeah, no, it certainly remains a good battle, and I guess with that 3rd place sculler from Unley High pushing him down the course, it will remain that way for as long as it takes to clearly separate our top 2. But still, narrowly, you'd think it is the Southport School on the eastern side from UTS and Unley High, with now approaching the 1,500 metre mark of the race, in fact, and it is a lead of some 2.5 lengths, as it turns out, to Matthew Coleman of the Southport School.
Very little to choose between the 2 leading scullers. The Southport School's Matthew Coleman and UTS Haberfield. I'm still suggesting that the Southport School sculler is in the lead. And then back in 3rd place is the Unley High sculler, Thomas Osborne. And the other 2 scullers from Pulteney are in 4th and 5th places. Lane 4, Cy O'Hanlon is 4th, and lane 3, Lockie Miller is in 5th place.
Yep, that's the case, and once again we are seeing the sculls on the far side just struggle a little with their steering. There's quite a gap between the 2 Pulteney Grammar scullers across the course in terms of a vacant lane or 2, which I'm guessing wasn't the case when they began the race at the 2,000 metre start. So these conditions just causing a few issues for some of these scullers, but not so much at the head of the field. Certainly the Southport School remains in front. The Unley High sculler having a
red hot
go
crack,
here,
isn't he? Yes.
He really is. Thomas Osborne, coached by Daniel Ralph and Jude Shermer. If Owen Nix was here, he'd confirm that Unley High was the previous school of, I think, Julia Gillard.
Oh, I did that myself earlier today. Yes.
Glad I was listening.
Yes, that head full of useless information.
It comes out once a year at just these occasions. So he's getting closer and closer, the sculler from Unley High, but unsurprisingly, Zachary Hyde from UTS Haberfield has responded, and in turn he's moved up on Matthew Coleman from the Southport School. So there's suddenly only a couple of lengths between our leading 3 scullers here.
The official result from race 104 is finally through. Danielle Watt won that race. If you recall, the very tight finish by 0.01 of a second over Mackenzie Kopke-Veldhuis.
Not quite a photo required here, but our top three pretty close together. The Southport School wins the race. Matthew Coleman is across by about 2.5 lengths. Second place by under a length is the sculler from UTS Haberfield, Zachary Hyde. He will go through to the semis and just missing out despite a brave finish. Thomas Osborne from Unley High in third place, and they'll be followed by our two scullers from Pulteney Grammar. Cy O'Hanlon will finish fourth, and Lockie Miller in fifth position.
So back to that race 104. First was lane 7, Brisbane GPS. Second was lane 6, Wendouree Ballarat. Third, Unley High. Fourth, Rockhampton Fitzroy. Fifth, lane 2, Bundaberg. And the margin was 0.01. We knew it was tight.
Taking a few minutes to get the developed print from the camera, it sounds like. But I've got Lizzie's notes here from that race, and she called it correctly. 1 Brisbane GPS.
There you go.
Well spotted from this seat.
Yep. Well, experience.
Absolutely. So 6 repechauges complete in the under-17 men's singles scull. We move on to, I think, a similar number of races in the under-19 women's singles scull. 7 repechauges, in fact, required here, so a slightly bigger field. And the top 3 from each will move through to the quarterfinals as this big progression continues. Lane 3 is Swan River Ruby Hughes. Lane 4, Tasmania University Olivia Walter. Lane 5, Griffith University Surface Paradise Remy Neville. Lane 6, North Esk, Layla Hucker. And lane 7 from Mersey, Lily Barker. 3 Tasmanians in this race, and 2 of them are in the preferred lanes on this eastern side of the course as they come up through the halfway mark of the race.
Devonport Mersey and Launceston North Esk. Tas University, of course, as well in lane 4. I'm not sure whether that's the northern campus or the southern campus of Tas University.
We wouldn't want to guess incorrectly either. It would cause all manner of divisions. So,
if there's ever going to be a civil war in Australia, it'll be in Tasmania. That's
over the Cascade Bogues line.
Yeah, the Cascade Bogues line.
But amidst all these Tasmanians, the other sculler who's doing well is again the red of Griffith University Surface Paradise over in lane 5 there, Remy Neville. I think the North Esk sculler might have a narrow lead here on lane 6.
I agree.
And Mersey right there. So it will be the 2 Tasmanians leading through with 500 to go shortly.
But the Griffith Uni sculler, Remy Neville, is not that far off the pace, but she's got the work to do. Into the head breeze.
It does, although in this race it is top 3 to the quarterfinals, so a slightly less cutthroat system, although when you've got a quarterfinal to race, I think it's a fairly cutthroat event. That's a huge field of entries in these under-19 single sculling races.
So it is Layla Hucker who leads for North Esk, then follows Lily Barker of Mersey in second place, just 1.58. Oh, it's a couple of lengths then back to Griffith Uni's Remy Neville. She's coached by Chris Holliday and Duncan Free. Chris, of course, the new head coach at the Griffith Uni Surface Paradise Rowing Club, and was juggling 2 jobs. Was running the St Joseph's College Gregory Terrace job, as well as the Griffith Uni Surface Paradise, where he took over from Lincoln Hanley, who's had a year away from the sport, to spend some time with his family, which is a lovely thing for rowing coaches to have to do.
He actually meant that. It's often used in politics as an excuse to spend some time with their family, but that's code for something else. But Christopher Holliday, lucky I suppose that Gregory Terrace and Griffith University are very similar colours, so he wouldn't have been too confused between the various jobs with all the red and black. And they would sit certainly in third place. Our top 3 are pretty clear here. Layla Hucker, Lily Barker and Remy Neville.
Mersey coming back at North Esk.
Yeah, there's possibly some more of that northern Tasmanian rivalry going on between these 2 scullers on our side of the course. That boat of the Mersey sculler. I'm still yet to get a definitive answer of what that colour is, but it's a light purplish shade of some sort, I think. And
fuchsia or something?
Fuchsia, it could be fuchsia. Fuchsia's the Leander colour. Is that the official colour of
is it?
Leander, I believe? Yeah. Oh, no, that's... Oh, yes. No, I'm not good.
Pink.
Pink. Cerise. Who knows? It's one of them. Anyway, she's got a boat in front, I think, pretty much. So whatever colour it is, it moves pretty quickly through the water. And it does look as if...
She has the lead, and there's no doubt about that. She's really worked hard in the last 250 metres to get her bow in front of the North Esk sculler, Layla Hucker. Layla's coached by Trevor Barrett, and of course Lily Barker coached by Merv and David Tippett.
So in doing so, she will secure herself a slightly more preferred lane in the quarterfinals to come. Could be advantageous if these conditions remain a little breezy, and it'll be a pretty comfortable win in the end to Lily Barker of Mersey, who's certainly come from a length or so down with 500 to go to now a clear 2-length lead over Layla Hucker of North Esk. The Tasmanians 1 and 2. Quinella the first repechage of the under-19 women's singles scull. Lily Barker first, Layla Hucker second, and third goes to Remy Neville of Griffith University Surfers Paradise. They are the clear top 3. Olivia Walter fourth, and in 5th place it's Ruby Hughes.
The repechage 2 will follow the same progression. The first 3 will qualify for the quarter-final. The remaining scullers will be eliminated. Repechage 2. Time all the time, so well done to the boat race officials. In repechage 2, lane 3 is Norwood International High, Angelica Chia. In lane 4 is Melbourne Girls College Livy Tribe. In lane 5 is Swan River Alessia Sirocco. Lane 6 is Fremantle Emma O'Neill. And lane 7 is Carrum Amber Tulloch, and Amber's coached by Drew Holman and Jane Robinson. So the green of Carrum, the distinctive green of Carrum.
Yep, it's up in the top 3. I'm not sure she's quite in front, Amber Tulloch, but it's a good battle between those 3 scullers on our side of the course. The 2 West Australians, Alessia Sirocco and Emma O'Neill, and Amber Tulloch of Carrum. Certainly one of the a highly regarded sculler in Victoria from a pretty strong bunch this year. Already a couple of the Victorians have gone straight through to the quarters from yesterday's heat to the under-19 women's single scull, but the ones racing this morning requiring the extra race before, I assume, will be tomorrow morning's quarterfinals in the under-19 women's single scull.
One would think so.
I don't have a race number here, but I don't believe they're on today's draw, so have to race quarterfinals, semi-finals, and of course finals as well. So still 3 rounds of racing to go for these rowers in the under-19 women's single scull. And it is indeed the Fremantle sculler Emma O'Neill, coached by the very busy Keely Atchison, whose name's appeared on the program a number of times this morning and yesterday. She's got about a 1.5 length lead on Amber Tulloch from Carrum, and Swan River's Alessia Sirocco there in 3rd place, coached by David Mohoric and Lachlan van der Ven. And they pretty comfortably are our clear top 3 in this under-19 women's single scull. 2nd repechage of 7 required in this morning's program.
So David Morrich and Lachlan van der Ven coaching the Swan River sculler, and helping out at Swan with Mark Beer, who's the head coach there. Mark's mum Jenny volunteering over in the volunteers area there, as she has done for a number of years.
As she has indeed, yes. Very busy at Nagambie last year and is back in a familiar role here in home territory at least.
And the hammer's been put down by Amber Tulloch. He's actually drawn level now with the Fremantle sculler Emma O'Neill. O'Neill is responding to that challenge. 3rd is the Swan River sculler Alessia Sirocco. Those 3 certain to go through. It's just, as we've been talking about this morning, maximising your result to maximise the lane in the next round. So Emma O'Neill from Fremantle is fighting back from the challenge from Amber Tulloch of Carrum.
Yes, he's still just got a boat in front, I would think, the West Australian, but that Carrum boat moving quickly too along the water. They've gone well clear in the end of Swan River in 3rd place. So Fremantle and Carrum our top 2. It's still Fremantle just with 100 metres to race.
She's answered the challenge, Richard.
He's done just enough, I think. Keeping some pretty long, powerful strokes there too is Emma O'Neill. And she's holding almost a boat length ahead of Amber Tulloch, but both will go through. The 4 strokes to go now for our race leader. So Emma O'Neill of Fremantle will in the end hold on by about a 1.5 lengths. She'll win repechage 2 of the under-19 women's single scull. 2nd goes to Amber Tulloch of Carrum on lane 7, and 3rd will be Swan River's Alessia Sirocco She will take out the final qualifying spot from this second repechage. And we go back to Angelica Chia of Norwood International High, who will finish in 4th place. And 5th will be the Melbourne Girls College sculler in lane 4. That's Livy Tribe to complete race 116 in a few strokes' time.
That'll be followed by race 117, repechage 3 of the under-19 women's single scull. The same progression, the first 3 will go through to the quarterfinals. In lane 3 will be Ballarat City's Meg Shaw. Lane 4, Commercial, Melina Wilcox. Lane 5, Mersey, Olivia Yates. Lane 6, Melbourne Girls College, Mia Harrison. And lane 7, Yarra Yarra, Zara Kafuri.
Confirmed too, the quarterfinals of this event are on tomorrow morning, so from 8:35 tomorrow. So that'll be the next time these scullers appear on the course.
So the Yarra Yarra sculler is prominent here, but so is the Mersey sculler over in Station 5, Richard. Those two are well clear of the Melbourne Girls College sculler, Mia Harrison, I'd suggest.
Indeed, Olivia Yates of Mersey and Zara Kafuri of Yarra Yarra, who I've seen certainly race a number of times in recent weeks. She won the head of the schoolgirls regatta in Geelong only a week and a half ago. And she's also the under-19 women's single scull champion of Victoria. Although in the schoolgirls single scull, that same regatta at Ngambia, she was beaten in a very tight photo finish by Ella Garand, who I think raced earlier today in the under-17 event.
So Zara coached by David Orchard. So it's great to see David here again and continuing his coaching.
Yeah, it's a strong sculling group at Yarra Yarra, including Sophia Miller, who I think has gone straight through to the quarters already after a heat win yesterday. And Zara Kafuri looking well placed here to do that. Yes, comfortable over Mersey.
Over Mersey sculler Olivia Yates, again coached by Merv and David Tippett. And in 3rd would be the Melbourne Girls College sculler Mia Harrison, coached by Glenn Fishman, although the commercial sculler Melina Wilcox, coached by David Vandas, is maybe got her bow into 3rd place, I would suggest. There's first 3 to go through.
Yeah, it's a good race for 3rd, and that's where the interest lies at this stage. Lanes 4 and 6 looking for that final qualifying spot ahead of Meg Shaw from Ballarat City, who is in 5th place over on the far side of the course.
And the sculler in lane 6, Mia Harrison, understanding the challenge now and starting to go just a bit harder at the commercial.
Because commercial looked to me to be in 3rd spot at this stage.
Yes, and certainly rating higher than the sculler in lane 6. And then at the rear of the field is the sculler from Ballarat City, Meg Shaw, who's coached by Grant McKechnie.
Yeah, but Zara Kafuri looking pretty comfortable and assured out in front here in this under-19 winner. Real interest still in the race there for 3rd with Melina Wilcox, looking to hold down that 3rd and final qualifying spot ahead of Mia Harrison from Melbourne Girls College.
And she looking to do it comfortably to me, Melina Wilcox, and is going to secure a spot into the quarterfinals.
Yes, and Zara Kafuri will certainly be. That's a comfortable finish for her as she comes across in a time that looks to be some 20 or so seconds faster than the previous repechage as well. So a strong race there from the quarterfinals tomorrow in the under-19 women's single scull. And 3rd place, we said, is where the interest lies, and it will go the way of the sculler from Queensland, Melina Wilcox of the Commercial Rowing Club. And she will take out 3rd and also move through to the quarterfinals ahead of Mia Harrison in 4th and Meg Shaw in 5th position in race 117. The 3rd repechage of the under-19 women's single scull. Zara Kafuri, the comfortable winner there by 15.34 seconds.
And repechage 4 is our next race. Again, the same progression, first 3 to go through. In lane 2 is the Pulteney Grammar sculler Emma Newhouse. In lane 3, Gippsland Grammar Zoe Hohenlein. Lane 4, Newcastle Grammar Alice McCready. Lane 5, Marucci River Rowing Club Alana Scott. Lane 6, Bundaberg Asia Heaps. And lane 7, Rockhampton Fitzroy Georgia Brennan.
Two scullers showing out towards the lead here, and they're not all in the favoured lanes either. I would think it's the yellow there of Bundaberg, Asia Heaps, who's probably our race leader, and then a couple of lanes across from her, possibly Newcastle Grammar's Alice McCready, just ahead of Alana Scott from the Maroochy River Rowing Club.
Christy Stoddard coaching there. I think she's president of the club as well. I remember her daughter Georgia Stoddard rode at the Nationals last year and the year before.
Indeed, yes. A scenic river, the Maroochy River. I'm slightly scarred for me, having spent many rowing camps there doing long distances on the Maroochy River. But it is a very nice, long, flat stretch of water up in that part of Queensland, which is very popular with schools for training camps as well.
Hosted the Dutch team there for the Sydney Olympics. They did their training on the Maroochy River. Yeah. When Chris Korzynowski was the head coach, and when that facility was secured.
$100 metres to race, and it does remain Asia Heaps, the pretty comfortable by Rodney Dick. And then alongside her in second, it is in fact Georgia Brennan of Rockhampton Fitzroy, who sits in a qualifying spot along with Alice McCready of Newcastle Grammar. So the Maroochy sculler there on screen now is in fourth place, Alana Scott. So a bit of work to do from her over the concluding stretches here. Some 3 or 4 lengths to make up to move up into a qualifying spot. And then the remaining 2 scullers in the field there are over on the far side. That's Zoe Hornline and Emma Newhouse.
Well, Alana Scott's got 7 seconds to make up on Alice McCready, so that's not a great position to be in at the moment. So it looks like our qualifiers are likely to be Asia Heaps, Georgia Brennan and Alice McCready. But anything can happen in this last 200 metres.
You can, and familiar as I am with the Maroochy River, there are certain sections where it does get extremely rough and windy. So if anyone has experience in those conditions, especially down near where their boat shed is, she might be feeling quite at home here with a bit of breeze on Champion Lakes. But I think at this stage, the gap is a little bit too much to make up, barring something very unexpected in the closing stages.
But the Rod Dick coached Asia Heaps. She's had a couple of good seasons in Queensland in schoolgirl rowing. There's Queensland Schools Championships regattas, making finals in a couple of different classes of boats, and growing all the time in her confidence in her own ability.
We get a held at her home course up at Bundaberg 2 last year, it wasn't. I think again this year.
This year, that's correct.
The rumour, I think it'll be a 4-day regatta this year rather than 3. It's just getting bigger and bigger, that Queensland Schools.
And it'll be the first time I've missed it in some while, because a good friend of mine is turning 70 in Victoria, Richard. So I'll have to go there.
Don't your friends not have their birthdays on big regatta days?
Seems to be. So it is the Bundaberg sculler Asia Heaps, coached by Rod Dick, and she's going to qualify comfortably. In front of the Rockhampton Fitzroy sculler Georgia Brennan, coached by Kim Byrne and Sarah Byrne. Third will be the Newcastle Grammar sculler Alice McCready. Fourth then will be Maroochy River Rowing Club Alana Scott. And fifth, Pulteney Grammar, and sixth is Gippsland Grammar.
Looks to be, although still a few hundred metres to go for those remaining 2 scullers, but they'll both miss out on a spot in the quarters, unfortunately, as does Alana Scott of Maroochy River. But our top 3 go through Asia Heaps, Georgia Brennan and Alice McCready from the 4th repechage.
So our next field is in lane 3, Trinity Lutheran Ruby Hodges, University of Queensland Felicity Bishop. Lane 5 is Nagambie Lily Rose Hall Krause. Lane 6 Commercial Paris Reed, and lane 7 St Pat's Townsville Sarah Burke. Sarah Burke had a good national championships at Lake Nagambie last year.
Yes, and she'd probably be narrowly leading this one, although in a good battle with the Nagambie sculler. Speaking of Nagambie, Lily Rose Hall Krause, who also competed at Nationals last year, but rowing for the Bairnsdale Rowing Club at the time. She's now moved from Gippsland to the area around Nagambie, and trains at the Nagambie Rowing Club.
All right, Okay. That's not far, though, is it, Bairnsdale to there?
Oh, well, Bairnsdale's in eastern Victoria, so yeah, it's a few hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. But now Liv.
A few hours, come on, mate. I drove over here. That's not a few hours.
Yeah. So everything's closer in Victoria,
yes,
basically.
Sarah Burke went through the 50. Nice lead. Nice look back at Lily Rose Hall-Krause in second place. Then in third is the commercial sculler, Paris Reed. Paris Reed coached by David Van Das. Sarah Burke coached by Harrison Parks and Hayley Nielsen Burke. Burke with B-U-R-K-E as opposed to the athlete is B-O-U-R-K-E. In fourth place is Ruby Hodges from Trinity Lutheran, coached by Eric Rowan. And fifth is University of Queensland Felicity Bishop, coached by Michael. Yes, another churchy old boy, Alex Ridgway, does great coffee. And
person to know in that case, yes.
Yes.
But Sarah Burke certainly leads comfortably here still from Lily Rose Hall-Krause. Our top three look relatively comfortable, as they were. Pats of Townsville, Lily Rose Hall-Krause from Ngambie, and Paris Reed from Commercial.
And follows Trinity Lutheran's Ruby Hodges on the far side of the course, just narrowly in fourth position over University of Queensland Felicity Bishop. Little to choose between those two, really. It's going to be an all-the-way win for Sarah Burke of St Pat's Townsville.
Yes, you travelled a long way to be here, as have all the certainly the Townsville rowers, but making every post field into the final. There in second place, Lydia Rose Hall-Krause, possibly Paris Reed closing late on Hall-Krause, but all three will go through in any case. Just the lane allocations yet to be confirmed, but certainly it is Sarah Burke comfortably out in front with now just only a couple of strokes to go, and a pretty speedy time in the context of this event to be recorded as well.
Yeah, certainly they're well into the 9 minutes, and she's only about 9:20 or something. Yes, 9:20.96.
Single.
So women. Cup time. Lane 3, Trinity Lutheran Scarlett Wood. Lane 4, Bundaberg Georgia Mortimer. Lane 5, Centenary Lucy McFarlane. Lane 6, Canberra Imogen Lang. And Lane 7, Sydney Neve Teeny.
And the sixth of repechage of 7 in the under-19 women's singles scull. 3 more quarter-finalists to be determined here, and then 3 more in the following race. And a more traditional progression here, although right on the far side. Sydney lead Canberra alongside her. To be our top 3 as they come through now with under 500 metres to go as far as our race leader is concerned. So it's Neve Tierney of Sydney Rowing Club, coached by Lachlan Carter and Felix Dew, who leads this by 9.29 seconds, so a substantial margin certainly over Imogen Lang of Canberra in second place. She's coached by Thomas Kreber and David Framano, and Lucy McFarlane is there in third, with about 2.5 lengths away from fourth spot. So Lucy McFarlane Centenary in third place, coached by Michael Stelton and Peter Wadsworth, and then Trinity Lutheran Scarlett Wood. A brave effort there on the far side of the course, but still sits in fourth place. She's coached by Eric Rowan And Georgia Mortimer of Bundaberg Rowing Club, coached by Rodney Dick, is in 5th position.
So Neve Teeney, Lachlan Carter and Felix Dieu coaching her, and she's got the look back at the rest of the field and doing it comfortably. 7:03.55 through the 1500. Almost 10 seconds lead there, Richard, to Imogen Lang, and 12.5 seconds to Lucy McFarlane. So unlikely to be too much change in that order.
No, you would think so, and that's what these Scalars in the repechage would hope for, a relatively straightforward progression, given they've still got quarterfinals to come tomorrow, and then hopefully semis and finals to follow. And many or most of these athletes, of course, not just rowing the single scull, but also doubles and quads in various other boats. So a lot of laps of the course required here over the course of the 7 days of this regatta. And certainly think that Neve Teeney will appreciate this relatively comfortable progression down the inside lane of the Champion Lakes Regatta Centre. She's clear by several boat lengths here.
And Imogen Lang doing a good job, and the Trinity Scullers. And too much margin to, and not enough water left, I would suggest. Lucy McWorth into those quarterfinals. Trinity Lutheran will finish 4th and Bundaberg will finish 5th, barring mishap between now and the finish line.
And a big win, certainly one of the biggest we've seen in these repechages, does go to Neve Tierney of Sydney Rowing Club, as she's across now to take out repechage 6. 9:21.48 the unofficial time, so on par with Sarah Burke from the previous repechage. Second will go the way of Imogen Lang from the Canberra Rowing Club, still with a couple of strokes to go for her, but she's through to tomorrow's quarterfinals as well. And then 3rd place will be the yellow boat there of the Centenary sculler Lucy McFarlane, who does hold on still only by about 2.5 lengths, it would be, over Scarlett Wood from Trinity Lutheran, who certainly rode well there on the far side of the course in probably the most challenging lane in today's conditions. And Georgia Mortimer from Bundaberg will finish in 5th place in race 120. Means we have just the one repechage remaining in the under-19 women's singles scull. And it's already well past halfway down the course. So there's the field for race 121. Lane 3, Hunter Valley Grammar, Annabella Thornton. Lane 4, Radford College, Zoe McIntosh. Lane 5, Commercial, Bethany Harvest. Lane 6, Melbourne Girls College, Zoe Core. And lane 7 from Centenary Rowing Club and the QAS is Sophie Malcolm, certainly one of the favourites for this event, but having to go through the repechage.
And a big lead she has.
And not too troubled by the extra race, you would think. Sophie Malcolm through there with, again, a very substantial lead over in lane 7. Sophie Malcolm of Centenary was the driver of the Sydney Rowing Club, who's moved up in the age category. So certainly you would expect her to be at the pointy end when the finals come around in a couple of days' time, and leading very comfortably here is Sophie Malcolm from Centenary, over 21 seconds, in fact, ahead of Zoe McIntosh, who's in 2nd place for Radford College, across on the other side of the course, so doing a good job from there to be in the top 2. And
doing a great job, and then back to doing a good job as well on the far side there, Richard.
Yes, well, it looks as if that they are in fact in their 2 qualifying spots there. Hunter Valley Grammar's Annabella Thornton in 3rd. I wouldn't rule out back down this side Zoe Core of Melbourne Girls College, and even Bethany Harvest from Commercial sits. There's probably only about out the Radford College sculler Zoe McIntosh, and then either Zoe are racing for the 3rd and final qualifier. The remaining qualifying spots yet to be sorted out, but our dominant race leader, certainly Sophie Malcolm from Centenary, coached by Michael Abstelton, Gus Rodero and Ben Southwell at the Centenary Rowing Club, and also part of the program at the Queensland Academy of Sport. And I think it is Melbourne Girls College now up into the top three.
Yeah,
Yes.
Radford College comfortably holding second. Zoe McIntosh, coached by Maggie Noonan, Zoe Christophides and Gordon Marks. And then Melbourne Girls College, Zoe Core, coached by Glenn Fishman. Brave effort from Hunter Valley Grammar's Annabella Thornton, coached by Rowan Hislop and Odin McIntosh. And then Commercials, Bethany Harvest and David Vandas. So I'll take a
Going across there, 9:15.13 her unofficial time, so that's potentially the fastest of all the repêchages, certainly the fastest of the last 3 or 4. The race for second and third is second. Third goes to Zoe McIntosh of Radford College, so the two Zoes finishing there close together. And then fourth, not too far behind, is the Hunter Valley Grammar sculler. That is Annabella Thornton. And fifth place goes to Bethany Harvest of Commercial. So Sophie Malcolm goes through 9:15, the winning time, and 25.5 seconds the margin back to second and between first and second. A strong race from her. Our next race is quickly following down the course, and welcome back, Stuart John, after your busy morning.
Thanks, Richard. Yeah, it's a little bit tricky out there at the moment. There's a lot of winds floating around, so it does make it particularly down in that first 500, as we were talking about yesterday.
Yes. Yes, we saw some vision at the start of those first two races. It looked like it was tricky to line up the boats, but we do have a race quickly approaching here too. We're on to the under-19 men's single scull in quick succession as our officials do try and catch up some time here. I think this is repecharge 1. Hamish McKee of Radford in lane 2, Oliver Evans-Wood of Norwood in 3, Archie Critchell of Hawthorn lane 4, Hayden Williamson, Hunter Valley Grammar lane 5, Casper Tabane of Caulfield Grammar in 6, and Max Blatchley from Hunter Valley Grammar is racing in lane 7.
And we've got Casper Tabane from Caulfield Grammar out in the lead, coming into the last 200 metres or so, and then not a lot between the rest of our crew. So there's 3 spots that are available. Sitting in second place, Max Blatchley from Hunter Valley Grammar as they're coming through, and then Club sitting in third place in that final qualification position. Just behind him, Oliver Evans-Wood from Norwood International High, and also Hayden Williamson from Hunter Valley Grammar as well, just a little bit off those qualification positions. But out in front now with a few strokes to go, it will be Casper Tabane from Caulfield Grammar. He's getting up towards the finish line and will comfortably go through, qualify in the first repechage of the men's under-19 single sculls. In the second qualifying position will be Max Blatchley over in lane number 7 for Hunter Valley Grammar. And then the third and final qualifier looks to be Archie Critchell from Hawthorn Rowing Club. Finishing in behind him in fourth place will be Hayden Williamson from Hunter Valley Grammar, and then Oliver Evans-Wood just a boat length behind him, and then Radford College's Hamish McGee in sixth place. So a win for Casper Tabane, second for Max Blatchley, and third for Archie Critchell. They'll go through to the quarterfinals of the men's under-19 single sculls.
And the first of 7 repecharges there, so a big field in the men's under-19 single as it is in the women's. The top 3 of each will go through to tomorrow's quarterfinals. Onwards from there to the semis the following day and the finals after that. So the first repechage concluded. The second one is well advanced down the course as well. Lane 2, Rockhampton Fitzroy, Timothy Connor. Lane 3 from Huon is Julian Winter. Lane 4 from Ballarat Grammar, Jonty Fall. Lane 5 from Bundaberg, Samuel Klotz. Lane 6 from Team Hong Kong is Pak Hong Chen. And lane 7 from Hawthorn is Max Curry, looking to join his crewmate Archie Critchell, who went through for Hawthorn in the previous repechage.
And just having a look at those wind conditions, Richard. So a little bit earlier on today, just from what I can get off Willy Weather, looking like it was about 37 kilometres. Great that we're able to still get in and get the racing. It's, as I say, very tricky down towards the other end, but you can actually negative split, I think, going through. Because
proves as you head along the course, yeah.
Yeah, exactly right. Get that little bit of momentum up, and you'll find that a lot of these rowers, as they're coming down, will just have a lower rate of striking than you necessarily think they might do. In an ordinary race, in really good conditions, you might find that they're, average low 30s, mid 30s, that kind of thing. Whereas at the moment, you can just see it's really about just getting that pressure on. Through the 1500, it is Max Curry out in the lead, a couple of seconds ahead of Pak Hong Chen from Team Hong Kong, and then Samuel Klotz from Bundaberg Rowing Club a second behind him. So they're our 1, 2, 3. It's about 6 seconds then back to Jonty Fall from Ballarat Grammar, and then a bit further back to Julian Winter and Julian Winter and also Timothy Connor from Rockhampton Fitzroy Rowing Club. So they're our 4th, 5th and 6th. So the 1, 2, 3 looking quite comfortable in this second repechage. And you can see there the lanes 7, 6, 5 really the nice lanes to be in right about now. Although the wind is swirling.
It does, yeah, it's confusing because looking at the big set of flagpoles we've got here just beyond the finish line, pointing slightly across the course, but it does seem to change from minute to minute. So I think much is obvious by the times that we're seeing in some of this morning's races. But clearly a slight preference for this eastern side, but the wind is not hugely consistent. Hopefully if yesterday's patterns followed, it will drop off as the day progresses and we'll have calm conditions by the end of proceedings in any case. So lane 7 is our leading sculler here from Hawthorn, Max Curry, and he leads Pak Hong Chen of Team Hong Kong and Bundaberg Samuel Klotz. They are in the 3 preferred lanes. They are in the 3 qualifying spots ahead then of Jonty Fall of Ballarat Grammar, but our top 3 is just about set unless Jonty Fall can really charge home here late in this race.
So Max Curry from Hawthorn Rowing Club leading Pak Hong Chen from Team Hong Kong, and then Samuel Klotz from Bundaberg with about 2 boat length lead over Jonty Fall from Ballarat Grammar. So you can really see them going across the course there in order of seating, but it will be a comfortable win there for Max Curry from the Hawthorn Rowing Club. He'll qualify in first place for the quarterfinals. Second going to Pak Hong Chen from Team Hong Kong, and then Samuel Klotz from Bundaberg Rowing Club coming through in the 3rd and final qualifying position. Jonty Fall from Ballarat Grammar will come through in 4th, and then back a little bit further, Julian Winter from Huon Rowing Club and down in Tassie, and Timothy Connor from Rockhampton Fitzroy Rowing Club. So a winning time there of 8 minutes 17. So getting a little bit quicker now as the wind starts to die down a little bit. It is forecast to go down quite significantly throughout the day. So we'll find that the conditions a little bit later on will be a little bit more comfortable for our rowers. Race coming down now is the 3rd repechage of the under-19 men's single scull. Lane 2 from Bundaberg Rowing Club, Corey Stevens. Lane 3 from Ballarat Grammar, Oliver Harris. Lane 4 from the West Australian Rowing Club, Kieran Redding. Lane 5 from Swan River Rowing Club, James Young. Lane 6 from Unley High in South Australia, Jasper Boyce. And in Lane 7 from Ballarat Grammar, Lockie Heath.
Lockie Heath, I learnt yesterday, is the son of the principal of the Ballarat Grammar School, Adam Heath. So he's part of a pretty strong program in that part of the world, and rowing well here in the single scull over in lane 7. Probably the narrow race leader, I would think, is Lockie Heath from Jasper Boyce of Unley High alongside him, and also James Young of the Swan River Rowing Club. So a couple of lengths separate our top 3, but with 3 to move through to the quarterfinals, you would expect quite a gap back to 4th place, in fact, that they will be the ones going through. Lockie Heath leads it by 2.7 seconds, so right on a boat length it was over Jasper Boyce, the South Australian, and then West Australians are the Swan River Rowing Club scullet, James Young in 3rd place, and it's Kieran Reading of the West Australian Rowing Club, Oliver Harris, the 2nd from Ballarat Grammar in this race, and Corey Stevens of Bundaberg. For the 2nd race in a row, Stuart, the preferred draw is doing its thing. We have our leader across in lane 7 and the field stretched across the course precisely in reverse lane order.
Yeah, Lockie Heath from Ballarat Grammar out in front at the moment, coming up towards the Red Boys for the 250 metre mark. Jasper Boyce in 2nd, James Young in 3rd. And I think we might see a little bit of a push here from Jasper Boyce. We've seen, obviously, that the conditions are a little bit rough and they have reseeded them. So to get those good lanes for the quarterfinals, it's important that you try and get in and finish as high up as you can. And we're just seeing here that Jasper Boyce from Unley High looking like he might just be moving up a little bit closer. Still about a boat length between the two, and then back another boat length to James Young from the Swan River Rowing Club.
Yeah, not much between these top 2. It's certainly closed up from what it was with 500 to go. I still think Ballarat Grammar, Lockie Heath just has his boat in front, but Jasper Boyce of Unley High really working hard here in the closing strokes. And And making up some ground as they do hit the final 120 metres of the race. He's forced a response from Lockie Heath of Ballarat Grammar, but now who has lifted his rating himself. And he's holding clear by probably still the best part of 2/3 of a length. So it should be enough for Lockie Heath of Ballarat Grammar. Barring any misfortune here in the closing strokes. Unley High there in second place. Still closing, but there's only 3 or 4 strokes to go now.
I think he's just going to run out of course there. Good win there for Lockie Heath from Ballarat Grammar. He'll go through in first. Jasper Boyce from Unley High coming through in second place. You can see them both just taking a few deep breaths. A nice little push between the pair of them towards the end there. Third place will go to James Young from the Swan River Rowing Club in WA. So those being a push.
A race for 5th and 6th as well.
Yeah, Kieran Reading from West Australian Rowing Club sitting in 4th place, and then Corey Stevens. There's absolutely nothing between them. It looks like it's just from Ballarat Grammar. So a 1st and a 6th for Ballarat Grammar in that race. Confirmation of the qualifications, Lockie Heath, Jasper Boyce and James Young all going through to the quarterfinals. Race number 125 is coming down the course now. You can see that up on your screen. Lane 3 from Hutchins School down in Tasmania, Henry Pitt. In lane 4 from Ballarat Grammar, Charlie Savage. Lane 5 from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Luca Free. In lane 6 from Wendouree Ballarat, Angus Murfitt. And in lane 7 from Marist College and the ACT Academy of Sport, Darcy James. And then potentially Luca Free sitting in lane 5 in second place as they're coming up towards the 1500 metre mark. So a nice little battle again going on for first and second. So we can see there Darcy James just 2 seconds ahead of Luca Free as they pass through the 1500 metres. And then there's a little bit of a gap, so we've actually got coming through now.
Ballarat Grammar Scholar, I think that's Charlie Savage in 3rd, it would be, yes.
Yeah, so Charlie Savage sitting a couple of seconds ahead of Angus Murfitt from Wendouree Ballarat, and then Henry Pitt sitting in 5th place. So a couple of things to look out for, I think, between Darcy James and Luca Free for 1st and 2nd, and then potentially between Charlie Savage and Angus Murfitt for 3rd and 4th, that final qualification position for the under-19 men's single sculls.
Yep, the all-important 3rd spot, and certainly a strong race here from Luca Free there in the centre, of course. The son of Duncan Free, so the latest member of the burgeoning Free Empire in around the Gold Coast. Coached by his father Duncan and also Christopher Holliday at the Griffith University Surfers Paradise Club.
He's pushing Darcy James quite hard. Darcy James from Marist College, Canberra, coached by Tom Creever and Dave Romano at the ACT Academy of Sport. And again, looking forward to watching Darcy James, Jesse Rosen in the under-19 men's doubles coming up later in the regatta.
Had a very strong win there heat yesterday. Those two combined in the double scull, and both obviously very talented in the single as well. Luca Free asking some questions there from the centre of the course of Darcy James as they come into the final 150 metres of this race. They're both going to go through, but as was the case in the previous repechage, they are determined to fight this one out to the line for the preferred lane potentially in the quarterfinals. Still looks to be the sculler from Marist College.
And then in the battle for 3rd, Charlie Savage just leading Angus Murfitt as they're coming up towards the finish line as well. But into the last few strokes, it is Darcy James just with his bow ball in front of Luca Free at the moment, and he'll go through with a couple of really big strokes. That'll be a strong win there for Darcy James, pushed all the way by Luca Free from Griffith University Surfers Paradise coming through in 2nd place. Now in the battle for 3rd, there's not much between them. We've got Charlie Savage from Ballarat Grammar, Wendouree Ballarat's Angus Murfitt. Angus Murfitt just moving slightly ahead. He's had a good couple of strokes and he'll go through and qualify in 3rd place for the final. Charlie Savage from Ballarat Grammar just missing out in those last few strokes there. And then Henry Pitt from the Hutchins School coming through in 5th place. So a good battle for 1st and a good battle for 3rd.
Well, indeed, some intra-Ballarat rivalry there for 3rd and 4th, Ballarat Grammar and Wendouree Ballarat, but it's Angus Murfitt who gets 3rd place and Darcy James taking out the race ahead of Luca Free. Those three will all move through to the quarterfinals tomorrow in the under-19 men's single scull from the 4th of 7 repechages in this event. And race 126 is the next. It's on the course already. Lane 2, Gippsland Grammar, Curtis Wilmot. Lane 3 from Hutchins, James Moy. Lane 4 from Radford College is Angus Scott. Lane 5, Sydney University, Oliver Klotz. Lane 6, Wendouree Ballarat, Joshua Matheson. And lane 7 from the Southport School is Jed Galley. Probably leading to, I think that is the Southport School Sculler there in the dark coloured boat. On the farthest away from the camera at least, as they head past the construction site section of the course. And beside him in the red and white colours would be Wendouree Ballarat's Joshua Matheson, who look to be our top two. And a couple of lanes further across, Radford College, another of the ACT scullers, Angus Scott, would round out the top three as they head towards the 1500 metre mark. And the Southport School's Jed Galley, coached by Cameron Kennedy, leads comfortably through with about a 3 boat length lead over Joshua Matheson of Wendouree Ballarat.
Yeah, 6 seconds, that gap between first and second. And as we see the scullers coming through for third, and that will be Angus Scott from Radford College, and he's got a few boat lengths over the 4th place sculler, which looks to be Oliver Klotz from Sydney University. So Jed Galley from the Southport School leading Joshua Matheson and Angus Scott. Oliver Klotz, a lot of ground to make up coming into that final, coming into the final stages, and then we've got James Moy from the Hutchins School and Curtis Wilmot making up our field in this 5th repechage, the under-19 men's single scull. So we've still got a couple more to come after this before we move on to the under-19 coxless pairs.
Sure, if Oliver Klotz is related to Samuel Klotz from the Bundaberg Rowing Club, who raced only a few repechages ago. He's from Bundaberg. This Klotz, of course, from Sydney University, not the most common of surnames, but racing for clubs in different parts of the country. So it may well be a coincidence, but in any case, it's certainly the Southport School's Jed Galley who leads comfortably now ahead of Wendouree Ballarat's Joshua Matheson in 2nd place. Joshua Matheson coached by Paul Blanchfield and Sam Hutchinson, another of the many scullers from Ballarat in this event. And Radford College, Angus Scott is certainly there in 3rd. He's coached by William Hatcher, Maximilian Meyer and Gordon Marks at Radford College in the ACT. So they look to be our top 3. No particular need for a tight finish here, it seems, although the Southport School sculler maintaining some pretty strong strokes right towards the finish line. He'll go across in the end about 3 lengths clear, as it was after 1,500 metres from Joshua Matheson of Wendouree Ballarat. So our next 3 quarter-finalists about to be confirmed here. Jed Galley across in 1st place for the Southport School. 2nd to Joshua Matheson of Wendouree Ballarat. And 3rd, a few strokes behind him, will be the Radford College sculler, Angus Scott.
We just see Angus Scott cross into that final qualification position. So Jed Galley, Josh Matheson and Angus Scott, our 3 qualifiers. From repechage number 5, coming through in 4th place will be the sculler Oliver Klotz from Sydney University. And then he'll finish ahead of the 2 scullers from Hutchins School, James Moy in lane 3, and then Curtis Wilmot from Gippsland Grammar over in lane number 2. So the time's just getting a little bit quicker now. That was a 7 minutes 54 for the win in that one. So we might just find that the conditions are easing up a little bit and just making it a little bit easier for this, particularly for the single scullers, to be able to get that momentum, particularly down at the start.
Yeah, certainly a lot of these races, it's all about being in a qualifying spot as well, so not so much the need to race the whole way down the course. So if they can start well and get themselves into the top 3, as it is in these races, then it can become a bit more comfortable to progress down the course. But yes, it does appear conditions improving a little as we go on to repechage 6 of the under-19 men's single scull.
In lane 2 from Rockhampton Fitzroy Rowing Club, Thomas Miller, coached by Kim and Bonnie Byrne. In lane 3 from Gippsland Grammar, Jada Frith. In lane 4 from Swan River Rowing Club, Benjamin Sutherland, coached by David Maharich. In lane 5 from Huon Rowing Club, Patrick Robbie, coached by Paul Newbon. Lane 6 from Christian Brothers College, Cooper Hoskin. And lane 7 from Corio Bay Rowing Club, Charles Radin, and he's coached by Lee Hall Sullivan. And Charles Radin is out in front through that 1,500 metre mark and looking very, very comfortable. Very talented sculler from the Corio Bay Rowing Club. And you can see there that he's got a very clear, lot of clear water between himself. So nearly 18 seconds between Charles Radin and Cooper Hoskin, whose boat colour is actually almost camouflaged with the actual colour of the water. So 18 seconds between first and second, and then we just see the third place sculler, Patrick Robbie from Huon Rowing Club, another 18 seconds behind in third place. So that's our 1, 2, 3 lanes, 7, 6 and 5, with Swan River Rowing Club's Benjamin Sutherland coming through in fourth place, and then back a little bit further again to our scullers closest to the camera. So Rockhampton Fitzroy's Thomas Miller leading Jada Frith from Gippsland Grammar as they head into the last 500 metres.
Is that a watercoloured boat for Cooper Hoskin?
It's
a remarkable trick.
It's camouflaged really well.
It is. It's like he's just rowing on water. It's quite remarkable, but doing a good job in any case. Cooper Hoskin there in a clear second place, and somehow propelling himself down the course in any case. But Charles Rarden of Corio Bay, as Stuart said, a well-credentialed sculler from Geelong, and he is very, very comfortably clear here as he comes down lane 7, looking for the first qualifying spot in the 6th repechage of the under-19 men's at single scull. And he will do that very comfortably over the next 100 metres or so, ahead of Cooper Hoskin of Christian Brothers and Huon's Patrick Robbie in third. Not too far ahead of Swan River's Benjamin Sutherland, but probably some couple of boat lengths still should be enough for him to maintain third position and move through to the quarterfinals as well.
So coming into the final strokes now, Charles Rarden from Corio Bay Rowing Club. Comfortable lead. He's led from start to finish, and he'll go through and qualify for the quarterfinals of the men's under-19 single sculls. So a strong row there from Charles Rarden. Coming through in second place from Christian Brothers College in South Australia, it will be Cooper Hoskin.
He does have a boat. It's good to see.
It is. It's very reflective, though. All you could see coming down the course was a white T-shirt with some white oars.
Some blades moving. Yes.
If Casper the Friendly Ghost went for a row in a single scull, that's pretty much how I would expect to see it. Coming through in third place, Patrick Robbie from Huon Rowing Club. So he's got about 50 metres or so to go. Just maintaining a nice, comfortable distance there over the sculler from Swan River Rowing Club at Benjamin Sutherland. So it'll be a third place to Huon in qualification for the quarterfinals, and then Benjamin Sutherland from Swan River Rowing Club finishing in fourth place. And then it does look as though we've got Thomas Miller from Rockhampton Fitzroy, a boat length ahead of Jada Frith from Gippsland Grammar. So the sculler from Rockhampton, if you're going to travel all this way, may as well give yourself a nice little bit of a race at the end and go through and finish in fifth. So winning time there of 8 minutes and 6.27, but Charles Rarden really not under any kind of pressure from very early on in that race.
No, he wasn't. And Cooper Hoskin definitely second there, despite what you may be seeing on screen. There's no photo finish required there. It was Cooper Hoskin in second place, and then Patrick Robbie third. So they are the three qualifiers, and the margin was not 41.68 seconds. It was substantial, but not quite as much as shown there, and a good win to Charles Rarden. In any case, of Corio Bay, and a close-ish race coming down the course now. Repechage 7, the 7th and final repechage of the under-19 men's single scull. Oscar Laurie of Fremantle in lane 2, Javier Chedina of Trinity College in 3, Kobe Reeves from Mossman in 4, Kaylin Routley of Lake Macquarie in 5, Austin Vincent from Fremantle in lane 6, and Cameron Parker of Scotch Oakburn in Launceston is racing in lane 7. He is the narrow race leader as they go through 1,500 metres.
Yeah, only a second listed between Cameron Parker and Kaylin Routley. Austin Vincent from Fremantle Rowing Club sitting in third place, and then a fair bit of clear water between him and the fourth place sculler, Oscar Lowry, also from Fremantle Rowing Club. And then back to Javier Chedinha from Trinity College, and then Kobe Reeves from Mossman, making up our field into the last 500 metres in what is the final repechage for the men's under-19 single sculls. We'll move on then to the repechage for the under-19 women's and men's coxless pairs.
We're almost back on schedule too, Stuart, so great work from our officials and athletes. This is the 10:15 race, which is approaching its conclusion at about 10:24 here in the west, so we are just about back on schedule after that slight delay with some challenging starts in the first couple of races of the day, which you know all too well about.
Challenging? Yep, that's the nicest way to describe it. It's no, it was very difficult down towards the start, and you know, particularly when you've got with the para rowers in particular, you know, I know in our race we had obviously myself with a hand impairment. You've got people who are vision impaired. You have people who are intellectually impaired. So there's a whole heap.
It's a new together as well.
Exactly right. But I mean, it's great. It's great that we've got heats and finals in the doubles.
Absolutely.
It tells you that you've got 16 individual parasculars, and then we've got heats and finals in both the singles ones as well. So, and normally at the start of the day, you would expect it to be the best weather conditions, and unfortunately today,
not the case. Things are different in the West, as we keep being told. But it is certainly, but for Caelan Routley, normal service has been resumed. He's out in front here in this repechage of the under-19 men's single scull. He's coached by Amos Noon, and will go across to take the win ahead of Scotch Oakburn's Cameron Parker. They're coached by James Russell at Scotch Oakburn College in Launceston. And a hell of a Hugh Baird from Scotch Oakburn if you're watching too. And in third place, it would be Fremantle's Austin Vincent, who will come across the line now to round out our qualifiers for the quarterfinals of the under-19 men's single scull. Over to the far side in fourth place, looks like it will be Fremantle's Oscar Laurie. Beside him from Trinity, Javier Chedina, and the Mossman scull is still with some distance to travel down the course. He's a couple of 100 metres away from the finish, but Kobe Reeves will eventually cross in at sixth position. Now, top three only through to the quarters of the under-19 men's single scull. That field is now set. Caelan Routley, Cameron Parker and Austin Vincent now qualifiers from repechage 7.
moving on to race number 129, it's the repechage for the under-19 women's coxless pairs. In lane 2 from the University of Queensland, Georgia Montague and Minaya Bishop, and they're coached by Philip Bourguignon. In lane 3 from Mercantile Rowing Club, Abigail Cox and Olivia Nan, coached by Sam Fennessy, Annabelle Eaton and Peter Somerville. In lane 4 from Bundaberg Rowing Club, Asia Heaps and Georgia Mortimer, coached by Rodney Dick. In lane 5 from Roseville College in New South Wales, Sienna Meany, Hannah Alexander, coached by Gonzalo Briones. In lane 6 from Townsville and JCU, Maya Williams and Nisha Hammond, coached by Harrison Parks and Hayley Nielsen Burke. In lane 7 from the Farron School, Molly Crosby and Annabelle Fry, and they're coached by Sam Manson and Chris Parnham.
We may have a vacant lane here too. I think it's possibly Bundaberg who are not in this race. Asia Heaps and Georgia Mortimer, who both raced the single scull actually very recently, so they may have withdrawn from this race. But it was a brilliant race in the top three in any case, as they went through halfway locked together. It looked to be the crews from Mercantile, Roseville and also the Farn School, so lanes 3, 5 and 7. In fact, that was the race for second and third because they all trailed our race leaders from the University of Queensland over in lane 2. If that timing's to be believed. Indeed, that is the case. It is the crew right across on the far side.
Yeah, so it's first, second and third to go through to the semi-finals. So 4 into 3 doesn't quite go.
It doesn't, and they were having a great race for what in fact was therefore second, third and fourth. You would have seen that shot on screen as 3 boats crossed the halfway mark, locked together. So Mercantile, Roseville and Farn. One of those will likely have to miss out. University of Queensland, Georgia Montague and Minaya Bishop, coached by Phil Bourguignon, the relatively new head coach back at the University of Queensland after many, many years overseas. And his crew is certainly in a strong position on the in the non-preferred lane, so it can be done from lane 2.
I hope so. I'm in lane 3.
We'll find out soon enough. That's, well, certainly, it does seem the conditions are improving as the day progresses. It's what happened yesterday. And it is counterintuitive to those of us who are used to courses where the wind builds up through the day. But certainly, when we left here yesterday at about 5:30 in the afternoon, the water was almost flat.
Oh, it was beautiful to go out for a training paddle yesterday afternoon.
So you trained on glass and then came out this morning and
yeah, exactly right. Well, that was in the pair as well. We've got the University of Queensland, Georgia Montague and Minaya Bishop out in front. And then in that battle for second, third, it did look to be...
Mercantile just there in second.
Yeah, and then...
Farn across on the far side?
Yeah, it might be Farn. We'll just wait for confirmation on that as they're coming down towards the finish line. Definitely the University of Queensland over there in lane 2, out in front, looking comfortable. They've got a few boat lengths between themselves and that chasing pack, but we have... in lane 7, the Farn School. In lane 5, Roseville College. And then in lane 3, Mercantile Rowing Club. So those 3 crews, only 2 of them, if University of Queensland stay out in front, only 2 of them are going to make it through to the semi-final of the under-19 women's coxless pairs. So the pressure is on at the moment. I would suggest that Roseville College are the ones that really have to try and get that extra bit of speed from somewhere.
Yeah, there you go. And then Townsville and JCU across there in 5th place. So they're a fair way off the pace, 32 seconds away from 4th spot. So unlikely to finish in the calculations here. But University of Queensland out in front. Mercantile in 2nd place, Abigail Cox and Olivia Nairn, coached by Sam Fennessy, Annabelle Eaton and Peter Somerville. And then it was the Tasmanians 3rd for the Farn School of Hobart, Molly Crosby and Annabelle Fry, coached by Sam Manton and Chris Parnham. And hello to those of us watching us in Hobart as well. I know there's plenty of Tasmanians enjoying the racing today, or plenty of people visiting Tasmania and watching the racing at the same time. So it's great to have you all joining us on the live stream. And the University of Queensland looks safe here, Stuart, but still a great race for 2nd, 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, absolutely. So Georgia Montague and Benaya Bishop out in front for the University of Queensland over in lane 2. Mercantile looking like they might just be moving a little bit further ahead of Farn, and then Roseville College also starting to make their moves. So the battle for 2nd and 3rd is well and truly on. Out in front though, University of Queensland. They'll go through, take the win in the repechage, the under-19 women's coxless pairs. Then in 2nd place, it looks to be Mercantile, and then we've got Farn just with their boat, half a boat length ahead of the Roseville crew, and that's how they're going to go across. Mercantile will qualify in 2nd, 3rd going to Farn, and 4th going to Roseville, just missing out there by a couple of seconds. So 2nd place going to Mercantile there, Farn in 3rd, Roseville in 4th, and then Townsville JCU will make up our field. So a nice little battle there the whole way down.
It was a great, great race for the 3 qualifying spots, and as you said, there were 4 crews, so it made it interesting. It's still officially calling for a photo here for 2nd and 3rd, but it will matter not, because Mercantile and Farn will both qualify. They were definitely clear of Roseville, and I thought, as you called it, Stuart, it was Mercantile by about half a length from the Farn School, so I think that's the order in which they will go through.
Race number 130, the repechage for the under-19 men's coxless pairs. So we've got 2 repechages for this event. Lane 1 from Bundaberg Rowing Club, Lachlan Simpson and Nathan Davis. In lane 2 from the Friends School down in Tasmania, Alex Rackham and Karen James. In lane 3 from Christian Brothers College in South Australia, Sam Jackson and Lachlan Hancock. Lane 4 from Prince Alfred College in South Australia, Marcus Gibson and Angus Rickard Bell. Lane 5 from St Peter's College in South Australia, so a few South Aussies here. Xavier Van Ooyen and Albert Howard. In lane 6 from Hutchins School down in Tasmania, Falcon Palmer and Archie Stewart. And in lane 7 from the Fremantle Rowing Club, Liam Jager and Liam Davis. So a pair of Liams.
Be an easy crew to coach, wouldn't it?
Yep, you just know, you just need to call out Liam.
That's right, do this. But they're not quite in front, but that lane 7 combination from adults. The Hutchins School in 6, the Tasmanians, Falcon Palmer and Archie Stewart, who are coached by Andrew Palmer, who are the pretty comfortable race leaders here, ahead of St Peter's College from Adelaide in 2nd place. Xavier Van Ooyen and Albert Howard, coached by James McRae. They're at St Peter's College. They're clearly our top 2. And then 3rd is Fremantle on the inside lane. So the 2 Liams, Jager and Davis, coached by Kevin Neville, do sit in a qualifying spot at this point of proceedings. All 7 lanes in use in this particular repechage. Rowing on the 7-lane course this week, so that's why the progression system is slightly different sometimes to the 8-lane version that's used at previous national championships. So reaching the conclusion here of this first repechage of 2 in the under-19 men's coxless pair, and it continues to be the crew from Hutchins who do lead here, Falcon Palmer and Archie Stewart, clear by several lengths from St Peter's still 2nd and Fremantle in 3rd, so no real change in the order over the concluding few hundred metres of the race. Then Christian Brothers, I think it might be in 4th position. The lane 3 crew, Sam Jackson and Lachlan Hancock, ahead of Prince Alfred College from Adelaide, Marcus Gibson and Angus Rickard Bell. But our top 3 remain clear, and a strong win coming up here to the Hutchins School on lane 6. So Hutchins, Falcon Palmer and Archie Stewart take the win in race 130. Very tight for 2nd in the end, but St Peter's will hold on there and go across. In lane 5, they take out 2nd spot, just ahead of Fremantle, who'll finish third. So there are 3 qualifiers from this first of 2 repêchages. Then it is across to the bow numberless crew, but I believe that is Christian Brothers on lane 3, who will finish 4th. 5th will be then the Prince Alfred College combination in lane 4. And then to the far side, we have Friends and also Bundaberg in 6th and 7th. So the top 3 to go through there: Hutchins, St Peters and Fremantle.
Race number 131. It's the second repechage of the under-19 men's coxless pairs, first, second and third through to the final. Lane 2 from Pulteney Grammar, Tyson Woodley and Jacob McGinley. Lane 3 from Tasmania University, Hugo Wilkins and Josh Fielding. Lane 4 from Ballarat Clarendon, Zachary Lang and Alexander Moffat. In lane 5 from Hutchins School, Jacob Feidler and Oliver Hart. Lane 6 from St Peters College, Hamish Scott Young and Tom Edwardes. And in lane 7 from St Augustine's and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Dougal McKenzie and Joe Lynch.
Just had a message come through from Gippsland Grammar as well, who have lost a pair of Concept 2 blades with 2 silver stickers on the shaft. If you come across 2 Concept 2 blades with 2 silver stickers on the blades, can you please contact Nick Bartlett from Gippsland Grammar? Thank you.
So just through the 1,000 metres, it was St Augustine's leading St Peters College, and then Ballarat Clarendon sitting in third and the final qualification position ahead of the Hutchins School in lane 5, then Tasmania University and Pulteney Grammar. That's St Augustine's college crew, Dougal McKenzie and Joe Lynch. They were part of the winning 4 World Championship winning Junior 4. Out in front at the moment while they've got one blade each. We just see St Augustine's going through the 1,500 metre mark now, and plenty of clear water between themselves and the chasing pack. So we've got a nice little battle going on for second and third. St Peters College, the crew there of Hamish Scott Young and Tom Edwardes, just leading Ballarat Clarendon, Zachary Lang and Alexander Moffat. And then some work to do for Hutchins School. They're sitting in 4th place, but they are just under 10 seconds behind Ballarat Clarendon in that final qualification position. Tasmania University, Hugo Wilkins and Josh Fielding coming through in 5th place. And
the repechage, so St Augustine, St Peters and Ballarat Clarendon to be in a clear third from here. Been a very successful season for Ballarat Clarendon, winning both the boys and the girls' first 4 race at the head of the lake at Lake Wendouree a few weeks ago. They certainly had some great success in the girls' events last year, and now doing the same here in the male races as well, with Zachary Lang and Alexander Moffat in that crew for Ballarat Clarendon, who are clearly in third and possibly looking to go out after the second place crew from St Peters as well. They're Hamish Scott Young and Tom Edwards still sitting there behind our leading crew from St Augustine's, who remain very comfortably in front here with 3 crews to go through here to the semi-finals of the under-19 men's coxless pair from this second of 2 repechages.
But out in front it is Dougal McKenzie and Joe Lynch. They're coached by Judith Ungamak. And as you would expect, they are out in front. They've just lowered things down a little bit coming towards the end, but they've still got a couple of boat lengths. The battle for second is good though. St Peters College, Hamish Scott Young, Tom Edwardes leading Zachary Lang and Alexander Moffat from Ballarat Clarendon. But there's not much to pick between those 2 crews in the battle for second and third. It'll be a win for St Augustine's. They'll go through in first. And then we've just seen St Peters really pull ahead. So they've managed to put on a boat length very quickly towards the end there. They'll qualify in second ahead of Ballarat Clarendon in 3rd place. Coming through in 4th will be the Hutchins School, Jacob Feidler and Oliver Hart. And then they'll finish ahead of the crew from Tasmania University, Hugo Wilkins and Josh Fielding. And then Pulteney Grammar's Tyson Woodley and Jacob McGinley.
And again, despite what you may be seeing on screen there, no photo finish required. There's certainly a clear win to St Augustine's over St Peters and Ballarat Clarendon were our top three. They will all move through to the under-19 men's Cox's pair semi-finals to be raced tomorrow. Races 226 and 227 will be the semis of the under-19 men's Cox's pair ahead of the finals on Thursday. And still one crew to come home. It is the Pulteney Grammar combination from Adelaide with still a bit over 100 metres to go to complete the course. They'll finish in 6th place, that combination from Pulteney Grammar.
Moving on to the repechage one for the women's under-21 single sculls. So first and second to go through to the final. So we've got a number of repechages in this event. In lane 2 from Adelaide Rowing Club, Georgia Tager. In lane 3 from Sydney University, Lily Gavin. In lane 4 from Mercantile Rowing Club, Chloe Robertson. Lane 5 from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Ellie Clifford. In lane 6 from Team Hong Kong, Cho Kyo Ko. And in lane 7 from Sydney University, Zoe Bond. So Zoe Bond, a former Australian junior representative. Originally from Canberra Grammar, now rowing out at Sydney University. So we'd expect to see Zoe out towards the front. We can just see some of the timings there. So Zoe Bond just leading Georgia Tager from Adelaide Rowing Club, so either side of the course. And then back a little bit further to Cho Kyo Ko from Team Hong Kong, Chloe Robertson from Mercantile, Lily Gavin from Sydney University, and Ellie Clifford from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, making up our field through the first 1,000 metres.
It's great to see Georgina Tager up there in the top couple. She was the sculler who fell in during a race yesterday and had to be rescued back into her boat, but was able to get back in and row out the course, finishing obviously in a distant last place. But by doing so, she qualified herself for the repechage in the outside lane, as it's turned out, and she is now up in the top 2 and a very good chance of a semi-final spot. So once again, great indication there of the importance of rowing out every stroke and completing every race, no matter what the conditions may throw at you. So Georgina Tager well placed here in the battle with Zoe Bond. They're on opposite sides of the course, so they'll be struggling to keep contact with each other, I'd suspect. But at this stage, they're the two who'll be going through to the semis. They're deep into the third 500 metres now of this race. And that gives you an indication of the distance across the course here between these two scullers on opposite sides, but certainly is Zoe Bond of Sydney Uni, coached by Alfie Young, and Georgina Tager of Adelaide, coached by Ron Mobbs and Darren Potts, our top 2, and probably then Team Hong Kong towards the centre of the course. Cho Ki Ko would be in 3rd spot. Mercantile's Chloe Robertson is there alongside Lily Gavin from Sydney Uni. But there is quite a gap back from our top 2 to the remainder of the field, and just the top 2 will go through to the semi-finals from this big field of 4 repechages here in the under-21 women's single scull.
So Zoe Bond from Sydney University out in front at the moment. Georgina Tager from Adelaide Rowing Club sitting in 2nd place, going through the 1,500 metres, so about 4 seconds between first and second. Then a big gap there back to Cho Kyo Ko from Team Hong Kong in 4th place, so 11 seconds between second and third. Then Lily Gavin in 4th place, Chloe Robinson in 5th, and then Ellie Clifford from Griffith University Surfers Paradise in 6th place through the 1,500 metre mark. So about 11 seconds, as I say, between second and third. First and second going through to the semi-finals. Their races 228 and 229 in the women's under-21 single sculls.
The Team Hong Kong sculler there in the centre of the course just to be struggling with her steering a little bit. She's sitting very much on the buoys now between lanes 5 and 6 at this stage. But she still probably sits 3rd, although Chloe Robinson from Mercantile is not too far away from her either. And then the second of the Sydney Uni scullers, Lily Gavin, in a race behind, really for 3rd, 4th and 5th. But our top 2 well clear and looking to comfortably go through here. I think that Zoe Bond might be extending her lead here late in the race.
Yeah, extended it out from about 2 to 4 seconds over that third 500 metres. So, but again, as you said earlier, Richard, very difficult to be able to see out across, and particularly when you're not necessarily looking out. When the races are seated as they are, lane 7, you're expecting your nearest competition to be out there in lane 6.
Be close by, that's right, yeah.
But you know, as you mentioned, Georgina being able to get back into the boat, finish the race, meant that she's qualified for the repechage and now looking very comfortable to qualify for the semi-finals.
Exactly right. So just on 100 to go for our leaders. A bit less than that, in fact, for Zoe Bond, who's really cleared out late in this race ahead of Georgina Tager. Team Hong Kong coming home with a bit of pace here, as is the Mercantile Sculler and, in fact, the Sydney Uni Sculler. And Lily Gavin there probably up into 4th place now. But our top two look clear. Certainly Zoe Bond will go through from Sydney University in lane 7. She's got a couple of strokes to go, and she'll take the win in repechage 1 of the under-21 women's single scull. Very comfortable there, just turning off a few strokes out and gliding across the line is the sculler from Sydney Uni. And Georgina Tager will take 2nd place, so a great effort from her in the outside lane of the course. She finishes 2nd on lane 2. 3rd will go to Team Hong Kong's Cho Ki Ko. Still very much on the line of boys for the second half of that race, but she does enough to get through in 3rd place. 4th goes to Sydney Uni's Lily Gavin. 5th will be Mercantile Chloe Robinson. And 6th place for Griffith University Surfers Paradise will be Ellie Clifford in a few strokes' time as she comes towards the finish line as well.
Repechage number 2 of the under-21 women's single sculls is underway. In lane 2 from Rockhampton Fitzroy Rowing Club, Georgia Crichton, coached by Kim and Bonnie Byrne. In lane 3, also from Rockhampton Fitzroy Rowing Club, Georgia Slack, also coached by Kim and Bonnie Byrne. Lane 4 from Mersey Rowing Club, Ella Spalding, coached by David and Merv Tippett. Lane 5 from Centenary Rowing Club, Jessica Malcolm, coached by Michael Abstelzen, Ben Southwell and Gus Rodero. Lane 6 from Penrith Rowing Club, Madison Joins, coached by Lindsay Callahan. And in lane 7 from the North Esk Rowing Club, Morgan Brown, coached by Trevor Barrett.
Another race not progressing necessarily in the seeded lane order. A couple of scullers doing well in the centre of the course here as well.
Yeah, Jessica Malcolm from Centenary Rowing Club. It was a little bit of a surprise to see her in lane 5, but doing well through the first 1,000 metres or so.
Yeah, we saw her. Sophie took out a big win for the Malcolm family in the under-19 single scull a few races ago. So Jessica now, of course, is required to repeat the dose. But it might be the Mersey sculler, in fact, sitting just ahead of her. That's Ella Spalding there in the Mersey Rowing Club boat on lane 4. In advance, it looks like, of Jessica Malcolm. And then also Morgan Brown of North Esk. And the other sculler in that group of 4 who are looking for the 2 qualifying spots would be Madison Joins from the Penrith Rowing Club, who's coached there by Lindsay Callahan.
So it does look to be Ella Spalding from the Mersey Rowing Club, who is out in front at the moment. They're just coming up towards the 1,500 metre mark, so we'll get a better idea as they cross over there. So Ella Spalding from Mersey Rowing Club sitting in 1st place in the qualification position. Then we've got Jessica Malcolm, from Centenary Rowing Club sitting in 2nd, a boat length ahead of Morgan Brown from North Esk, and then Madison Joins from Penrith Rowing Club. Two Georges from Rockhampton Fitzroy, Georgia Slack and Georgia Crichton from the Rockhampton Fitzroy Rowing Club, making up our field.
Easy for the coaches once again. They would be in 5th and 6th place, the 2 scullers from Central Queensland. It's the Tasmanians leading the way. In fact, 2 of the 3 qualifying, or 2 of the top 3 spots held by Tasmanians. Only 2 will go through, but Jessica Malcolm of Centenary will have a fair bit to say about that, you would think, over the closing strokes of this race. But it continues to be the sculler from the Mersey Rowing Club in Devonport who leads this race. Then the Centenary sculler and lane 7, Morgan Brown of North Esk continue to be our top 3, just holding off Madison Joins of Penrith. And only 2 will go through here, so still some close racing, I'd suggest, over the final 250 metres of this race. The second repechage of 4 in the under-21 women's single scull.
Yeah, you can just see Morgan Brown just starting to put a little bit of a push on. So Jessica Malcolm's going to have to be careful to make certain that she does still go through in that second and final qualification position. Ella Spalding from Mersey Rowing Club still out in front now. There's a couple of boat lengths between her and the chasing pack. So Jessica Malcolm still sitting in second place from Centenary. Morgan Brown from North Esk Rowing Club in third place, just out of that qualification position into the last 200 metres or so. And then back there, Madison Joins from Penrith Rowing Club just dropping off the pace a little bit into the final stages. But an exciting race here, Richard, for second and third for that final qualification position.
Isn't it all lifting? Even Ella Spalding from Mersey has had to raise the rate too, because the scullers behind her are coming from everywhere as they look for those 2 qualifying spots. Jessica Malcolm of Centenary is still there in second. Morgan Brown of North Esk has been very strong late in the race. Ahead still of Madison Joins from Penrith. I think the order will be maintained as they head down towards the finish line, but close in the end, as going through by 1 length is Ella Spalding of Mersey in first place. Second does go to Jessica Malcolm of Centenary. They are our 2 qualifiers. Third place, Morgan Brown from North Esk, and fourth will be the Penrith sculler, Madison Joins. Great race there for 2 qualifying spots in the second repechage of the under-21 women's single scull. Our next 2 scullers home, both from the Rockhampton Fitzroy Rowing Club. The 2 Georgias. Georgia Slack will finish 5th, and Georgia Crichton will finish in 6th place on the outside lanes of the course.
Moving on to repechage 3 of the under-21 women's single sculls, again first and second through to the semi-finals. In lane 3 from the University of Queensland, Ruby Dollar, coached by Michael Russell. Lane 4, also from the University of Queensland and coached by Michael Russell, is Gemma Thompson. Lane 5 from Adelaide University, Victoria Binns, coached by Tom Dornbus. Lane 6 from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Lindsay Calvert, coached by Christopher Holliday and Duncan Free. And lane 7 from the Mersey Rowing Club, Lydia Tippett, and she's coached by David and Merv Tippett.
We saw a Mersey sculler win the previous repechage, but some work to do certainly for Lydia Tippett, who'd be third at best here, I would think. The leading scullers are next to her, but in those lanes 5 and 6, and it's Lindsay Calvert of Griffith University Surfers Paradise who leads through, and leads pretty comfortably, in fact, over Victoria Binns from Adelaide University in second place, and then third would be the Mersey sculler Lydia Tippett. But she's got some 8.22 seconds to make up to move back into the top 2. It's a fair distance over 500 metres.
Into a headwind.
Even into a headwind, that's right, just to make it a little bit more challenging.
Look, you just need to keep increasing the degree of difficulty.
Exactly. It feels a bit like that at times, but certainly in these long, lengthy races due to the wind, it is an advantage clearly for these scullers to get out in front early in the race and just try and stay there and move through in a qualifying spot with the minimum effort required, because it's a tough race in any regard to row 2,000 metres into the wind.
As we just see Ruby Dollar in 4th place, and then Gemma Thompson from the University of Queensland in 5th. So a bit of a gap there between our leading scullers. So this repechage a little bit more spread out. It is still Lindsay Calvert from Griffith University Surfers Paradise Rowing Club who is out in front, leading Victoria Binns from Adelaide University. There are 2 qualifiers, and it does look to be some clear water as they get towards the last 250 metres. Lydia Tippett from the Mersey Rowing Club just sitting a little bit behind there, so very difficult to make up in the last 250. But again, you've got the headwind, you've got a bit of breeze going about. Never know what might happen. The oar goes in a little bit funny, and the next thing you know, you're struggling.
Things can change quickly still in the closing strokes of a race, and particularly when a bit of fatigue sets in late in these events. Already racing for 8.5 minutes, these scullers, and still some probably 20 or 25 seconds to go for our race leader. But Lindsay Calvert is looking good here out in front for the Griffith University Surfers Paradise Club, leading it by probably about 3 lengths or so from Victoria Binns of Adelaide University. And the third place sculler there from Mersey, Lydia Tippett, trying to make a difference here in the closing strokes, but doesn't look like she'll be able to move up into the top 2.
So Lindsay Calvert led from start to finish for Griffith University Surfers Paradise Rowing Club, and with a few big strokes to go, she will go through and take the win in repechage number 3 of the under-21 women's single sculls. Coming through in second place, and also qualifying will be Victoria Binns from Adelaide University. So there are 2 qualifiers. Third place, just missing out, will be Mersey's Lydia Tippett, and then back a little bit further to Ruby Dollar from University of Queensland and Gemma Thompson, also from the University of Queensland. Winning time there of 9 minutes 11.2. So we are seeing some of the times just go out a little bit more. The winning time in the first repechage was 9:01 and then 9:18 in the second one. So
a bit of variety there.
I think the variety in the wind would probably explain a lot of that.
Two University of Queensland scullers about to complete the course here, so it will be Ruby Dollar ahead of Gemma Thompson in the third repechage of the under-21 women's single scull. So just one race remains as far as this event's concerned for today. It is the fourth and final repechage, and a good battle there at the head of the field as they head through the halfway mark of the race. But the full field, first of all, is lane 2, Amy Florence from North Esk. Lane 3, Pip Gray from ANU. Lane 4, Catherine Greenhill, another sculler from the Mersey Rowing Club. Lane 5, Elena Moran from ANU. Lane 6, Gabrielle Geldard from Toowong. And Lane 7, Sophia Whiteman of Sydney University. And it was those two scullers, Stuart, on the close side there, or the close side to us, the far side from the camera, who were very close together after 1,000 metres.
Yeah, only about a second and a half between first and second. Then a bit of a gap then to Elena Moran from ANU, and then again close between Elena Moran, Amy Florence and Catherine Greenhill, with back a little bit further then to Pip Gray from ANU. So again, you can just see almost white caps as they're coming down the course. So again, it is a little bit tricky. You've got that head crosswind, making it really just focusing, I guess, on making sure that you've got that good connection and that you've got that really powerful drive as you're taking your stroke.
Yeah, delicate balancing act between obviously getting the boat moving as fast as possible to qualify for the next round, and also, of course, not making any substantial missteps that can halt your progress down the course. Not so much of an issue for our two scullers on the preferred side. Sophia Whiteman, coached by Alfie Young at the Sydney University Boat Club, and Gabrielle Geldard, coached by James Doring and Leo Karidimitris at the Toowong Rowing Club in Brisbane. They continue to be our top two. I think that Sophia Whiteman may have just extended her lead a little over the third 500 metres. It was about a second and a half at the halfway mark of the race. And those two clearly now well away from third place, Elena Moran of the ANU. They'll soon come through the 1,500 metre timing point as well, with Sophia Whiteman leading it from Gabrielle Geldard.
Just crossing over the 1,500 metre mark, and it is Sophia Whiteman leading from Sydney University. She's got a nice bit of clear water between herself and Gabrielle Geldard from Toowong Rowing Club in Queensland. So there are two qualifiers. We just see the wind, just start to pick up, just seeing a couple of white caps come through on the screen. So
just when we thought conditions were improving, it's another degree or so more challenging. We've still got plenty of single sculling races to go this morning, single sculls and pairs, so lots of small boats, as is always the case over the opening couple of days of this regatta. It'll be tested certainly over the water here on day 2 of the 2023 Australian Rowing Championships. But Sophia Whiteman has certainly extended out to a clear lead now, about 3 lengths, 8.21 seconds it is over Gabrielle Geldard in second place. So they look very likely to be our two qualifiers, and you can just see there the sculler on screen. The conditions making it somewhat difficult to get the oars cleanly in the water. That is Amy Florence there of North Esk, sitting in about 5th place, but certainly on the rougher side of the course, and doing her best to propel the boat down the course, still at some speed, and a fair way behind our leading couple of rowers.
And just on that third place rower, Elena Moran actually has a scholarship and will be over to Rutgers University in the US in August, I believe.
Another of the many Australian athletes who are looked upon very favourably by the American university system now, and a great experience, of course, for their rowing careers to go and spend a few years racing and being educated, of course, in the American college system as well.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen at ANU, one of the club mates, Taylor Caudle, went over to the University of Wisconsin, spent some time in Madison, Wisconsin, then over, I think it was with Oxford Brookes, and has now come back to Canberra. And we'll be rowing, we'll see her out today, I believe, and also in the ACT Queen's Cup 8 on Sunday.
Excellent. So they've enjoyed the experience overseas and come back to race at home after all that too, which is great to see.
Exactly right. Out in front though, Sophia Whiteman from Sydney University, coached by Alfie Young, very comfortable in the conditions. You can just see there, just making certain that the power is in the stroke, getting through to the finish. Second place will go to Gabrielle Geldard from Toowong Rowing Club. So they're our two qualifiers. So again, we saw there as they passed through the 1,000 and through the 1,500, the conditions really getting tricky as that wind started to gust up. We can see it down towards the finish line as well. But a win there, Sophia Whiteman, second to Gabrielle Geldard as she just crosses the line now. So they're our two qualifiers in a 9:22.17. Then a bit of a gap, but coming through in third place is Elena Moran from ANU. She's coached by Nigel Harding, a couple of boat lengths ahead of Mersey's Catherine Greenhill, and then back again to Amy Florence from Northeast Rowing Club and Pip Gray from ANU to make up our field. So Elena Moran just crossing now ahead of Catherine Greenhill, Amy Florence and Pip Gray.
Four repêchages up now in the under-21 men's single scull. First of which is well underway, and in repechage 1 we have Charles Clark from Griffith University Surfers Paradise in 3, Hayden Mounter of Tasmania University in lane 4, Edward Nutt from Sydney Uni racing in lane 5, Liam Taylor of Penrith Rowing Club in lane 6, and Darcy Water from Toowong racing in lane 7.
And I suspect we've got Darcy Water out in front at the moment from the Toowong Rowing Club. So they're just coming up now towards the 1,500 metre mark, and we can see Darcy Water just crossing at the 1,500. Then it looks to be Ed Nutt from Sydney University sitting about half a boat length ahead of Liam Taylor from the Penrith Rowing Club. So only first and second going through to the semi-finals in the men's under-21 single sculls. So there'll be an interesting battle between lanes 5 and 6 for that final qualification position. Back a little bit further then to Hayden Mounter from Tasmania University and Charles Clark from Griffith University Surfers Paradise. So we just see the Adelaide University, Tasmania University Hayden Mounter coming through in 4th, and then Charles Clark from Griffith University Surfers Paradise in 5th place through 1,500 metres. So Darcy Water from Toowong Rowing Club out in front, and then Edward Nutt and Liam Taylor from Sydney University and Penrith Rowing Club respectively, battling it out for that final qualification position. And they're only a couple of boat lengths back from Darcy Water. So, I mean, the bonus for Darcy is that he's got that lead position. He can have a look back at where everyone else is. But nice little battle there, and it looks like it may well be Liam Taylor from Penrith Rowing Club just rowing through Ed Nutt from Sydney University into that second place, into that second qualification position.
Very distinctive, yes, pink bucket hat there on the head of the Penrith sculler, Liam Taylor, but he is in a clear second place. I think he's going out after Toowong's Darcy Water for the lead of this race. They look like the two will go through because Edward Nutt from Sydney Uni just back a couple of lengths now into third place. It's just 2 to qualify here, and a very strong finish from Liam Taylor, the Lindsay Callaghan coach sculler from the Penrith Rowing Club on the Nepean River. Just down the road from the Sydney International Regatta Centre, where we'll be this time next year for the National Championships after a 5-year gap. And he's moved up to within about half a length from the Toowong sculler, Darcy Water, who is still holding on. He's just doing enough, and he's controlled the race to perfection, has Darcy Water from Toowong, and he'll go through 3/4 of a length clear. So Toowong first and Penrith second. They'll be our qualifiers from the first repechage of the under-21 men's single scull. In the end, about 2.5 lengths back to Sydney Uni. Edward Nutt in third. Fourth will be the Tasmania University Boat Club sculler, Hayden Mounter. And 5th place then Charles Clark from Griffith University Surfers Paradise.
Winning time there of 8 minutes 19.64. second repechage is underway in the under-21 men's single sculls. Again, first and second through to the semi-finals. In lane 3 from the University of Western Australia, Daniel Holding, coached by William Hines and Alex Salenza. In lane 4 from Adelaide University, Edward Chipperfield, coached by Sam Morton. Lane 5 from Commercial Rowing Club, Mika Talbot, coached by Dario Sportelli. In lane 6 from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Samuel Mounter, coached by Christopher Holliday and Duncan Free. And in lane 7 from Sydney University, Oscar Barigi, coached by Don McLaughlin. We just see that, seeing the footage there. So certainly lanes 1, 2 and 3, a little bit trickier at the moment. You can see some nice waves. Might be good time to try some coastal rowing.
Exactly right, Jess.
If you do want to try, have a look at some of the coastal rowing sculls. They do have that set up near where the warm-up ergos are, so out the back of the shed. So get out, have a bit of a look. Actually, I think I had a look there yesterday afternoon. Some of those coastal sculls, absolutely massive, different.
They are very
design.
different. It is a different variant of the sport, but it's one that's becoming rapidly popular. Is it part of the Commonwealth Games program now for Victoria 2026 to be raced? I think at Torquay will be the venue for the Commonwealth Games coastal rowing. We've had a few come and try events around Victoria in the last few months too to get rowers used to the boats and the completely different, effectively, process involved in coastal rowing and beach sprint events. So it is interesting to see, and it will no doubt grow. And there's obviously a suspicion they'll be in the Olympic program at least, if not by 2028, certainly by Brisbane 2032.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's how warm is it down? It's down in Torquay in March.
Torquay. Well, it will be. Yes, it will be. It will be warmish. I don't know what the water. It never gets that warm. I think it's fair.
I'm born in Townsville. Townsville. That's not warm.
Not by your standards, I suspect, Stuart. But yes, you'd want to stay sort of above the water rather than in it as much as possible. But Torquay, not far from, of course, the famous Bells Beach, where they have the big surfing competition in Easter each year, so coming up soon, so about this time. So it's good enough for the surfers, covered in their wetsuits and everything else. It'll be fine for the coastal rowers.
Have a zooty wetsuit.
Yeah, exactly right. Might need a couple of extra layers. But it is great to see rowing back in the Commonwealth Games in some form. For the first time since the Edinburgh Games of 1986, there are still some Australians walking around and calling themselves defending Commonwealth Games champions, having won gold medals in 1986.
We actually have one at our club, Adair Ferguson.
There you go. It's a long list.
Well, not that she calls herself one, we just sort of claim it.
I would too. If I'd won a Commonwealth Games gold medal, I'd be making sure everyone knew.
Oscar Barigi from Sydney University out in front, heading into the last 250 metres, leading Samuel Mounter from Griffith University Surfers Paradise. So they're our two qualifiers as things stand. And then back a little bit further, Edward Chipperfield from Adelaide University and Mika Talbot from Commercial. And then back a bit further to Daniel Holding from the University of Western Australia. So again, we've seen that wind just pick up, and I'm not looking at it with any great love or...
You're racing in a couple of hours, Stuart, eh?
Yeah, I'm racing at 12:40, so...
Desperately checking, refreshing every few seconds to see if the wind speed is dropping.
Please die down, please die down. It's very difficult with a hand impairment, you know, if you don't have all the optional extras on the end of your hand trying to pull that oar, control that oar.
Yeah, no, certainly a clean grip on the oar is, in these conditions, is of great assistance, and doing a good job of moving his blades and his boat through the water is Oscar Barigi of Sydney University, coached by Donald McLaughlin, and he'll take out a comfortable win in this second repechage of the under-21 men's single scull as he comes across now some 3 or 4 boat lengths clear. It would be over Samuel Mounter of Griffith University Surfers Paradise in second place. And then further across the course, we have a pretty tight race for third and fourth. Adelaide Uni, Edward Chipperfield will finish third. Fourth will go to Mika Talbot of Commercial, and fifth place to Daniel Holding of the University of Western Australia, who is still 100 or so metres away from the finish line.
It's confirmation there. The win for Oscar Barigi from Sydney University ahead of Samuel Mounter from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, with both scullers going through to the semi-finals in a winning time of 8 minutes 23.23. Race number 138, it's repechage number 3 of the under-21 men's single sculls. Lane 3 from UTS Haberfield, Harry Birchmore, coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bertonetti. In lane 4 from Adelaide University, Callum Deckers, coached by Sam Mawson. Lane 5 from the University of Queensland, Patrick Murphy, coached by Randall Martin and Peter Toon. In lane 6 from the West Australian Rowing Club, Aria Almasi, coached by Jack O'Dea. And in lane 7 from Adelaide Rowing Club and the South Australian Sports Institute, Adam Holland, coached by Nicholas Mitchell.
Line across the course, 2 of our top 3 or 4 scullers. Adam Holland won the under-19 single at last year's Nationals. Had a pretty successful year since then. Now, of course, competing at under-21 level, coached by Nicholas Mitchell at the Adelaide Rowing Club. And a good battle in the red colours beside him is the West Australian Rowing Club sculler Aria Almasi, who is coached by Jack O'Dea. And again, we suspect the West Australians should be most familiar with the fickle weather conditions here at Champion Lakes, so possibly a slight advantage there to Aria Almasi.
Just sitting there going, which direction will the wind come from now? Is it the east? Is it the north? Is it the south? Who knows? It's almost like somebody's up there spinning the magic wheel. Which direction's the wind going to go in now? But certainly at the moment it is a bit of a headwind.
Yes, the testing conditions do continue, but Adam Holland continues to lead, and lead pretty comfortably here too. A member of last year's junior men's at Cox was 4 was Adam Holland, and he's now stretched out to about a 9.5 second lead over Aria Almasi in second place. So our top 2 do sit there on the inside lanes or the far lanes, depending which vision or where you're sitting here on the course. The eastern side of the course certainly is Adam Holland and Aria Almasi as they head past the island that holds the boat park here at the Champion Lake. And about 10 seconds between second and third too. So a lot of work for Patrick Murphy from the University of Queensland if he's to move up into the top 2. Then Harry Birchmore in 4th place for UTS Haberfield, and Callum Deckers of the Adelaide University is in 5th position.
Comfortably out in front though, it is Adam Holland from the Adelaide Rowing Club. He's got a lot of clear water there between himself and Aria Almasi from the West Australian Rowing Club. So there are 2 qualifiers as things stand, coming up towards the last 250 metres. And then we've got that little bit of a gap there. It looks as though Patrick Murphy from the University of Queensland might just be having some steering issues up around the boys. And then Harry Birchmore from UTS Haberfield, and then Callum Deckers from Adelaide University making up our field. So Adam Holland from the Adelaide Rowing Club leading in the 3rd repechage of the under-21 men's single sculls. We've got 1 more repechage to come. Then we'll move on to the repechage for the under-21 women's and men's coxless pairs. So a couple of crew boats to come down shortly.
The single scull's about to conclude this 3rd repechage, and certainly no surprise to see Adam Holland from the Adelaide Rowing Club and the South Australian Sports Institute comfortably out in front. This will be a big win as he comes across to take out race 138. Adam Holland in 1st place for Adelaide in this 3rd repechage of the under-21 men's single scull. Aria Almasi continues in 2nd place. Patrick Murphy's made up some ground here in the last 500 metres, or possibly the West Australian sculler has decided he is comfortable in 2nd place, and he will move through to the semis in any event. So lane 6, Aria Almasi finishes 2nd. 3rd goes to Patrick Murphy from the University of Queensland, and he will miss out on a qualifying spot. And then 4th and 5th over towards the far side of the course. The UTS colours next across in 4th place will be Harry Birchmore, and Callum Deckers for Adelaide University will finish in 5th.
So that winning time there of 8 minutes and 1.48. The other 2 repechages were 8 minutes 19 and 8 minutes 23. So a big difference there. So a very solid row from Adam Holland. And Aria Almasi, even if he was in one of the other repechages, still would have qualified with that time of about 8 minutes.
Would have
20.
almost won in the previous 2 races. So a good effort from Aria Almasi, and he certainly had a pretty easy finish to the race too. So could have gone a bit faster off, no doubt.
Absolutely. Final repechage of the under-21 men's singles sculls. Again, first and second through to the semi-final. In lane 2 from Adelaide University, Heath McLeod, coached by Sam Morton. Lane 3 from A&A Rowing Club, Liam Squires-Welch, coached by Graham Scattergood. Lane 4 from Adelaide University, Nick Burr, coached by Sam Morton. Lane 5 from Mercantile Rowing Club, Hamish Nicol, coached by David Colvin and Anthony Bergellen. In lane 6 from Adelaide University, Jude Shermer, coached by Nicholas Mitchell and Sam Morton. And in lane 7 from Adelaide University, from Tasmania University, Angus Painter.
It is being led by the sculler, I think, on lane 7 there, Angus Painter of Tasmania University.
Place at the moment from Adelaide University, and then Nick Burr from Adelaide University and Hamish Nicol battling it out for third and fourth at the moment. And not a million miles off the pace there through the first 1,000 metres, but they will need to put a bit of a push in to try and catch up to Jude Shermer and Angus Painter. Liam Squires-Welch sitting in 5th place ahead of Heath McLeod from Adelaide University, making up our field.
Decide the final 2 qualifiers through to the semi-finals of the under-21 men's singles scull. As we whittle the field down to potentially 2 semi-finals of 7 boats, it may well be. So 14 or so sculls will remain in the event come tomorrow, as we work out our finalists to move through to Thursday's final, the first of our finals beginning on Thursday morning, as we progress through this week-long extravaganza of some 650 races here at the 2023 Australian Rowing Championships. But Angus Painter, they're in the red colours of the Tasmania University Boat Club, looking pretty comfortable out in front too, and dealing with these conditions in the best way he can. Some long, consistent strokes to try and keep his boat moving at a comfortable pace, well clear of Jude Shermer from Adelaide University, who would still be pretty safe in second place as they come through now with 500 metres to race.
It's a very consistent stroke. It's just nice rhythm in there, getting the power through the stroke. He's got 4.5, a bit over 4 seconds ahead of Jude Shermer from Adelaide University in second place. And then Nick Burr and Hamish Nicol, only 1.5 seconds it says there. It's about half a boat length between the 2 scullers in third and fourth. So Nick Burr from Adelaide University and Hamish Nicol from the Mercantile Rowing Club. And then back a little bit further to Liam Squires-Welch from A&A Rowing Club, as we just see him coming over the 1500 now, and then Heath McLeod from Adelaide University, making up our fields in the final repechage of the under-21 men's single sculls. Still Angus Painter from Tasmania University leading Jude Shermer from Tasmania University leading Adelaide University. There's a lot of universities in here. There's 3.
A lot of syllables in these words, aren't there?
Yeah, the many big words. Talk good can. Sounding like Yoda at the moment.
They do like to confuse us. Must be getting time for lunch. No, not quite. You've still got plenty of racing to go until the middle of the day. But
12:45, I think, is the last one before the lunch break. Finishing up with the 2 men's para heats and then the 2 women's para heats to start up post-lunch.
Okay, so you open the program and you close the morning program as well?
Look, like to open and close things, although in all fairness, I'm in heat number 1. Heat number 2 will probably be down the course by the time I finish.
Watching Angus Painter here from the Tasmania University Boat Club, about to close out this 4th repechage of the under-21 men's single scull. He's clear by only a length or so now of Jude Shermer. So Adelaide Uni's sculler has closed it up here late in the race, but they'll both comfortably go through ahead of Nick Burr, also from Adelaide University, who's 3rd ahead of Mercantile's Hamish Nicol. But the win will go in the red colours on lane 7 to Angus Painter of the Tasmania University Boat Club, still with a couple of strokes to go, but he'll be across with about a length and a half lead to take out race 139. So Angus Painter first, Jude Shermer second. They will qualify through to the semis of the under-21 men's single scull. 3rd place, Nick Burr from Adelaide University. 4th will go to Mercantile's Hamish Nicol. And then 5th and 6th still to come home. Liam Squires from A&A, the West Australian club, and Heath McLeod from the Adelaide University. So 3 scullers in the race from Adelaide University, in the end finishing 2nd, 3rd and 6th. But Angus Painter takes out the win for the Tasmania University Boat Club. Thank you to Stuart, who's got to go and race very shortly. Lizzie Chapman will step back into commentary shortly. And this is repechage 1 of the under-21 women's. A coxless pair with a field of 6 from lane 2. It is Tasmania University and Buckingham. Lane 3, UTS Haberfield. Lane 4, the West Australian Rowing Club. Lane 5, Sydney University. Lane 6, Fremantle and the West Australian Rowing Club. And Lane 7, University of Queensland and Pine Rivers.
And that's the crew of Ella Smith, who we keep talking about, and Nancy Duncan Banks, coached by Glenn and Ray Smith and Phil Bourguignon from Uni of Queensland.
And they do look to be our leaders there over on the lane 7 once again. The lane 7 combinations, we expect, doing well in these reseeded races today.
About an hour and a half ago, and I thought it was up again, so definitely the right decision made this morning to go to that ruling that in order to be fair, those who finished higher up in the ranking of the prior race get a more favourable lane. And we can see there it's really hard to row a pair at the best of times, but to row in these conditions is quite difficult. So our crew at the back there can't quite work out who it is, really struggling a little bit with these conditions. So if you've never tried rowing a pair, 2 of you, 1 oar each, so you've got both hands on the 1 oar, what we call sweep rowing in rowing, and it's really vital in a pair that both of those blades go into the water at the same time, and hopefully the same depth in order for that boat to go straight. You do have a little steering wire attached to a shoe, and you can, one of you can steer, use the rudder using that steering wire that's attached to the shoe, but it's an awful lot simpler than it, sorry, it sounds an awful lot simpler than it really is. Yeah. So
doesn't even sound that simple. but yes, it's a very important stuff as to keep these boats aligned on the course. That's for sure.
So we've got the University of Queensland composite of Ella Smith and Nancy Duncan Banks in the lead. Next to them, in the next best seeded lane, the composite of Holly Cannon from West Australian Rowing Club with Charlotte Broad from Fremantle, coached by Alex Thompson and Stefano Belosso. And then back to lanes 5 and 4, which are having a good battle. In lane 5, Olivia Natty and Tiffany Botha, or Liv and Tiff as they are known, from Sydney University Boat Club, who are coached by Alfie Young, and from West Australian Rowing Club, Aquila Ambrosino and Tanika Webb, who are coached by Stefano Belosso.
This is the first of 2 repechages in the under-21 women's coxless pair. Lizzie, the top 2 to the A final, the remainder of the field to the B final. This is a selection event as far as the under-21s are concerned, hence the need for a B final as well.
Absolutely, yes. And struggling a bit, they struggled yesterday too. The UTS Haberfield pair of Grace Burke and Lila Anderton, coached by Katie Healy, just still finding their feet a bit on this course, I think. They're doing a bit better now. They've managed to get straight, and they are chasing down Hannah Riches and Daisy Manning from Tasmania University and Buckingham, so the Tasmanian crew that's in lane 2. But no doubt about the first 4 and even the first 2, the leaders, Ella Smith and Nancy Duncan Banks in lane 7, Holly Cannon and Charlotte Broad looking good for that A final, although knowing those Sydney University girls and how much they want to impress the selectors, they're not going to make it easy for them.
Racing for every place important here, not just for the qualification, but of positions and lanes in the B final if it comes to that. But there's strong crew here from University of Queensland and Pine Rivers. Ella Smith, of course, so successful last year with Jave Proberts at the Nationals for Pine Rivers, taking home a swag of medals. Now rowing with Nancy Duncan Banks of the University of Queensland Boat Club, and they are clear by a couple of lengths, so looking set to move through to the A final of the under-21 women's coxless pair as we start to sort out our finals fields for later in the week. And this is a good combination who started rowing together, I think, during last year, and now almost through to a national championships final in the under-21 women's coxless pair. The win will go to Ella Smith and Nancy Duncan Banks on lane 7, about 2 lengths clear of Fremantle and the West Australian Rowing Club. Holly Cannon and Charlotte Broad in second place. Third goes to Sydney Uni, Olivia Natty and Tiffany Botha, who will go to the B final, along with the West Australian Rowing Club in lane 4. University and Buckingham, who will finish 6th with still a few strokes to go. So Lizzie, I'll
moved through Hannah Richards. Charge to progress through to the B final and will place 6th. So just confirming then from the first repechage of the under-21 women's coxless pair progressing through to the A final, University of Queensland and Pine Rivers and the Fremantle West Australian Composites. We move on to the second repechage of the under-21 women's coxless pair. In lane 2, the University of Queensland, Tyler Hutton and Alice Reddy. In lane 3, from Melbourne University, Tiffany Crosthwaite and Shah Will. In lane 4, from Mercantile, Zara Bongiorno and Felicity Murray. In lane 5, from Mercantile, Remy Mackay and Jess Hawker. In lane 6, from Adelaide University Boat Club, Claire Romanuk and Deanna Malcolino. And in lane 7, from Mercantile, Bronte Cullen and Anna Morrison. Wouldn't that just be the way that you're all from the same club and you end up in the same blinking repechage? Ben Homer, welcome back to the commentary box. Good to see you.
Good to see you too, Lizzie. How weird is it? Because COVID feels like the lost years, it actually doesn't feel like it's been that long.
That's true, actually.
But I think it was 2019. That's like 4 years ago, isn't it? That's crazy.
And I hear you're competing at this regatta, as well as commentating.
Yeah, in the club men's double later in the week. So looking forward to that. Great. I know there's a bit of wind around, but outside of that, very few clouds in the sky. It's pretty picturesque if you're taking a photo. If you're taking a video, if you're taking a video, maybe muted if you're putting it on Instagram. So.
There's a bit of a battle going on here. As before, the lanes 7 and 6 are seeded slightly more favourably than the rest of them as you progress lower down the numbers, so the seeding has got worse. Bronte Cullen and Anna Morrison of Mercantile making the best use possible of their favourable lane. They are coached by Sam Fennessy and Annabelle Eaton. And then Adelaide University Boat Club in lane 6, Claire Romanuk and Deanna Macalino. They are coached by Tom Dornbos, doing a good job there, racing to try and take out the most favourable lane for the A final. Not far behind, though, the crew from Mercantile of Remy Mackay and Jess Hawker, also coached by Sam Fennessy and Annabelle Eaton. They've got a great under-21 squad there at Mercantile. Under 23s as well. Always a strong women's programme, but under Sam Fennessy and now Annabelle Eaton joining him, just strengthening even further. And Al Matthews, of course, who has just been selected as the coach to the under 23 women's 4 for Australia that will go and race at the World under 23s in Plovdiv, Bulgaria later on in the year.
And Lizzie, you really can see that advantage of these lanes on the far side of the course, the fact that they're not as impacted by the crosswind, and it's certainly helping in these repechages.
Certainly is. And as we saw yesterday, things do happen. It's a sport outdoors, on water, quite often in places where wind and rain and your exposure to just openness can affect your lane. So it's not like indoor rowing where it's a controlled environment. Very impressed by this second Mercantile crew of Remy Mackay and Jess Hawker. There's absolutely no way they are letting up the pressure on the crew from Adelaide University. They're desperately keen to get through to that A final, and even if they don't, they're definitely impressing the selectors for the under-21 team with their work ethic and their tenacity. But it will be the Mercantile crew of Bronte Cullen and Anna Morrison that will go through to the A final in the most favourable position. Claire Romanuik and Deanna Macalino of Adelaide University second. Into the best lane in the B final draw will be the Mercantile crew of Remy Mackay and Jess. Melbourne, no, that's not Melbourne University. Lane 2, University of Queensland. So Tyler Hutton and Alice Reddy. They'll be fourth. Fifth, the crew from Melbourne University of Tiffany Crosthwaite and Shah Will. And sixth will be the Mercantile crew of Zara Bongiorno and Felicity Murray. We do have a time, 8:32.6. So that was our final repechage for the under-21 women's coxless pairs. Now we move on to the repechages for the under-21 men's coxless pairs. In lane 3, Swan River, represented by Fergus McCallum and Fergus McNamara. In lane 4, Melbourne University Boat Club, represented by Tom Foley and James Horton. In lane 5 from West Australia Rowing Club, Apollo Solomon and Grant Hogarth. And in lane 6 from West Australian Rowing Club, Lachlan Maroney and Charlie Stevenson. And in lane 7 from Toowong in Queensland, Moss Murphy and Roden Martin.
So some homegrown rowers in this under-21 men's coxless pair. So first, second and third going through to the semis, and then the rest eliminated from this event. So you can see Toowong leading it at the moment through 1,000 metres, and then the two WA Rowing Club crews in second and third. Melbourne Uni fourth, Swan River in fifth. So this is really important for this front three to try and put a gap on the rest of the field. But as you can see, that split between WA Rowing Club and Melbourne Uni, it's only 3.68 seconds, Lizzie. So this is going to be very intriguing inside the last half of this race.
And what I'm also intrigued about is the crew from Melbourne University has two of the members of last year's Australian Junior Men's 8, Tom Foley and James Horton. So you would think I know they were juniors and possibly are still junior level now, but you would expect a good fight from them, and we're certainly seeing that here.
So you're expecting maybe there'll be a burst in this back half of the race from those two. As you said, Lizzie, very experienced at international level, despite being in under-21s. And this is repechage one of this event, so we've got two on the way. First three going through to that semi-final later on in the week. And they're nearing that final 500 metres, so we're going to get the times just to confirm how things are going at the moment. As you can see, there is the timing point for the final 500 metres, and it's Toowong still leading it as they were at the 1,000 metre mark. They've pushed that advantage out to 4.21 to WA Rowing Club. And that is the crew right next to them in Maroney and Stevenson. And this is the WA Rowing Club crew in lane 5, Solomon and Hogarth. So that's the gap that's also important, that 8-second gap between WA Rowing Club and Melbourne University. Is that going to be too tough to pull back inside the final 500 metres? We'll have to wait and see. It is going to be a tough ask. And
yeah, very tough. With only 3 to go through as well, the pressure's really on that Melbourne University crew, and that's a long way to make up, isn't it? 8 seconds. Of course, they have been slightly disadvantaged in the early part of the race by that openness, that open area at the beginning. So conditions are better for them this far down the course, but that's a lot to make up.
I'm just interested to know, it's really hard to judge, but how many seconds disadvantage the crosswind does cause you. You speak about it in sports like AFL or Aussie rules or rugby league, and you sort of look at a points margin, how influential is the wind. So I'd be interested to know just how much of an impact it is right at that first 500 to 1,000. But as you can see, coming into this last 250 metres, Toowong, Murphy and Martin, they've been outstanding today, and they are going to head through to this semi-final, and pretty comfortably so. You can see WA Rowing Club's Maroney and Stevenson next to them in lane 6. They're in a good position as well. And then their club mates, Solomon and Hogarth, coached by Jack O'Day. So they're in third place at the moment, holding off Melbourne University. So remembering top 3 going through to the semi-finals. The first crew through is Toowong, Murphy and Martin. And here come Maroney and Stevenson in second. And WA Rowing Club just have to cross the line now, Solomon and Hogarth, to ensure that it is 2 West Australian crews through to that semi-final in the under-21s men's coxless pair. Melbourne Uni and Swan River missing out.
And and truly missing out because they're now eliminated from the event. There are enough entries in the under-21 men's coxless pairs that we have a semi-final, whereas with the women, slightly fewer entries, and they progressed through to an A final and then had a B final to sort out the rankings. We'll have a semi-final as well with the under-21 men's coxless pairs. So just recapping the results as the race is completed. First, in the first repechage of the under-21 men's coxless pairs, a win for Toowong, Murphy and Martin. Second, West Australian Rowing Club, Moroney and Stevenson. And third, West Australian Rowing Club, Solomon and Hogarth, progressed to the semi-final. The second repechage of the under-21 men's coxless pair is now underway. In lane 2, representing Cand and UTS Haberfield, Brandon Smith and Daniel Horsley. In lane 3, from the University of Queensland, Nick Munro and Robert Atkinson. In lane 4, from Mercantile of Victoria, Edward Findlay and George Burney. In lane 5, from Mercantile, Jake Polkinghorn and Oliver Scalzo. And in lane 6, from Mercantile, Benjamin Vanderberg and Jack Ivers. In lane 7, from Adelaide University Boat Club, Max Henry and Joshua Felderhoff. Joshua Felderhoff, another member of the junior team last year, the bowman of the men's coxless 4. We saw Adam Holland row earlier on today. Good to see all this junior team back for more and challenging now for a place in the national under-21 team to go and race New Zealand at Lake Karapiro.
Well, are we seeing here, Lizzie, a crew on the near side of the course potentially with a chance to go through? And you can just see a couple of swans there on the near side. They better just keep a lookout and not get involved in the rowing today. But you can see on the near side, this is the Cand composite, as you said, Brandon Smith from UTS, Daniel Horsley from Cand Rowing Club, and they are in a good position. They're not in front, but they're just bucking the trend of crews that are on the near side of the course with that crosswind which is coming across. And we were talking about that a little bit before, about it sort of died down around 10:30. I was having a look at the wind, and it literally in about a 20-minute period went back up to probably as windy as it has been all day, but it has dropped off again, which is good news. And you can see through that 1,500 metre, Mercantile in front, 5:41.20. Melbourne Uni, UTS Haberfield and Uni of Queensland 1 to 3, Mercantile in 4th. That's that 3-second gap that they're going to have to try and pull back on Uni of Queensland.
So Brandon Smith in the bow seat of that Cand composite in lane 2 that you've mentioned was also at the Junior World Championships. He was the bowman in the Coxed 4, and that Coxed 4 claimed a gold medal under the guidance of Judith Ungermark. So great to see him teaming up with Daniel Horsley of Cand here. Cand very strong in men's rowing, and actually their head coach there, Scott Rowe, and two of the rowers, Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury, are going off to the Under-23 World Championships in the men's coxless pair. So there's certainly some experience in coxless rowing, and there's certainly some good rowing calibre there at Cand, and it's showing right now in this second repechage of the men's Under-21 coxless pair. That would be a real turnaround to have the worst lane and actually come through and place for the A final, wouldn't it? Certainly up there in the top 3.
Well, how good is this for a finish? This is going to be brilliant. Remember, top 3 going through to the semi-finals. You can see Mercantile, that's Polkinghorn and Scalzo. They are clear at the moment, but second, third and fourth, that is going to be a real battle. You can see the Cand Composite and UTS, they are fighting. This Mercantile crew in front has just had to lift a little bit. So Brandon Smith and Daniel Horsley at the moment sitting in second. Uni of Queensland in third, then Mercantile here on this near side, and it is going to be those top 3 crews. So Mercantile, Findlay and Burney going through in first, the Cand Composite, Smith and Horsley in second, Uni of Queensland, Munro and Atkinson in third, and then Polkinghorn and Scalzo, they miss out in fourth, Adelaide Uni as well in 5th place. But that was a fantastic finish as the field is rounded out by Mercantile Rowing Club.
So just confirming the results then of the second repechage of the Under-21 men's coxless pair, a win for Mercantile, Vanderberg and Ivers. Second, Cand and UTS Haberfield, Smith and Horsley. Third, University of Queensland, Munro and Atkinson. They progress through to the semi-final. Eliminated from the event now are Mercantile's Polkinghorn and Scalzo, who are fourth. Fifth, Adelaide University's Henry and Felderhoff, and sixth, Mercantile's Findlay and Burney. Winning time provisionally 7:43.86, some good margins 1.59 and 0.85. It's going to be some great semi-finals. Okay, let's move to the repêchages of the under-23 women's single scull. And here we have in lane 3, Swan River's Lola Quinn. Sophie Tickner from Adelaide University has withdrawn. In lane 5 from ANU, Elora Kelly. In lane 6 from Mercantile, Louise Carr. And in lane 7 from Brisbane and GPS, Hannah Kenway.
So just 4 in this race, as you said, Lizzie, with Tickner scratched from this one. So that means only 1 misses out on the semi-finals. So it is going to be pretty tough on that sculler. And we'll bring you those times as they near the halfway point, but it looks pretty tight. You can see the sculler on the far side of the course. That is Mercantile Louise Carr. It looks to be sitting in first place at the moment. Not far behind is Hannah Kenway from Brisbane and GPS, and then Elora Kelly and Lola Quinn. They're facing that windy side of the course, sitting back in 3rd and 4th. That's what we have at the moment. We'll get confirmation very, very soon with those split times.
But again, it's an important race for those people in the under-23 women's single sculls. Even though the team has been selected, there's always the opportunity to impress as you prepare for the next season. So finishing well at this national championship is so important to set yourself up well for next season.
So the all-important split times, I think we're going to get them very, very soon, but you can see Louise Carr, coached by Annabelle Eaton, in front at the moment. Tough conditions for scullers today.
They really are, aren't they? Yeah, I'm quite impressed. And we saw the paras racing in their double sculls earlier on. As we progress through the racing this morning, we've got under-23 men's singles coming up next. Then we've got the open women's and men's going through their repêchages. We'll have some coxless pairs as well, which will be fun. And then we get on to the para men's single sculls just before lunch and the para women's single sculls just after. Not a very long lunch break today. 12:45 is the start of the second PR3 men's single sculls. A short break, and then at 1:30 the PR3 women's single sculls get going.
So Lola Quinn is the sculler to watch, and Elora Kelly, that's that contest for the 3rd spot in this under-23 women's single scull. First 3 going straight through to the semi-final, the rest eliminated. So there's only going to be 1 sculler eliminated, and in that position right now is Lola Quinn from Swan River Rowing Club from West Australia. And she's got a little bit to pull back, about 7.36 seconds at the 1500 metre mark. And we've touched on it already today. Very difficult into a headwind to do that, especially coming from the near side of the course, as you can see here on the Rowing Australia live stream. And the last 250 metres is upon us. And Hannah Kenway may have even taken the lead here from Louise Carr from Mercantile. It's a pretty tight run thing for first place. As you said, Lizzie, very important. If it is windy throughout the rest of the week, you'll get a good lane for those races in the semi-final.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And this is going to be intriguing finish. But the thing is, you don't want to extend too much energy. You don't want to potentially use up energy that you might want to save for later on in the week, especially those rowers with a busy schedule. So it is Hannah Kenway from Brisbane and GPS who's taken the advantage. She was 2 seconds behind at the 1500, and she's going to overcome that deficit and gain a bit of time on Louise Carr from Mercantile. But they are both safely through to the semi-final. So too is Elora Kelly from ANU, coached by Nigel Harding. And unfortunately, the local Lola Quinn, she's going to miss out from Swan River Rowing Club.
So just confirming then the results of the first repechage of the under-23 women's scull. A win for Hannah Kenway of Brisbane and GPS. Second, Louise Carr of Mercantile. Third, Alora Kelly of ANU. They progressed to the semi-final. Eliminated is Lola Quinn of Swan River, and Sophie Tickner of Adelaide University had scratched. Winning time provisionally 8:55.36. So those wind conditions definitely affecting times.
Now, Lizzie, we've just got a message here. We've got a lost set of...
Oh, yes, we have made this call out before. So Gippsland Grammar have a set of Concept 2 blades which have gone missing. They've got silver stickers on the shaft, probably got white spoons, just like everybody else, which makes them really hard to spot. But if you do see them, if you could look out for Nick Bartlett of Gippsland Grammar, that would be great. We've also had a fairly new NK Speed Coach GPS handed in. So lost property is in the big shed by the turning circle at the end of the island by the finish tower. So you can go and ask them for that.
And we're not giving away the colour of the Speed Coach.
No, exactly. Got to say it.
You have to walk in and say it just to make sure. It has a name inside it, okay.
Oh, does it? Do we need to read the name out? Or? Oh, there's at least 3 people with that name. Right, let's look at the under-23 women's single scull repechage number 2. We've got Portia Knight. Oh, she's scratched. Portia Knight from University of WA has scratched. So in lane 3, Olivia Georgilopoulos of Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise Rowing Club. In lane 4, Eloise Lambden from ANU and the ACT High Performance Programme. In lane 5, Ellie Reddy from University of Queensland. In lane 6, from West Australian Rowing Club, Joelle Patterson. And in lane 7, from New Norfolk, Molly McCausland.
All right, so we've got a few more. We've got one more sculler in this race than we had in the previous. So there's 2 that miss out here. Under 23 women's single scull, first 3 to the semis, rest eliminated. And you can see Jolie Patterson in front at the 1500, Molly McCausland in second, Ella Reddy in third, and then Georgilopoulos in fourth, Lambden in fifth. So Georgilopoulos, that's one of the best names to say in commentary, Lizzie. That is fantastic. And Ella Reddy in third. So that's the those are the places that we're looking. But it's the biggest margin of the race is between third and fourth in this one. So that's going to be tough for Georgilopoulos to pull back. And she is on the near side as well. And the good news is that wind just looks to be dropping even further, which is fantastic, as we saw yesterday, dropping as the day goes on. So WA Rowing Club, as we said, Jolie Patterson in front. New Norfolk's Molly McCausland in second, and then third, Uni of Queensland, Ellie Reddy. So Georgilopoulos from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise. They're battling it out for fourth spot at the moment, but the top 3 look pretty comfortable right now with about 100 metres to travel. Jolie Patterson, coached by Stefano Belosso. Kelly Graham, the coach of Molly McCausland from New Norfolk in Tasmania. Big trip from Tassie to Western Australia for these Australian Rowing Championships. And then in third place, Ellie Reddy from Uni of Queensland. So confirmed that Jolie Patterson through from WA Rowing Club. The Tasmanian Molly McCausland is through in second, and Ellie Reddy in third is also through to the semi-finals. So Lambden and Georgilopoulos will miss out.
And as the second repechage comes to its conclusion, we can confirm that Joelle Patterson of West Australian Rowing Club won in a provisional time of 8:46.45. A great win for her there over Molly McCausland of New Norfolk, who is second with a margin of 5.2 seconds. And third, Ellie Reddy from University of Queensland. Those three scullers progress through to the semi-final. Eliminated now from the event are fourth placed Eloise Lambden from ANU and Olivia Georgilopoulos from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise. We're moving from the under-23 women's single scull to the under-23 men's single scull now, where we have 2 repêchages, with the first 3 scullers to progress through to the semi-final. In the first repêchage, we have William Gilbert from Ballarat City in lane 2, Patrick Burke from UTS Haberfield in lane 3, Mitch Kaponis of UTS Haberfield in lane 4, James Gardiner of Melbourne University Boat Club in lane 5, and Johnson Daubney of Swan River in lane 7. Sadly, Harry Curtin from UTS Haberfield has withdrawn. He is a lightweight sculler who has gone heavyweight, and he's doing really well. So we'd love to see him race in these conditions. He'd probably slaughter everybody. So
yeah, that's a good effort. Good effort. Just interested. So we've had 3 scratchings in the last 3. Is the wind, or is it scullers trying to save themselves for other events? What do you think?
I think it could be that. I think maybe people judging. Although Harry Curtin was drawn in lane 6, which means he must have placed third or something. Yeah, third, I think, at the.
Well, it's an interesting one.
Third or fourth he would have placed.
The previous scratchings were in the near side of the course.
Yeah.
So maybe people weighing it up going, going to be tough on that side. But, yeah, Harry Curtin would have had the better of the conditions in this one, but he's decided to scratch from this race. So there's 5 in it, as we touched on in the first repechage, first 3 through to the semis. The 4th and 5th eliminated. So Johnson Daubney is in first place at the moment, and he is in lane 7. I'm just going back since I've jumped in the commentary box and even beforehand. First and second has come from either lane 6 and 7, and as we know, that's the way it is seeded from the heats as well in terms of positions coming through. So they did well yesterday, and that's why they've been given the advantage here. So Burke in second, Kaponis third, James Gardner, that's a tough margin to pull back, 8.42 from Melbourne Uni. And then William Gilbert in 5th. He's a long way back, almost 19 seconds behind 4th place. So Daubney, Burke, Kaponis in a good position here, 1st, 2nd and 3rd, to see themselves through to the semi-finals.
Johnson Daubney, who was in the junior men's Coxed 4 back in 2019 and has then went into the under-21 team in 2021 after COVID, and has just been selected into, I think he might have been in the under-23 team as well, and then he went into the under-23 men's quad this year for trials and has just been selected. So he is from a local club, Swan River, and is at the West Australian Institute of Sport.
Yeah, so this is a big one for the locals. Johnson Daubney looking very, very nice out in front in this repechage number 1 in the under-23 men's single scull. And you can see Patrick Burke from UTS in 2nd at the moment. Mitchell Kaponis in 3rd. There is a late push here from James Gardner from Melbourne University. Maybe Kaponis just taking a little bit of the gas out of the legs, save himself for that semi-final. He's looking pretty comfortable at the moment. So Johnson Daubney through in 1st place. He goes through to the semis with Patrick Burke and Mitchell Kaponis. James Gardner unable to pull back that sizable advantage. It was 8 seconds he had to make up over the last 500 metres. And then William Gilbert from Ballarat City is going to finish in 5th.
So confirming the results then of the first repechage of the men's under-23 single scull, a win for Johnson Daubney of Swan River and the WAIS. 2nd, UTS Haberfield's Patrick Burke. 3rd, UTS Haberfield's Mitchell Kaponis. Those 3 will progress through to the semi-final. 4th, James Gardner from Melbourne University. 5th, William Gilbert from Ballarat City, and Harry Curtin from UTS withdrew. Our second repechage of the under-23 men's single scull is in progress with Carl Breyer of North Esk in lane 2, Marcus Kane of Banks Rowing Club in lane 3, William Birchmore of Tamar in lane 4, Alex Wood of UTS Haberfield and the New South Wales Institute of Sport in lane 5, Sam Green of Commercial in lane 6, and Harry Fox from Melbourne University Boat Club and the Victorian Institute of Sport in lane 7. Harry Fox is also in the men's quad for the under-23 World Championships this year.
Good racing we've got in this one. We're going to get those 1,500 metre split times. They are on the way very, very soon. And at Sydney Uni with, I should say Melbourne Uni with Harry Fox in front, Alex Wood and Sam Green in third, Marcus Kane in fourth. So this is what gets me excited, Lizzie, because you can see that margin. Marcus Kane, less than a second he's got to make up on Sam Green. So Sam Green in lane 6, so on the far side, if you're watching from the boat park side, on the near side of the course. And Marcus Kane in lane 2 on the near side of the live stream. So keep a real watch on those two. Birchmore well back in 5th and 6th. So it's going to be very, very difficult for Birchmore and Breyer to try and pull back this margin. This is going to be a great finish with about 300 to go. Harry Fox in a good position at the moment. Alexander Wood was in second at that 1,500, but it's Kane over in lane 2 and Sam Green from Commercial in lane 6. This is going to be the finish to watch to see who is going through to the semi-final. You don't get in the top 3 here, you are out of this event in the under-23 men's single scull. And the reason that this is making it even more interesting is the fact that Harry Fox is just having to put in a bit more, because a rising tide is catching all boats, because Kane and Green are absolutely going for it, and that's forcing a lift from the rest of the field. Alexander Wood and Harry Fox are just having to put down a bit more power than they probably would have liked. What a finish this is from Marcus Kane from Banks. He's overcome Sam Green for the moment. Can Sam Green fight back? Harry Fox and Alexander Wood in a good position to go through in the top 2, but Marcus Kane, he has produced a wonderful final 500 metres. He was in 4th place with 500 to travel. He finishes 3rd. He goes through. Commercial Sam Green, unfortunately, will miss out, and so too will William Birchmore from Tamar and Carl Breyer from North Esk, the 2 Tasmanians.
As our final sculler crosses the line, confirming the results of the second repechage of the under-23 men's single scull. A win for Harry Fox from Melbourne University and the VIS. Second, Alexander Wood from UTS Haberfield and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. Third, Marcus Kane from Banks. They will progress through to the semi-final. Fourth, Sam Green from Commercial. Fifth, William Birchmore from Tamar. Sixth, Carl Breyer from North Esk. They will be eliminated from the event. Our provisional winning time was 7:36.65. And now we have the first repechage in the Open Women's Single Scull. From the ANS. Rowing Club, Sophie Gillies, coached by Stefano Belosso. In lane 4 from the University of Queensland, Claire Jamieson, coached by Michael Russell. In lane 5 from Toowong in Queensland, Catherine Plume, coached by James Doring and Leo Karadimitris. In lane 6 from Sydney Rowing Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Lauren Graham, coached by Donovan Check and Lachlan Carter. And in lane 7 from Sydney University Boat Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Olympian Rowena Meredith. Very tough yesterday with a number of our leading scullers in the same race. and only 2 to go through. So this finds Rowena Meredith, bronze medalist from the 2021 Tokyo Olympic Games, in a repechage, but in the favoured lane, because as we said, the lanes are being seeded according to the wind at the moment. Lauren Graham in the lane next to her, silver medalist for the Junior World Championships back in 2018, and under 23, under 21 team, under 23 team, and now in the Windermere Cup, which is the women's 8 that's going to contest the Windermere Cup in an Australian crew in the USA later on this year.
Well, how tough's that, Lizzie? So Rowena Meredith, as you said, bronze medalist from Tokyo, yesterday in the heat up against Cronin and Hudson, who were her crewmates in that bronze medal winning quad at the Olympic Games. So you look at the draw and you go, oh, no. And the other member of that, Rhea Thompson, she's already through to the semis from that top 2 finish in heat number 2.
And I think she drew something like Tara Rigney, didn't she? So again, it was a pretty tough race. I'm sure we'll see a bit of that in the men's coming up now. We've got a few good names that didn't quite make it through.
Yeah, haven't we got some exciting rowing coming up? Open women's, open men's single scull repechage. And we're going to get the 1,500 metre times here. And Rowena Meredith, as you would expect, one of the favourites to go through to the semi-finals. Top 3 on their way through. And she is on the far side of the course and looking pretty good at the moment as we near the final 1,500 metres of this race. We've got about 45 minutes or so till lunch, so a really packed schedule until then. So Rowena Meredith in first place, 12 seconds clear of Lauren Graham in this battle for the Kim Brennan Trophy, the open women's single at the Australian Rowing Championships. Claire Jamieson in third, Catherine Plume 6.5 seconds behind from Toowong Rowing Club. So that's the margin to keep an eye out for. Meredith really comfortable. Look at the gap that she is opening up on the rest of the field. It is substantial. You can see the class that she has.
Yes, indeed. And Lauren Graham, who had to race Tara Rigney and Rhea Thompson yesterday, coming third to them, also creating a big lead over the next place sculler, who is Claire. And then sitting in So 3 to progress through. At the moment, Rowena Meredith and Lauren Graham looking pretty safe. Got to say, Lauren is more of a sweep rower than a sculler, although she's been very impressive the last year, how much speed she's actually put on now that she is training more in the single, as they do at senior level.
Well, you'd take that, wouldn't you, as a sweep rower? Going through to the
100%
semi-finals in the open women's single, and she's looking good to do that. So 1,500 metres in, she was over. Cruise in to wait. Jamieson from the Uni of Queensland. She will be confirmed for her spot in the semi-finals as well. Catherine Plume from Toowong, she's sitting in 4th, and then Gillies and Amato. Through Plume from Toowong, Gillies and Amato, Gillies from WA Rowing Club and Amato.
So just confirming then, as our final scullers progress towards of the women's single scull, racing for the Kim Brennan Trophy. In first place, Rowena Meredith, Sydney University Boat Club, and Enswell place, Claire Jameson of the University. In fourth, Catherine Plume of Toowong. In fifth, Sophie Gillies of West Australian Rowing Club. And in sixth, Marianne Amato of ANA. Provisional winning time seconds. Marshall from Mersey. From Brisbane and GPS. In lane 5, Nikki Catherine Kahn from ANU. So with some international experience here, Bonnie Andrews, who was in the junior women's quad, coached by Nigel Harding and Nikki Greenland. 23 level. So Nikki Greenland, interesting, she is in the women's single scull representing a. So she's going to be a busy girl through this regatta. Yes, yeah.
Get some. And second repechage in the open women's single, and then we've got the open women's coxless pair. Tears have got plenty on the way. Can't wait for the sandwiches.
Food trucks are up the end by the finish tower. They're certainly not getting as much trade as they normally would. So in the boat sheds. So just because you can't, you can see by the Bont rowing tent, there's a couple of trucks there. If you go in between the etc., and there's also a few more food trucks, and they're come and explore the rest of the boat park. Don't just stay where the tent.
Ashland in the second repechage is leading the way from Nicola Green. 8 on Sunday, so she's looking good to go through to the semis in the open women's single. Bonnie Andrews is 18 seconds off third, so the top three in a great Curly got themselves into a great position to the semi-finals, and it is the is strong across to towards where the camera is. Leading at the 1500, she's in first place. Khan from ANU get themselves over the line and through to the semi-finals in the open women's single scull, the second repechage. So Ashland wins it, Greenland in second, and Catherine Kahn is going to finish in third place. So that means that Brisbane and GPS's Marnie Evans, she's back in fifth. She will miss
So confirming the results of our second repechage of the Women's Open Club, coached by Greenland from Sydney University Boat Club and the AC Khan from ANU and the ACT, coached by Nigel. The semi-final. Andrews from ANU, and in 5th place are now eliminated from the event. Second, we're moving on to the first repechage now of the Open Men's Single Scull, where we have Chu Fung Chan of Team Hong Kong in lane 3. We have Tim Masters of UTS Joel Kane of Melbourne, Mitch Blackmore-Cram from UTS Haberfield in lane 6, and Joseph Wilson of Buckingham in Tasmania, coached by Jacob Crow in lane 7. So our sculler in lane 3 is actually he holds 4 world records in indoor rowing, and he is now learning the craft of lightweight men's rowing on the international stage. And we have a second lightweight sculler from Team Hong Kong in our next repechage. Tim Masters from UTS Haberfield, experienced Olympian, and again more of a master in sweep rowing, having been in the men's 8 than he is in sculling. Although he rows for UTS Haberfield, he's a Victorian, hails from Victoria, and he's on a VIS scholarship and is based at Melbourne. Talented junior and school rower, has taken some time out now that he's done that. He's back in Sydney and back rowing again with Elliot Shatcliffe-Bertonetti and Matthias Ungemark and Tim McLaren there at UTS Haberfield. And Joseph Wilson from Buckingham completes our field. He's coached by Jacob Crow and he's sitting in lane 7.
Sweep rowers today, Lizzie. They're doing pretty well in the sculling boats, and you can see Tim Masters. He is in a great position here to go straight through to the semi-finals, alongside Joseph Wilson from Buckingham, and then Mitch Blackmore-Cram from UTS. He's in 3rd place, followed by Joel Kane, and then Chi Fung Chan from Team Hong Kong back in 5th. But it will be bucking the trend today. Tim Masters from UTS. He goes through in 1st from the near side. He's done well to row into that crosswind. And Joseph Wilson in 2nd, and in 3rd, Mitch Blackmore-Cram from UTS. So a couple of UTS scullers through to the semi-finals in the Open Men's Single. And then it will be Melbourne University's Joel Kane who will come through in 4th, and Chi Fung Chan from Team Hong Kong in 5th.
Tricky conditions for a lightweight racing heavyweights. So as our final sculler from Team Hong Kong, look, fantastic to see Team Hong Kong here. Great to see them back in Australia after a few years of absence. And through to the semi. UTS Haberfield. 2nd place, Joseph Wilson from Buckingham. UTS Haberfield. Just missing out, Joel Kane from Melbourne Uni and Chi Fung Chan from Team Hong Kong. Winning time provisionally 7:32.26. That winning margin 2.97. In the second repechage of the Open Men's Single Scull, we have Mark Easterbrook from ANS Queensland in lane 3, Callum Breetska of Queensland University in lane 4. From Team Hong Kong, Hin Chun Chiu in lane 5. From Tamar and the Tasmanian Institute of Sport, Henry Yule in lane 6. And Jack Barrett from Tasmania's North Esk Rowing Club in lane 7, coached by Trevor Barrett. So as I mentioned, we have a lightweight rower here from Team Hong Kong. He took the gold medal at the Asian Games back in December, and now they are here racing at the Australian Rowing Championships to get a bit more experience before the full international season and qualifications for the Paris Olympics take place. He placed 4th in his heat yesterday, which is why he's in lane 5 now. And he's racing against Henry Ewell from the men's NTC and Jack Barrett from North Esk in lanes 6 and 7. They're the favoured lanes. And then closest to the camera, but furthest away from us in the finish tower, Callum Breetzke from University of Queensland in 4, Henry Borger from Pine Rivers in 3, and Mark Easterbrook from A&A in 2. From my memory, Callum Breetzke was one of the lads that turned up at the inaugural National Championships in Coastal Rowing, which we held in Noosa in August, and was very brave. Yeah, it was more like surfboat rowing than coastal rowing, to be honest with you, but I thought they were amazing, the people that actually went out there and did that.
Well, it looks pretty challenging, doesn't it? And certainly not for the faint of heart, the coastal rowing going up and down those faces.
I think people thought it was surfboat rowing, but it's really different. Surfboat rowing is sweep. Coastal rowing is sculling. So you've got a single, you've got a mixed double, and you've got a four.
Does it make it more difficult or harder? Being a sweep in rowing into waves as opposed to a sculling boat?
I can't honestly answer that because I haven't done either of them. So it'd be really good to get somebody who's done both to come up and give us a comparison of the two. But if you are interested in coastal rowing, go around the back of the boat sheds, have a look, actually either end of the boat sheds, look for a sign that says Eden Coastal Rowing, and there's some boats in there. You can go and have a look at them. Go and have a chat with the guys from Eden Coastal Rowing and from Rowing Australia. All about coastal rowing. Go and ask them some questions.
So here is the 1500 metre splits. Henry Ewell, as you would expect, in first place. He's in a good lane as well, but a fantastic rower. 5:35.86 through there. But Hin Chun Chu from Team Hong Kong, as you said, Lizzie, Asian Games gold medalist, lightweight sculler. This is a wonderful performance from him. And then Barrett in third, but this is the gap that is the important one in this repechage, where it's the top three through. Barrett to Breetzke is 16.5 seconds. Easterbrook in fifth. Henry Borger in 6th place. So the top three looking fairly comfortable. There is a massive gap between the top two and third, but then there's a big gap back from third to fourth in this race to go through to the semis for the Stephen Hitchie Memorial Trophy in the Open Men's Single. And this is big for Team Hong Kong. They're going to have a sculler through to the semi-finals from the repechage, and an Olympian from Tokyo in the lightweight double. So he is a very experienced rower.
And I must say, I was at the Paralympics. If the water in Tokyo for the Olympics was anything like it was for the Paralympics, he'll be quite used to these conditions, and that's why he's doing so well.
Well, that's a wonderful row, isn't it? So top two basically cruising through. I know it's tough conditions. They have done a wonderful job. Henry Ewell, Hin Chun Chu through top two, and then you can see back here coming up in third, Jack Barrett from North Esk. Actually, a photo finish we're going to have to decide first and second. Now, normally, probably doesn't matter, but where there is a little bit of wind around for the days coming up, and that's going to decide lanes, that could prove very decisive in the end. So, great row from Jack Barrett. He goes through in third, and Callum Breetzke, strong finish, but he will not go through to the semis. In the Open Men's Single, Henry Borger and Mark Easterbrook also missing out from Pine Rivers and A&A. And the fans really getting into this finish,
Yes.
Susie. Can you hear them? Here we
I
go.
can hear them.
Let's get into it. If they're getting into it, we will as well. Pine Rivers versus A&A here. Henry Borger in lane 3. Mark Easterbrook from A&A, and it's Henry Borger. He gets 5th place in this Open Men's Single Scull. Mark Easterbrook from A&A in 6th. They look absolutely stuffed. Unfortunately, despite our excitement, they will not go through, but we love the passion from downstairs.
We do, especially Pine Rivers. They're always there, aren't they? I'm sure Razor really eggs them on because he's a Pine Rivers aficionado. Confirming the results of the second repechage of the Open Men's Single Scull. A win for Henry Yule of Tamar and the Tasmanian Institute of Sport. Second, Hin Chun Chu from Team Hong Kong. And a photo finish which hasn't yet been judged. Oh, here we go. Henry Yule got it by 1.32 of a second. So Henry Yule first, Team Hong Kong second, third, Jack Barrett from North Esk Rowing Club. Those three scullers progress through to the semi-final. Fourth, Callum Breedska from University of Queensland. Fifth, Henry Borger from Pine Rivers. And sixth, Mark Easterbrook from ANA will be eliminated. Winning time, 7 minutes, 32.71 seconds. As I said, the margin was 1.32.
All right, well, we've got a bit of a gap here, Lizzie, to the Open Women's Coxless pair. So I've got this sheet of paper in front of me which says messages to read as often as possible. And I just had a quick scan. I thought, what's the most exciting message I could read out? And I saw this one, right? Now, you might have to help me with this. The Outback Regatta. Now, come and join a small but growing passionate group of rowers racing in the Outback. It's an experience that should be on every rower's bucket list. Experience the Outback Regatta on September the 16th and 17th of September in Barcaldine. I hope I've said... Barcaldine, sorry.
Honestly, you can't get away with anything on the commentary. There's always somebody correcting you, isn't there? Barcaldine.
Barcaldine and Longreach in Queensland. It's for big boats, quads and eights that can be supplied by the organisers. Last year was their first Outback Regatta. This year it will grow, and by 2032 the organisers plan to have a race off with a few Olympic crews. Come and join us for the experience you will never forget and support folk in the outback of our great country. If you're interested to find out more, come to the Rowing Australia Indoor Rowing and Coastal Tent. Further details will be announced over the coming months. So that's the Outback Regatta in Barcaldine and Barcaldine.
Oh, they're changing the pronunciation.
I think
I reckon they just changed it.
Changing the pronunciation.
Let's say Longreach. I did see the video for that last year ahead of the first ever Outback Regatta and thought, what a great idea. Can I just say to the organisers, if you need a commentator, I'll be there. How about you, Ben? We'll be there.
What's it, September? I'll have to check what's in my diary, but I might be able to make some,
adjustments.
Some space.
Who cares about soccer, AFL and rugby?
I'm going to say...
But Ray Ebbett would like you to know he'll be watching the Dolphins and he will not be available.
Well, I was gonna say that I'll go to Barkey, which I'm gonna call it now. I'm just gonna call it Barkey. They'll be there with me with pitchforks saying pronounce it correctly. So.
So talking about what's going on here at the Regatta Village, we have, of course, got you covered from head to toe with rowing jewellery or gifts from Sport Republic. There's rowing apparel there from 776BC, innovative rowing shoes from Bont Rowing. The official merchandise is from the Regatta shop, which is in one of those boat bays, so you have to look carefully. It's in that first building after the boat park, just where the second staircase goes up. The City of Armidale has an information stall set up, which I must say looks quite fascinating. That's next to Bont Rowing and near some of those food trucks that I was talking about earlier. And they also have Hancock Prospecting in conjunction with Roy Hill talking about careers in mining. So I don't know if you've actually paid attention to the videos, but there's a really interesting video there about careers in mining. Worth having a look at in the early mornings as we get going with the live stream. And talking about getting going, I think we're ready for our first heat of the Open Women's Coxless pair. The first pair across the line is going to progress through to the A final, and the remainder will go to a repechage. In our first heat, we've got some real names in this. So in lane 1, we have Olympia Aldersea from Adelaide Rowing Club and the University of Queensland's Lily Alton. No, sorry, I think that's Jackie Swick who has replaced Lily Alton. I get very confused about these subs. We'll need to check the computer. In lane 2, we have Elizabeth Newell and Ellen Posey from University of Queensland, coached by Phil Bourguignon. In lane 3, a composite of Paige Barr from Mercantile and the VIS with Georgie Gleeson from Sydney University Boat Club and the VIS. And they're coached by Annabelle Eaton. In lane 4, a composite of Sarah Tisdall from the University of Queensland and the QAS, with Ella Bramwell from Adelaide Rowing Club and the South Australian Sports Institute. In lane 5, a composite, you'll know these names well, Kat Werry from Mercantile and Lucy Steffen from Melbourne University Boat Club, both of them from the Victorian Institute of Sport. In lane 6, from Sydney University Boat Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Jamie Ford and Eleanor Price. And in lane 7, from Melbourne University Boat Club and the Victorian Institute of Sport, Eliza Gaffney and Jean Mitchell. Now, you might ask, why is it important for us to keep mentioning all these institutes of sport? But the level of support service that is provided by these institutes is really second to none, and so important for any elite athlete trying to make it through to the top level. As you can see from the conditions in which we're rowing, it's a grueling sport. There's a great amount of training, and things like nutrition, physiotherapy, having good medical advice from a sports doctor, massage, having somebody make sure that you are booking yourself into proper accommodation if it's not being looked after by a team. All the good coaching, good equipment, support when you go overseas and you have to pay a seat fee. All of those things are assisted greatly by our Institutes of Sport. They work together in a National Institute of Sport network, and they are major supporters of Olympic sport. So can't thank them enough for everything that they do. And I know a lot of the support staff are here at this regatta, so thank you to all of them for being here, supporting our rowers in this pretty hard sport.
Yeah, that it is. That it is. One of the toughest around, you could say. So 5 races left in this morning / early afternoon session before the lunch break. So open women's coxless pair, got a couple of heats in that. Then we've got the open men's coxless pair, the repechage, and then the PR3 men's single scull, a couple of heats there. And then we are through to the lunch break. Plenty of good rowing though to come this afternoon. Under 19 women's double sculls. We've got under 19 men's coxed 4, under 21 women's double. So lots to look forward to as we roll on here. Day 2 of the Australian Rowing Championships from Western Australia here in Perth. And it's looking like a really good start to this first heat in the open women's coxless pair. So it's pretty cutthroat. Just first goes through to the A final, the rest go to the repechage. So that's going to make things very competitive. And you can see the gap, 1.5 seconds between first and second, then 1 second between second and third. That's Melbourne University leading the way first. And that is being assisted by the wind on that far side of the course, Gaffney and Mitchell. Sydney University crew there. Ford and Price, they're sitting there nicely in third place. Melbourne Uni Mercantile, Werry and Steffen, gold medalist Lucy Steffen from the women's 4 at the last Olympics, and they are racing for the Sarah Tate Memorial Trophy, which goes to the winner of the open women's coxless pair. This is going to be so hard to pick, I feel, Lizzie. Just first going through, and what an advantage it is. Don't have to race the repechage, free passage through to the A final.
Yeah, and even though the senior team have been selected, clearly you want to do the best you can, and you really want to make sure you keep that upper hand, I guess, in terms of results. Every result really matters. And I know it was interesting, Lucy Steffen, I know that she feels the same way, which is, you know, you come into rowing and you do it as a fun sport, and then you suddenly find that you've got this great sense of competition, and it becomes something that's an integral part of you, and everything you do out there on the water is about trying to be the best you can possibly be, get the best possible row out of your partner, especially in a pair, as we said earlier. In conditions like this, it's really tricky, and we can see that they are working hard. I think Kat Werry is one of the best women's pairs rowers we've got here in Australia. She always makes a pair go beautifully, and they just look fabulous.
Looking very good. Those top three, they were just starting to pull away earlier in the race. You can see those crews on the near side trying to make up for some lost time. Is going to be tough for them with that wind coming across the course. I should just check that for the moment, the how the wind has travelled throughout the day. Remember, it was really quite strong this morning. It has dropped to 13 kilometres from the east-northeast, gust of up to 20, but it is the lowest speed since about 5:30 this morning.
I've been looking at the weather forecast for the next few days, and it is forecast to be really windy first thing in the morning and then to settle during the day. So I think anybody in the early rounds of the days needs to be ready for that.
It's the opposite to the East Coast, isn't it?
It is.
Really,
it is true.
Really
so we can see Lane 2, University of Queensland's Elizabeth Newell and Ellen Posey are just a little behind Olympia Aldersey and her pairs partner. A tough start for Olympia Aldersey there. She was to be doing a pair with Jackie Swick, who lives over here in WA, but Jackie Swick has been substituted by Lily Alton, so it'll be a scratch pair, I guess. And although they're used to that at the Women's NTC, that's still pretty hard in conditions like this. Anyway, doing the best they can. Elizabeth Newell, interestingly, is a gold medalist in coastal rowing for Australia. She competed at the Commonwealth Regatta in Zambia earlier on this year. Late last year, just before Christmas, I think it was. So she was a gold medalist there in the mixed double, and Marcus Della Mata from UTS competed in the single scull and took home the bronze medal. So she's used to rough water, but she's not in a rough water boat. She's in a flat water boat. Anyway, they're progressing well there. Her and her pairs partner, Ellen Posey, coached by Phil Bourguignon. We have Paige Barr and Georgie Gleeson just ahead of them, and Sarah Tisdall and Ella Bramwell just ahead of them. Sarah Tisdall, who did the boat race. Of course, the boat race this year was on Sunday night, and it was a clean sweep for Cambridge. But we did have an Australian cox in the men's Oxford men's boat, so that was Anna O'Hanlon. So sorry to hear that she didn't come away with the win, but that's a tricky one, and for a cox, I think it's such a difficult race.
Yeah, you're almost putting them in the same category as the rowers themselves. You know, yes. On a straight course, a cox still has a big job. But in terms of the pressure in those races where you're going in and around, and
they've got tide, they've got different shallowness or depth of water. Yeah, an amazing race. Anyway, Sarah experienced at that, so staying calm here in a pair. And currently sitting, hard to tell, 4th or 5th?
Yeah, well, this is going to be a great finish. So first going through, Werry and Steffen took the advantage, and they are sitting first. At the 1500, it was a gap of 2.89, and that was back to the Melbourne Uni crew, Gaffney and Mitchell in second. Third at the moment looks to be Ford and Price from Sydney University. Going to be an intriguing finish, this. Gaffney and Mitchell looking to pick it up, try and get that first slot right through to the A final, but Lucy Steffen, some pedigree, of course, as we touched on, gold medalist from the women's 4 at the Tokyo Olympics, and she is partnering Katrina Werry from Mercantile, Werry in bow, and you can see Lucy Steffen in stroke, and they are going straight through to the A final in the open women's coxless pair. It's almost a blanket finish here for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Melbourne Uni in 2nd. Sydney University come through in 3rd. 4th on that far side is the Sydney Uni Mercantile Composite. Adelaide Uni, Uni of Queensland Composite come through next. And then 5th and 6th, Uni of Queensland Composite and Uni of Queensland. So that was a really competitive first heat in the open women's coxless pair.
So just confirming the results there for the first heat of the open women's coxless pair. A win for Melbourne University Mercantile Composite of Kat Werry and Lucy Steffen. 2nd, Melbourne University, Gaffney and Mitchell. 3rd, Sydney University, Ford and Price. Those 3 Only the first progresses through to the A final. Fourth, Paige Barr and Georgie Gleeson from Sydney Uni and Mercantile. Fifth, from Adelaide and University of Queensland, Tisdall and Bramwell. Sixth, from University of Queensland and Adelaide, Aldersea and Alton. And seventh, from University of Queensland, Newell and Posey. They all progress to the repechage. Winning time 7:39.3. The first margin was 2.21. So pretty close, pretty exciting race. We move on to the second heat of the Open Women's Coxless pair with the University of WA and West Australian Rowing Club composite of Georgia Patton and Bronwyn Cox, both of them waist 2. In lane 2 from Sydney Rowing Club and Swan River, Leah Franklin and Lexley Northduft. In lane 3, Mimi Tuddenham from Mercantile with Laura Foley from Melbourne University Boat Club, both of them from the VIS. In lane 4, Jess Scott from Cand and Maddie Williams from the University of Queensland in a composite. In lane 5, Jess Morrison from Mercantile and the VIS, Molly Goodman from Adelaide Rowing Club and the South Australian Sports Institute. And in lane 6, Sarah Hoare from Sydney Rowing Club and the ACT High Performance Programme with Georgie Rowe from UTS and the New South Wales Institute of Sport Programme.
So another race with lots of international experience. Jess Morrison, part of that Open Women's 4 that won the gold medal at Tokyo. Now, this is the Open Women's Coxless pair. We've got some rogue graphics there. This is the Open Women's Coxless pair. First through to the A final, the rest going through to repechage. So, this is looking like a great race already, and we know when it's first of 6 going through, it's always going to be close. So you can already see heading into the last 500 metres. Hopefully we'll get that time updated, but it is neck and neck between the Adelaide composite in lane 5. That's Morrison and Goodman, and Sarah Hoare and Georgie Rowe. Sarah Hoare from Sydney, Georgie Rowe from UTS Haberfield. So those two crews have basically cleared from the rest of the field, and you sense this is going to be all about heart, this last 300 metres to decide who goes through to the A final. These crews bringing up the rear of the race. University of WA composite and West Australian Rowing Club, Patton and Cox, you can see on that near side doing well to the far left of screen, but way out in front. Don't let the camera angle deceive you. It is a substantial margin for Morrison and Goodman and Hoare and Rowe.
So Jess Morrison, Olympian, of course, from last year in both the pair and the 4, and pairing with Molly Goodman, who was the stroke woman of that fantastic 8 that won at the Olympic Games. Sarah Hoare, who gold medalist in the women's Coxless 4, but in the 8 for the Olympics, and Georgie Rowe also in the 8 at the Olympics there in Tokyo. We've got Laura Foley there in lane 3 in that Melbourne University composite. She was the single sculler for the under-23 team last year, and it was great to see Maddie Williams back. She's in that University of Queensland composite in lane 4. She was a lightweight back in her under-23 days. Great to see her coming through in the heavyweight division now.
What a finish that was. So in the end, so tight, Adelaide composite, UTS composite coming through, and that is a really close finish in the Open Women's Coxless pair, and it was UTS Haberfield. It looked to be just getting it on the line. We'll get confirmation of that. We're just struggling to get the times through at the moment, but it's definitely one of those two crews going through. From the naked eye, it looked as though it was the UTS Haberfield composite crew, just edging out the Adelaide composite of Morrison and Goodman. I think the timing material might need a bit of a rest, Lizzie. It's hungry for some lunch as well, like we are.
Okay, we're moving on now then to the open men's coxless pair, where we have one repechage with the first three to progress through to the final. In this repechage, we have Harry Crouch and Spencer Turren from Sydney Rowing Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport in lane 2, Devlin Walsh and Lachlan Miles from Sydney University Boat Club in lane 3. In lane 4, Alex Nicol and Alexander Wolfe from Sydney Rowing Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. In lane 5, Hamish Winpope and Charlie Bertruni from Melbourne University Boat Club and the Victorian Institute of Sport. In lane 6, a composite between Angus McCasker of Canned Rowing Club and Tom Coates of Commercial, both of them Queensland clubs. And in lane 7, a composite between Miller Rowe of Canned and William Akerman of Melbourne University Boat Club, supported by their local institutes of sport, the VIS and the QAS, the Queensland Academy of Sport.
So first three going through to the semi-final in this Ted Bromley Memorial Trophy, the open men's coxless pair. Just the one repechage in this event.
And they did have an option, the men from the senior team, to they could row with each other or they could go back to their clubs and row with their club mates. So what Spencer Turren, Olympian medalist, has done is taken the option of going back and having a row with Harry Crouch. So Harry, who has represented at both junior and under 23 level in both sculling and sweep. I think he was in the under 23 8 last time. They have paired up and they had a shocking lane and a shocking start yesterday. And as a lot of crews found, the conditions at the start of the race were very challenging. I think in their particular heat, there was a great big gust not long after they'd started the race. So they're in the repechage rather than in the semi-final, much to their surprise. And also, sadly, they've drawn the lane which is least favourable. So anyway, doing the best they can, progressing as best they can. They're in lane 2, Walsh and Miles in lane 3, Nicol and Wolfe, so Wolfe from last year's under 23 team in lane 4, Winpope and Bertruni in 5, McCasker and Coates in 6, Rowe and Eckerman in 7. And it's Rowe and Eckerman who have taken the lead at the halfway mark, and they continue to lead at the 1500 metre mark. And we can see on the screen there Spencer Turren and Harry Crouch having a better row than they had yesterday, but definitely difficult conditions for them there. Melbourne University crew from lane 5, Winpope and Bertruni sitting in second position at the moment.
Yeah, there's a big amount of water they're going to have to pull back, Turren and Crouch, if they want to make it through, sitting in 6th place at the moment. It is a sizable gap back to 3rd place, their club mates Nicol and Wolfe. But this is where we're reaching the last 250 metres of this race. Miller Rowe and William Ackerman, they were in front at the 1500. They're in 1st currently. Then you've got Melbourne University's Winpope and Bertruni in 2nd, and then Nicol and Wolfe in 3rd. The only crew that could potentially overtake them is Devlin Walsh and Lachlan Miles from Sydney University. And they're going to have to really put on a spurt in the last 100 or so metres if they want to make it through. The 3 crews in front look to be just pulling away to try and secure their spot in the semi-final here of the open men's coxless pair, and it will be those 3 crews out in front. It'll be a tight run thing for first, but that will go the way of Miller Rowe, William Ackerman, just edging out Winpope and Bertruni from Melbourne Uni, and Nicol and Wolfe from Sydney in 3rd. Walsh and Miles will miss out, as will McCasker and Coates from Commercial, who come home in 5th, and Harry Crouch and Spencer Turren finish in 6th.
And as our last cruise across the line, confirming the results of the first repechage of the open men's coxless pair, a win for Miller Rowe and Will Akerman of Melbourne University and Canned. 2nd, Melbourne University, Winpope and Bertruni. 3rd, Sydney Rowing Club, Nicol and Wolfe. Those 3 crews progress through to the semi-final. 4th, Walsh and Miles from Sydney University Boat Club. 5th, McCasker and Coates from Commercial and Cand. 6th, Crouch and Turren from Sydney Rowing Club. They are now eliminated from the event. Provisional time for that race, 7:04.39. And now we move to the para men's single scull in the PR3 division, which is where they can use leg, trunk and arms. Tom Birtwistle has had to withdraw due to illness. In lane 2, Stuart John from ANU and the ACT, who co-commentates with us. In lane 3, Christian Lane Krebs from Bundaberg. In lane 4, Jed Altschwager from Torrens Rowing Club and the South Australian Sports Institute. In lane 5, Toby Goffsassen from the Southport School. And in lane 6, Parry Mutaris from Community Rowing Club. So looking at this, our only international in this race is Jed Altschwager in the middle lane, lane 4. So these don't look as though they've been seeded, these lanes, so it's random draw. Jed Altschwager in the middle of the lanes. And as we said before when we were looking at the mixed double sculls, a seasoned professional, Jed has won the silver medal in the PR3 men's pair at the World Championships 2 times now. The first time with James Talbot in 2018, the second time with Will Smith in 2019. Just slightly outside the PR3 Coxed 4 squad for a couple of years, and now that but always a really strong contender in sculling, and now that the International Paralympic Association has decided to include a PR3 mixed double at the Paralympics, Jed is going to have a field day, and we're really excited to see what he and his doubles partner Nikki Ayres can do when they get to Paris next year. Well, when they get to the qualifiers this year, let's not get ahead of ourselves. So they'll be qualifying through the World Championships this year.
The thing that's whacking me out is you're saying Paris next year, and that just feels strange, doesn't it?
It does.
It feels so close.
Yeah, the 3-year gap.
It's been good. Like, it's been good to have a short gap between Olympics. I know it was well worth the wait to Tokyo in 2021, but now we get the reward after waiting 5 years. We get 2 in 3 years.
Yeah, it's very true. Yeah, and before we know it, in 10 years' time, we'll be in Brisbane. Woohoo! Get excited. A shame to not have Tom Birtwistle, Paralympian from the PR3-4, but I'm sure he's watching in on live stream. Hello, Tom. Hope you're getting better, and looking forward to see what you do at Henley Royal Regatta, because that's his next goal ahead of racing for Australia at the qualifiers at the World Championships. So our co-commentator Stuart John out there in lane 2. Conditions a little bit better for this single scull than they were for the double scull earlier on today. Christian Lane Krebs in lane 3. He's coached by Alan Goff, and he too was racing in the double earlier today, as was Jed, with Nikki Ayres that he's been selected with. Toby Goffsassen, a school rower from the Southport School, who was racing in the double with Susanna from Banks Rowing Club. She'll be racing in our PR3 women's single scull before too long, but our leader is, and then we have Parry Mutaris from Community in the lane closest to the spectators' tents, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjan. But it's Jed Altschwager who's out in the lead now, our Torrens Rowing Club sculler, supported by the South Australian Sports Institute. No coach listed there, but I know that both Nick Mitchell and Christine McLaren are highly influential to him in his coaching career, as was Jason Lane when he was the head coach at the South Australian Sports Institute before taking up the position of lead pathways coach for Australia. Jed Altschwager has a commanding lead of 18 seconds as he gets to the halfway mark.
Yeah, massive advantage that. So top 2 through to the A final. And this is the gap of 12, almost 12 and a half seconds back to Christian Lane Krebs from Bundaberg Rowing Club. And you can see Stuart John, there he is from our commentary team. He is in 4th place. So if you don't finish in the top 2, you go through to the repechage. So it's not all over if you don't make it into the top 2 in this heat number 1 of the PR3 men's single scull. We've got second heat on the way after this. And these are the last 2 races before the lunch break. So Mataris in 5th place. And as you said, Lizzie, so Tom Birtwistle, he's scratching from this race. So just the 5 scullers in it.
Yeah, it's interesting with para rowing. So sometimes people just come to sport because they have an impairment, and that's an opportunity. Sometimes they come to this sport because they have an impairment that they, and again, either born with or that they have acquired through the travails of life. And sometimes people come into rowing because they've come through another sport. And in the case of Parry Mataris, he is certainly a state champion and possibly even a national champion in powerlifting. So I'm not quite sure how he found rowing, but found rowing he did, and he is coached by Barbara Ramjam, Liam James and Anne Craig there at Community Rowing Club in Sydney, who specialise in para rowing. Have a great squad of people who compete ferociously at every regatta and have a lot of fun as well.
Yeah, well, there's a good crossover there, and just competing in any sport, it's always a good crossover, even if it's totally different. You understand the work you've got to put in training, and he's certainly doing a great job today. Jed Olswager, though, he is well clear, out in 1st place. That's the 1,500 metre split times we're getting through, and this gap is very large. But the good news is that for Toby Gustafsson, he is in the position right now to go through to the A final, which is race 343 at this Australian Rowing Championships. And everyone else in the race will drop back to the repechage. Christian Leyden-Krebs at the moment in that 3rd spot. And Stuart John, he's pulled back some time. 7.22 the margin back to 3rd place. And then Perry Mataris in 5th from Community Rowing Club. So Jed Olswager coming up now. Interview in front of the tents here at Champion Lakes. And he has put in a champion performance here in the 1st heat in the PR3 men's single sculls. And the conditions a lot nicer now than they were a little bit earlier. So it's only going to get better based on the weather report for racing as we go on this afternoon. And Jed Olswager has about 150 metres to travel down the course until he is confirmed a spot in the A final later on this week in the PR3 men's single scull. And he is likely to be joined by Toby Gustafsson from the Southport School in 2nd place. Really tight battle for 3rd and 4th. Christian Leyden-Krebs and Stuart John. That's something to keep an eye out for in the battle for lanes in the repechage. But straight through to the A final, Jed Olswager in a very neat time there of 8:28.61. And in 2nd place, Toby Gustafsson from the Southport School. He's just got to get over the line, and he too will be through to that A final in the PR3 men's single scull. And then keep an eye out for Christian Leyden-Krebs and Stuart John. Leyden-Krebs in 3rd, Stuart John in 4th. They're battling it out for 3rd and 4th. But Toby Gustafsson confirms his place in the A final with Jed Olswager. And then Christian Leyden-Krebs in 3rd position at the moment. Stuart John in 4th and Perry Mataris in 5th from Community Rowing Club.
Our last sculler approaching the line now. This is Parry Mataris from Community Rowing Club, who, as we said, has made the switch from powerlifting to rowing. doing a great job there. I think this is his first national championships, and it certainly will be the first time he's rowed at Champion Lakes, given that we were all shut out of WA for quite some time. Coming across the line now, though, to complete the first heat of the PR3 men's single scull, and confirming that the results are a win for Jed Altschwager of Torrens and the South Australian Sports Institute. Second, Toby Goffsassen from the Southport School. Those two will progress through to the A final. Third, Christian Lane Krebs from Bundaberg. Fourth, Stuart John from ANU. Fifth, Parry Mutaris from Community. Those three scullers will progress through to the repechage, winning time 8 minutes 28.61. The second heat of the PR3 men's single scull is now in progress, with Mac Russell of the University of Queensland in lane 2. Aaron Skinner of Nestle's in lane 3, Kevin Wall of Shell Harbour City in lane 4, Sam Shalhoub of Community Rowing in lane 5, and Harrison Nichols of Hunter Valley Grammar School in lane 6. So Sam Shalhoub has a vision impairment, and under the rules of racing, somebody who has a visual impairment of a certain strength can have a guide follow them down the course. So you'll see that one of the umpires' launches is being used as a guide, the other is the official umpire for the race. So Mac Russell from the University of Queensland, we were talking about him earlier, a seasoned veteran of rowing. He's been rowing for a number of years and has represented Australia at the Virtus and Innis Global Games a number of times, winning in indoor rowing, and he's coached by his father, Michael Russell. Aaron Skinner from Nestle's has certainly represented his state on a number of occasions, and he's coached by his father, David Skinner. Kevin Wall from Shell Harbour City originated from Ireland, where he also did para rowing, came over to, I'm pretty sure he came to Western Australia first and was rowing here in Perth and made a bid to get onto the national team. He then moved to New South Wales, and he has moved from the city of Sydney to Shell Harbour, where he is now captain of Shell Harbour Rowing Club, doing a great job there. Sam Shalhoub of Community, he's been rowing for a couple of years, and as I mentioned, he has a visual impairment. His coaches are Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjan. And completing our field of 5 scullers from Hunter Valley Grammar School, Harrison Nichols, who has a foot impairment. He was racing in the first race of the day with Lisa Greisel from Lake Macquarie, who in the PR3 double scull. Harrison's had a meteoric rise in para rowing. He was spotted as having a condition that qualifies him for para rowing by his school coaches Odin McIntosh and Rowan Hislop, along with the guidance of Alan Bennett, the State Development Officer for New South Wales. And so he had a go at para rowing, proved himself to be very fast in the single scull. It's great at the New South Wales regattas. We have such a lot of para rowing. We're very lucky in that you've got para events running alongside school events, so he's been able to do a full program at every regatta. Produced some good results and was invited to the recent Australian rowing team trials, and he's been selected into a squad from which a PR3 Coxed 4 will be selected. Because it's the qualification year for the Olympics, for Paralympics, it's pretty important to get people internationally classified. So there's an opportunity for the PR3 squad to head overseas to the only big para-international regatta that I'm aware of. It takes place in Varese in Italy, and they'll get some really good competition there. It's a great regatta held over 3 days. So hopefully he gets a chance to go and race and be in the running for Paris.
Well, that is exciting because being from the Hunter, being from Newcastle,
of course,
this is I was keeping an eye on Harrison Nichols and Lisa Greisel this morning. Did well in that PR3 mixed double, finishing in 2nd place, so comfortably through to the final in that event, which is exciting for those two. And now final, there is his time through the 28 flat in the race 157, the race with a really good time through the first 1,000 metres in comparison to the heat before. I know it's tough to judge because times can vary and who you're up against can determine how fast you go, but that's a really good performance from him, and that'd be awesome for the Hunter region, getting another athlete to the Olympics/Paralympic Games. It's a good number of athletes we usually get through from that area, which is fantastic. Spencer Turren, of course, one of those from, from the area, from the Hunter region.
Dungog.
Yep, from Dungog. And Stockton, I think he was
Stockton now,
operating out of the Canberra Raiders garage during
that would be
COVID.
You should come and tell us, Spencer, how you got on with the Canberra Raiders. We'd love to hear.
Well, the Canberra Raiders, I went down to the Newcastle Knights on the weekend. There's a little mention.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ben is a rugby league commentator, so it had to come in here somewhere. You haven't mentioned the Dolphins yet. I think Razor's waiting for you to say something.
I can't. The Dolphins mentions have already been exceeded, Lizzie. So
there's a quota. There's a quota. Having coaches like Odin McIntosh and Rowan Hislop based in a school program, aware, as is Mark Partridge, aware of the impairments that might qualify a young person to come and join in para rowing, and giving Harrison that opportunity. It's absolutely fantastic, and grabbing it he is with both hands as he leads the way in this second heat of the PR3 men's single scull. And that will ensure him a clean ride right through to the A final and a bit of a rest, presumably tomorrow. But actually look to see when the finals are.
Well, I'm thankful you mentioned Harrison Nichols' coaches there, Odin McIntosh, Rowan Hislop, wonderful coaches as well. Should give them a plug as well because they help bring coaches, wonderful people as well, and they've got some great results from Hunter Valley Grammar this season.
Yes.
Not just at this regatta already, but also at the New South Wales State Championships as well. So doing fantastic things there at Hunter Valley Grammar.
Yeah, and we should also mention, I think, somebody who works closely with them, Amos Noon from Lake Macquarie, who's really helped Lisa, as well as has Odin, and several others. So it takes a village. It takes a village, and this is a minority at the moment, para rowing, but we've seen a massive increase, as Stuart mentioned earlier on, that we've now got heats in the PR3 men's single scull. So let's keep it going, ladies and gentlemen. Have a look on the Rowing Australia website for what conditions qualify you for para rowing, especially if you're involved in school rowing or you're a parent. Cerebral palsy is definitely one of those that qualifies you, and come on down and come and join in. It's like being a junior or a lightweight. It's just another category within rowing, and it's a joy to be involved with it. Love to have you along.
So there are the times at the 1500 metre mark. Harrison Nichols 6:11.98. Remember the heat before Olschwager went through an 8:28 flat for the 2Ks. So we'll keep an eye on that time. Might give us an indication coming into the A final. In that previous race, Toby Gustafsson and Jed Olschwager went through to the A final. At the moment, they're going to be joined by Harrison Nichols, who's only about 100 metres away from the finish line. This is a wonderful row from him through in the mixed double a little earlier with Lisa Greisel, and he is just metres away from going through in the PR3 men's single scull. Certainly a talent on the rise. Harrison Nichols through to the PR3 men's single scull A final, and he has put a massive margin into the rest of this race, and you can see 8:16.7. That is a wonderful time, isn't it? Really good time.
Certainly is, yeah. He'll be happy with that. I would have
Russell from the Uni of Queensland, really slowing the slide, looking to drive through. Aaron Skinner from Nestles Rowing Club in third in Victoria, and then in fourth, Shellharbour City's Kevin Wall, Community Rowing Club, Sam Shaloub in fifth place. But the all-important second spot in the A final, that is going the way of Mac Russell from the Uni of Queensland. He's just going to edge out a strong finish there from Aaron Skinner from Nestles Rowing Club. Just ended up being 6 seconds the margin in the end. Kevin Wall in 4th from Shellharbour, and Sam Shaloub from Community Rowing Club in New South Wales in Sydney. He is just about to come over the finishing line, so it's not all over for him, Aaron Skinner and Kevin Wall, because they are through to the repechage, which is going to take place later on this week. But through to that final, Harrison Nichols and Mac Russell.
Confirming the results of Heat 2 of the PR3 men's single scull, a win for Harrison Nichols of Hunter Grammar School. Second, Mac Russell of the University of Queensland. They progressed through to the A final. Third, Aaron Skinner of Nestle's. Fourth, Kevin Wall of Shellharbour City. And fifth, Sam Shaloub of Community Rowing Club progressed to the repechage. Winning time 8 minutes 16.7 seconds. That concludes racing for this morning. We restart at 1:30 with the PR3 women's single scull heats.
We are on Whadjuk Noongar country. Armidale isn't outer metro, so there was a lot of transient foot traffic historically. A lot of our people and our ancestors walked through this space.
There are so many awesome things to do in the outdoors right here in the city of Armidale. You've got hiking, mountain biking, trail running. You can go to Champion Lakes and explore some beautiful waterways there and do some rowing or kayaking.
There's plenty of parks that the kids love to go to. Yeah, you forget that you're so close to the city because you're in your own mini world.
We've got this place here, obviously, Armidale Reptile Centre. The interaction is just something they don't get at home normally.
There's so many little cafes and restaurants and bigger venues, cider houses, mini breweries, and where else, can you get this beautiful scenery and, most importantly, good food.
Armidale has it all. You'll see some of the old structures, some of the old houses that were there from the very, very early days.
Everywhere you look, you see art or something beautiful.
To escape the hustle and bustle of the city, the Armidale Hills is a beautiful place to relax.